Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? Sorry, we're a little bit slower starting today. I'm just getting a few things sorted, setting a couple of things up on my end. I hope you're doing well. We'll press this button. Ooh, it's dark and spooky. Ooh, hello, everybody. How are you doing today? Emily Sliders here. Welcome on in. It's great to see so many of you. Thank you all for being here. Yep, today we're on the black t-shirt just to confuse you all. You know. At least no one can claim that I wear the same thing every day like, some streamers do. At least I'm, reasonable, right? I just wear things on alternate days to confuse chat. It's different, Great to see so many of you. Thank you for being here. Valencia, thank you very much for the 500 bits to start the stream off. You are awesome. Good day to you too. If you see the white t-shirt, then you're on yesterday's stream, and I'm sorry. Good morning, Matty Monka. How are you doing? Oh, 1 second. Just do this. And that light down / off. That should be better. There we go, logged in properly. We're all where we were. Matty Monkey, thank you very much for the 5 community sub gifts. You are awesome. Thank you for giving gift sub to Goblin Own Hours, Moonchild, Crizole, Harrison, and the Baronade. You are awesome. Thank you very much. Okay. It's sore. Have you, why are we discussing painkillers? Oh, okay. Ibuprofen, it's, okay. Convoluted, but actually quite a good joke. I should drop off all the spice. I don't actually know if Demnar has sorted all these chests out yet, but if I go in here and there's no spice, then yes, he's sorted these chests out, which means the spice is now somewhere like down here. I feel like this is spice. Spice residue. Spice, here we go. So for those of you here yesterday, we were doing a couple of runs with spice harvesting. Looks like they've emptied my ornithopter for me. There have been a lack of shorts lately, and I'm personally responsible. I mean, I think it's more likely that Thor's on vacation and therefore not doing shorts, but hey, you can blame me too. Somebody told me that a certain bug was fixed, and I tried to prove it, and it is not fixed. So, we learned something today. I'm also not the tailor, yes. So we have, weirdly, 18 of those. I don't know why I left. I've done this yesterday. We want to craft 2 of those to make it to 20, and then we want to do another 7. 69. Nice. Craft. Haha. Was there a vacay announcement? Wondering where he's been. Yeah, there was a vacation announcement on his Twitch and on Discord. Yeah. He's taking at least a week off, what he said. I think it will be more than that. Which is nice, because, man hasn't taken time off for like 3 years. So, hey, I think it's a good thing, personally. I know it's upsetting there isn't the same content as normal, but ultimately, it's a bit like me. Like, I haven't taken proper time off since I moved house, and it's surprising how much stuff there is to do when you move house that just gets left for when you get a free moment. Free moment? It's been like 2 years. When's the Game Jam results? They are normally announced 2 weeks after the Game Jam finishes. So the Game Jam finished on the 1st. It will be on the 14th. I didn't finish on the 1st, did it? It finished on the 31st? I don't know how many days are in the month. Jeez. Yeah, finish on the 31st. So you should get the results on the 14th. Is how long we have for judging. And we may extend that if we need to. Because sometimes there are too many good games and we need to extend the judging period. It's happened before, and it will likely happen again in future. There are a lot of good games. I mean, Demnar, I don't know what to tell you. Everyone else has sound, bud. Can you hear the sound? Oh, you can't hear. I thought you meant that the stream had no sound for you. Demnar, use words more clearly. Demnar. Moderators are silly, chat. That's what it is. I got 2 tickets if you wanna go. I'm not the silliest of sillies. That's very rude. You can't prove that. I have a theory. I might hate that theory, but I have a theory. I did that wrong earlier. This isn't actually just me leaving gifts for Demnar. I do actually need the 70 salvage metal that's here. What's the best way to stack water? How do you mean? What the best way to get storage? It's just a huge number of the that'll be over this side. You just want a large number of these. The water cisterns to stack water. And we just do it like this. We've just got multiple floors and we just have it in basically like built into the walls almost. It's just the easier way of doing it. You can actually have this all the way along. Oh, the best way to do it, stills. 100% like these death stills. The fact that they give you per body of the advanced death stills. Oh. They give you 45 litres of water each. These. Which does of course mean farming lots of industrial pumps. Yes, you are correct. Tickets if you wanna go. Well, our wings are a bit spicy. We'll probably repair those when we get somewhere. 1070 to 5070 Ti upgrade today. Launching you see the difference. I mean, good luck to you. That's going to be a great difference. I hope you enjoy yourself, bud. You probably worked quite hard for that upgrade, so good on you, bud. I hope you enjoy it. I mean, Astrostar, that sounds... I understand missing Dune, but at the same time, you are also in Croatia this month, so that should be pretty fun, right? Something a bit different, bit of a change, bit of a, different pace for a while. It'll be quite fun. Drops are live currently. You don't need to do anything to enable them, and you can access how far you are through the drops by clicking on your little icon at the top of Twitch up there, and going to inventory or to drops. That command is quite rude. sometimes I feel bad for it, but it also makes me laugh, so it's very difficult. Be the friend you're looking for, we could have the time of your life. You did 1060 to 4070. See, that's a really good set of upgrades, and again, another one that, you know, you probably would have had to work hard for. $1080 to $4090. Wow, yeah. It's one of those moments when you've worked hard for something and you've eventually got a card upgrade, and then you get to kind of see the difference. It's quite gratifying, I think, as an experience. 2060 to a 9070 XT was a big change. Yeah, I'll tell you what the biggest change for me in tech was. It was going from a 14th gen Intel, which didn't work and was basically blowing the PC apart, to a functional AMD system, which didn't have the same problems. That was nice. Is the deep desert irradiated this week? No, but the reason I'm doing this is because if you cross through server borders with this on, it'll damage my... Basically, it will basically give me the debuff, so I will get Sunstroke 25% faster rather than slower. Same with the other benefits. I'm just going to stay on, basically, in the Radsu until I need to stop transitioning through servers. Just in case. 12th gen i7. Great. Yeah, great gen. And to be honest with you, some people got really lucky with the Intel 14th gen problem. Like, I have no problem with anyone who managed to do well with that. But now that my computer doesn't crash when I open YouTube, that's nice. Getting a blue screen of death when you open YouTube is a weird experience, I have to say. You're like, oh, this is not what I wanted. Also, I have a slight issue, chat. I was getting this set up. And I realized that if I do that, my camera's going to be too high. So I need to change my desk around somehow, which is going to be interesting. I may need to contact Elgato, to be honest with you, because they don't have any of the heavy bass units for sale pretty much anywhere in the UK. Is there any way to get unbanned from the pirate Discord server? Got banned for self-botting shenanigans like a year ago. If you give me your Discord username, I will ask one of the mods to have a look at it. That's the Kenku. Or I'll look at it while I'm flying. I don't need the light. The thing is, though, I currently have 2 key lights left and right up here, which are... They're good. They're great. I mean, they light me and the back screen perfectly well. But if I can replace those 2 with a key light, I can move 2 key lights lighting the back. So one can be on the back and one can be on Bailey's bed. So it's better lit for you. What's the info titanium Stravidium right now? It's your first time dropping Deep Desert. I don't know yet because Deep Desert reset earlier and I haven't scanned it yet. When I've scanned it, I'll be able to tell you. Otherwise, you can go to planetologist.app, which is likely already populated with the data that you need. Did you ever figure out why the base disappeared recently? We did lose a ton of stuff, and I still haven't heard back from Funcom. So, you can read into that and decide what you will, in my opinion. You can link... Yeah, if you've got Planetologist, you can link the map. Well, it'll just mean that, if I get the light on better, I mean that the camera looks better. He'll be happier in the spot because he likes well lit spots sleeping inside the house. And you know. Oh, nah, Root Goth, don't bother with that one. You want to go planetologist.app, fam. Yeah, use this. Significantly helpful. Good morning, Balversi. How are you doing, buddy? It could be the good time. It can be a cherry blossom. Not me up the good times. Pick me up like rock bottom, rock bottom. Yeah, basically, I think the problem that I'm running into is that I'm going to need to get a base unit to go on the ground and then to run the... what's it called? To run basically the support straight up. What's my next Deep Desert experience like? I'm touching 2 weeks logging to keep base powered. I'll be honest with you. If we were on a public server, it'd be very different, but our Deep Desert experience is quite good right now, to be honest. It's reasonably okay. No. I don't think you should be able to use staking units in the Deep Desert, personally. I think that's wrong. I hate this building, the Deep Desert shit. I fundamentally disagree with it. It's so sluggish, how do you get used to it? Just recognizing that it has a different purpose to the Scout. It's, you're driving a transit van. It's functionally different. So, yeah, it's going to be big, fat, and slow, but ultimately it's big, fat, and slow for a reason. Lurking while planting blender stuff. Very cool. Nice. Hope you're doing well, Lady of Sticks. The Mark 6 wings help. But I'll be honest with you, yeah, my Deep Desert experience so far has been tricky at times, shall we say. This is ridiculous. Tell me that this isn't a PvP area then. I could do without that, thank you. I mean, that's about as close to the edge of the PvP and PvE area as you can get. Wild. See if we can actually get anything built up here, because we're willing to go and get some granite. I don't think anything can be built with metal, which is a shame. I don't know why you can't build with metal, to be honest with you, but hey, we are where we are. Not enough support. Yep. Indestructible surface. Where in the Haga is open enough you can get away from the one with the sand bike? I'm going to be honest with you, Jess Dave, there isn't. You're going to have to... the gameplay loop that you are experiencing has to be... The worm is an intrinsic part of what you are dealing with. Now, granite rocks are annoying. I don't even know if we can get them this far into the Deep Desert. Thank you, Kenku. I'll have a look at it after the stream. Aluminium. Whoa, You tried 3 times, almost got eat twice. That's kind of the risk of it. Yeah, it's easier when you've got one of these. I'll be honest with you. When you can do this... It's a very different experience when you can scan from an ornithopter. To be honest with you, that's when I did it. Darren. Okay. Then I can zoom in here and I can have a look around, see if there's any granite. Basalt, granite stone. I can never stop. Whoa. So the scanners do have a use. Yes, it's hiding there on the cliff. Couldn't see it. Get that fast enough. Okay, thank you, game. Supposed to find it with a hand scanner, but there's no difference. Well, once you get on the ground, you can switch the scanner over. Hold you under. Brakes. No mistakes, no pressure. I am aware I'm in a rad suit. Yes, it's by design. I can see that I'm in a rad suit because I put the rad suit on. I know. Alarming. Very alarming. Breathing stops, stops, stops. Stops, stops, stops. Okay. Fire sorting goes pretty well, thank you. Look, I never said the base would be good, okay? I just said I was making a deep desert base. Never said it would be good. Anything of the sort. Anyone who said that my base was going to be good, they knew it was a lie. Everyone knew I was going to make a window-based shitbox. Because what I'll do is I'll give access to it to like Luther and Demnar. I'll come back and it'll have been miraculously improved and it won't be shit anymore normally. Or I'll have to suffer with my own base. There are no other shapes than box when you have rock. I'm on a spire, remember, so you know. Excuses is how this works, yes. I'm not bothering to make a hexagon. This is literally a throw it together base that I want to do in a couple of minutes. Although, I am saying, when can I get wingsuits in the game, please? Why can I not get a wingsuit? Catch you later. This is going to be like a golf, okay? Like a golf chat. That's what we're aiming for. Now the question is, does this count as sealed, unsheltered? No. I need to go get a little bit more granite, which means that I need to go to this one that's down here. Well, that's not on the rock, it's on foundation. If that goes into the rock again, Funcom are getting a strongly worded fucking letter from me. Well, Discord message. That's not a problem in the game, so I'm not going to assume it will be a problem this time. Are you just full of lies? Oh no, there it is. It's just slightly off. We are indeed playing Dunk. Why can I not get through that gap? Is it this? Yes. Welcome on in, Astrostar. Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily call myself a Trekkie. I'm not like as hugely into the Star Trek lore as other people are, but I have enjoyed a number of a lot of Star Trek. Like, you know, I'm a big fan of Voyager, personally. I like Voyager a lot. But I think apparently that's quite common to British people. Apparently a lot of British people quite like Voyager, from what I've been told. Deep Space Nine's very good as well, yeah. I think that because of the way that Voyager was set in a very different area of space, it was able to do things that the other Star Treks kind of weren't able to do. But hey, like I say, I'm not an expert. People are free to disagree with me. I think also, like, Janeway's a very British captain. Like, she just has very... She's just a very British captain, I think, is the only way I can describe it, to be honest with you. Look, we have a base. It even keeps the Thopter safe. And then I'll just seal my Thopter in. I need a floor hole. That's not the word I'm looking for, but I can't remember what the word I'm looking for is. Roofs. Like a hatch. I might be under doors. I haven't played with a lot of this stuff. If I recall, they're in a really weird spot. They're in like a utilities section or something. Well, that's the Pentashield, which I can't make, but I would put one of those in there. Oh yeah, it's under roofs. But there it is. It just looks exactly like every other roof. Then I go around here and I give access to Luther and Demna. I think Luther and Demna are the only two who are already playing. There we go. You can't go over. Had to go around. Weep. Yeah, Luther, I just made a holding box. What did you expect? Like, what more do you want from me? Oh, Luther, you'll also hate its location. It's here, quite close to this. So I'm not sure if that's an issue or not. It's literally a landing box. I'm not reprocessing out here. Oh yeah, the foundations are immaculate as well. You'll love those. Yeah, yeah. You know what? Thanks for reminding me, Sarah. Those are really good foundations. Finally where I belong. Good morning, Giants Ben. We're doing good, thank you, buddy. How are you doing today? Oh yeah, and it's all made of granite, yeah. Excuse me. Would be a good test to see if somebody can actually attack that base and see if they can do any damage to it when they're in the PvP timer. Because if they can, then I'll just send it across the Funcom and be like, here you go, this is why your system is shit. Because this 30-second cooldown timer on PvP is insane. What kind of headphones am I rocking? I'm using Virtuoso Pros. It's been a while. I've been using them for like a year. Nice. Bye, strip. Oh, the pit. We like these if it's the right kind of them. Get ready to take a big deep breath, chat. Mmm. Oh, delightful. Yeah. Nice and fresh. Let you in. Let me go before you drown. Did you take a deep breath of spice? I spice. Who needs to ride sandworms? To be honest, Rutgorth, no, because I don't trust them to get it 100% right, I'll be honest with you. Such a great Dune. The fact that I can scan both sides of it, just nice. I like aiming for these ones. I'll probably see if I can use this one as well on this border. Yeah, but the problem is that Rugoth, I don't mind. I completely agree with you. You could make it fit into the game, and it doesn't need to be 100% accurate. What I'm saying is I don't trust them to do it well right now. I don't want them to fuck with ornithopters. Ornithopters currently fly quite nicely if they're scouts, and assaults and carriers are an awful bitch to fly. I don't want them to add wind physics to fuck up what's probably one of the main functioning systems in the game, bud. The drops URL is broken. Well, it doesn't take you... It does take... No. It works. It works for me. Where did it take you, OG? If it took you to a Wikipedia page about cliffs, that's correct, because those are drops. Sorry, I'm mean. No, not this again. Survey failed. My probe was already... You are... I hate this game sometimes. Why? Yeah, so the drops command isn't broken. It's just a really mean joke. Is it strange to be 300 hours in the game and not have partaken in the spice activities? Not necessarily. If you're playing solo, then you won't have taken part in some of the big spice activities, and you might be taking your time with the game, bud. Like, as long as you're still enjoying yourself and you're still, you know, finding some meaning in the game, it doesn't matter what rate of progression you do it at. I guess it matters how much fun you're having with it. We'll just run across this and hope that we won't get eaten by a sandworm. I don't think that's 10 meters. Nope. The Thor suit? What do you mean about it? What about the Thor suit? Thanks to RT Game, when you hear the song, all you think about the city skyline, city gets being annihilated. I mean, that's a good thing to associate with a song, to be honest with you. Oh, we're too far. Damn. I should pay attention to which sector I'm in, you know? That might help. Is there an efficient way to map the deep desert? Every single tile. That's just... I would say that I found the most efficient way of doing it to cut down on irritating flying is generally to aim for these intersections of like 2, 2, 3, 3, and basically get the 4s, work your way along. But it's not always that convenient because you're also looking for dunes that are high up enough that you can get it done. You accidentally fat finger pressions a lot. Yeah, all but like 2 of my uses of spice have been fat fingering the prescience button. Yeah, that is a thing. Yeah. Country road. Okay, so it looks like today the half-hour mark is the eruptions timer. 1, 2, yeah, 2 eruptions in half an hour is well, in a couple of minutes is pretty good. Take me home, ornithopter. You are welcome, bud. I'm happy to, like I said, I've played this for quite a lot now. Like, if anyone has any questions, I can answer them and I can give you advice based on what I've experienced in the game. But ultimately, it won't be 100% objectively right in all situations. So, you know. Like here, I'm almost halfway through the sector, or a third of the way through the sector before I can get to a good run. But actually, these two should be nice and easy to run both the scans off of. And again, just progressing my levels doing this. The main goal, to be honest, of Scanning Desert is to get XP and also to experience what's out here. Because that's quite good to know. There's 3 shipwreck entrance points over there. Capture points are all out here. Do this. Was there a patch? No, patch today. There's a patch on the public test at the moment. I believe it's slated for some time later in this week / next week. I don't know if there's a date on that. Although I did hear, was it 14th of August? Somebody said something about. I can't remember, to be honest with you. Difficult to remember. What server are we on? What the vibes on it? We are on a private server. Oh shit. That's gonna miss me. We are on a private server that we run, so we are running 15 servers on one world that we call the pirate servers. We can basically call that network Tortuga as a server cluster. And then we also have 10 servers on what we call the Mushroom World on another server in case there's any kind of downtimes and because there was issues with overloading the server originally when launch came out. So we run a private world. August 12th, there you go. Thank you. The Mark 6 still suits. I'll be honest with you, they're okay, but like, when you see best still suit, really, so you're looking for the ones with armor more than anything. Jeez, that's a big sector. Oh yeah, we have no taxes on our servers now, that is true, yes. The purple Mark 6 suits, yeah. I think I have the 6 still suit, actually. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, our server is quite good, especially at this time zone, because right now it's, what, 2:30 a.m. Pacific time? So the Americans on the server, with whom, you know, obviously we share it. Have you not given me a storm warning yet?
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I don't want to risk that, even if we are only on the edge of the storm. So we're just gonna still turn up for a second while this passes. Yep. Yeah, the storm's just rolling over. The music got nice and tense for the storm as well, which is always nice. I just love that you can't see anything other than just the sand ridge that you're on, the occasional lightning strike. It's really like, they got the atmospheric feel of being in the storm like this just right. The entire sector is just utterly blacked out. I'm glad that I did this. I've not seen the lightning strike the tent yet, but it might happen. It'll be interesting to see what it would do. I hope it would do no more than damage the integrity of the tent, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm glad that we sheltered for that storm, because that would have been a nasty one. We were in that for a while, just in the middle of it. And another eruption behind us. Okay, interesting. The storm's still a nice environmental threat, I'll be honest. At least that one still feels like a bit of a threat. You can heal inside the tent, so if it didn't outright kill you, it would survive. Well, that's good to know. I think it would be really shitty if it just outright killed you, that there is no counterplay to the player then. You just got to sit there and just hope that you don't die. That doesn't feel right to me as a player. There's nothing that you can do skill-wise or intelligence-wise to avoid it other than just not get caught in the storm. Given that there was no chance then for us to not get caught in the storm, like we couldn't have gone around that because of where it spawned. We couldn't have, you know, we couldn't have sheltered anywhere on land that's, you know, we would have got to in time. Maybe we could have, but that would have been a bit of a risk. Like, the amount of counterplay needs to be proportionate to the risk. And if there's a chance of just instantly dying in the deepest part of the deep desert, there would need to be some pretty significant counterplay, in my opinion, for it to be fair. Oh yeah, they've got the exactly small. The artist got that very good. You're on the zero and time had 4 meters west in a 20-minute period. Yeah, exactly. That's the nice thing about this this time of day on the servers. So look, there's another explosion there. So there's actually 4 spice explosions in a very rapid kind of cycle around the 1/2 to 1/4 sections of the clock. I like how we can chase the storm. Close on it. You want them to reconsider? I don't even want to ask. Okay, no, I know exactly what you mean already just by looking at what I'm wearing. God damn it. Now I can't unsee that, thank you. Astrostar out here inflicting psychic damage and it's only 10 AM. Ooh. Did anyone see what I see? As a ringmouth in Sector Hotel 5. It's noon in Croatia. I mean, it's not. It's 1/4 in Croatia. You're a full 25% off the hour. Can't believe you. I'm just being panicky, don't worry. I'm just giving you shit. You're in Steel 2 now and the Slaver gear is just a gimp suit. Yes. Unfortunately, you've discovered what we all came to learn quite quickly, that Steel 2 gear is... You want to use cosmetics, okay? Basically, use a cosmetic. That's my only advice to you. Does the upgrade in the PCU and the engine on the Thopter help along with the wings? Yeah, so when you're looking at a Thopter, you go under the research that comes from it. You can see in any given Thopter, some of these will say, defines the power efficiency, or defines the maximum speed. Anything that defines, you'll want. But you can also see it by looking at this. It has temperature efficiency. This, armor and utility slots, they all largely the same. So these 3, the chassis, the cockpit, and the hull, they don't really need to be a higher tier, but the wings, the generator, and the engine will all have an appreciable effect on your Ornithopter if you upgrade them. I just wonder if I can see the sun. Maybe I should go. PSU is useful for thrusters as well. It just determines the heat that you can deal with in general. So I would say that if you're using a thruster Thopter, you should also have an upgraded PSU, because ultimately that's going to make a difference for you. Have I already got... I do have Hotel 5 scanned. Pay more attention to what I have scanned. Why are you going... Oh my god. Are we getting the week of Streamer Chronos instead of Mod Chronos? I mean, you've got Streamer Chronos every week during the weekdays now. I've set my schedule. It's over on down there, I think. So I will be Streamer Chronos indefinitely, you know, because I have an official schedule now and I'm, you know, apparently suitable to be a partner and everything, which is wild, the amount of trust that Twitch is willing to show someone who's been streaming for like 2 weeks. So yeah, but you both. Why I can be both now. My power is unmatched. Hello, Pan Miyagi. I'm doing good, thank you, bud. How are you? Arrakis is doing well. I am an official Stremmer now. I guess that is a thing. Like, I was told off for basically imposter syndrome. Another spice explosion. Okay. 7, Hotel 8, so 7, 8. Four days a week. I'm on 5, I think. The calendar should say 5. Protech, congratulations. Nice one. Reached affiliate. Oh, actually, I think monetization is monetization for all people now. They may have increased. Well, they increased the number of spice fields. Yes. Congrats, Protech. It's great to know, bud. You deserve it. I hope you do cool stuff. I like that there are lots of community members who are creating cool content and stuff. What some people in the community don't know is that if I see, like, sometimes if I'm just like doing a few bits, I'll come and lurk in streams. If you're going to post bond, you should probably post a valid bond. So you probably want, you probably want the most recent bond or the new bond. So you're probably going to want Daniel Craig. I feel like Pierce Brosnan, Roger Moore, and Sean Connery, while they were bonds, are no longer valid bonds. Those bonds are out of date. And if they're posting bail, that you're going to want an active in-date bond. Just saying. The quality of bond is irrelevant when you're talking about the validity of bond. But like using an out-of-date check. Can't do that. We did, we said congratulations and everything. Like, I think, as far as I know, we only know that Daniel Craig is not going to be Bond anymore. I don't know if we know who the new Bond is. I'm not sure if I was paying attention. No, I was going to land on that hill, you bitch. Whoops. Wasn't far enough up the hill. GoldenEye was great, to be fair. I only played GoldenEye for a couple of years. I didn't play it as an adult. What's with Pyra? He's having a vacation. Imagine taking time off. Oh, you mean that? That's Thork. That's not Thor. That's Thork. He's a Thorengi. He follows the rule of Thorquisition. He's looking for Spice Press Latinum, chat. Looking for the spice. Don't tell him about Arrakis. Secret. Also, when I say that I'm not really a Star Trek fan, okay, maybe I am a Star Trek fan, but can't believe I'd be called out like this. Hotel 8, 9. No new Bond has been... Okay, so you'll need to post Daniel Craig. I mean, look, we've always known that I've got imposter syndrome issues because, like, when it comes to 40k stuff, I do know quite a few bits, but I'm not able to accept that I know stuff in 40k. Like, so we know. I'm just not as knowledgeable. I'm not the most knowledgeable, and therefore, I wonder if I can do. I want to test this. Try the Hotel 8 scan. Let that probe get up to 111 meters, and then I'll take a few steps this way. Yeah, I can't have two live at once, I don't think. It's not letting me. That's no moon. It's a crunch wrap. Wait. Whoop. 1 second. I'm eating a minstrel. Hello, Builderguard. How's it going? I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah. Bonos is indeed the Klingon homeworld as well. Bonus. Do you take song recommendations? I do. Excuse me. Use exclamation point song request. Have I seen the new lore drop in 40k about the Terminus decree? Don't think so, to be honest. I'm gonna have a look. I mean, both of the last, like, songs like this have, I think... Is Caloris from John Wick? Another spice... Okay. Fine, I guess. My greatest hits are all, thanks for the Gregories, I think is one of my... Why are you going? Why have Ornithopters gotten so weird? Red Dwarf is one of those things that, like, it's... I think Red Dwarf would be more popular now if it was released as it was, because it's just so strange. And, like, right now, that's kind of really in. Hello, Zoltralord. Welcome on in. Why the fuck are you awake at 6 AM or whatever the fuck it is for you? It might even be 5 AM. Are you taking care of yourself, Zoltralord? You better be. If I find out you've been drinking too much Red Bull again and not drinking any water for a day, I'm gonna throw... I'll bludgeon you to death with a beans plush. How about that? Very nicely to ensure Big E stays on the throne, whatever form he is, and bully the Custodes. So basically, Big E is not allowed to leave the big throne. That sounds like no actual change. Pro Francis, I'm going to refer you to some support. If you think that being beaten to death sounds like a good time, I think we need to have a conversation with a professional, but it's okay. But that's not a good thing, dude. What? Oh no, we have a form, Giant's Bane. Don't worry about that. Yeah, you can just use the command, and you use that form, and it adds it to a list for me. We went through 30 new ones yesterday. So I'll probably do the same thing again today. About a couple of hours into stream, I basically just queue a bunch up into Discord, into Spotify that I've checked, and we go through. So I mark them yellow as in explicit but okay, red as in can't show, and then green as in absolutely fine. So I've got like a huge list of them. What have I been up to? Streaming. Working out that this doesn't actually fit where I want it to, so I need to play around with my desk setup. Or I can just put it here. Just... Hello, chat, it's me! Look at how British I end up looking with that much light on me. I'm so pasty white. I'm not actually that pasty white in real life, don't worry. I do actually go outside. I think that, and this is my Warhammer 40k hot take, I think there needs to be a significant shake-up in the Warhammer 40k lore. I think there needs to be something that changes every single faction. Not necessarily pushing the story forward monumentally and changing the background of those factions, but it just feels quite stale. Like, the Imperium being split in half, very cool. We like that. But, like, factions are still too ingrained. Like, have something that breaks apart the Necron dynasty so that some of them actually turn towards helping mankind versus standing against them. Make it so that the Dark Eldar break out because Gamora no longer supports them. Make it, bring the Eldar back in great. Just shake everything up. Like, Votann is severely underdeveloped with what they want to do with it. Like, they could do so much more. Have you ever eaten tangerine? No, but when I was in Africa, I was out on a patrol and went into a village and I found this child playing with a ruby the size of a tangerine. A ruby playing with a tangerine the size of a child. You didn't know that was going down on Alfred copy paste, did you? If you don't know what that's a reference to, it's a reference to a meme video from one of the Batman films with what's his name in it? Michael Caine. And it was just remixed on YouTube just to be ridiculous. A child playing with a tangerine the size of a tangerine. Unfortunately, I can't see any other. Like, tangerine jumps straight to that video in my mind. There's nothing else. Nothing else exists. I'll be honest with you, Michael Caine was an exceptionally good Alfred in the Batman films. I probably my favorite Alfred. The Gotham Alfred did a good job, but Michael Caine as Alfred was just... It just worked really well. Sixto, I'll be honest with you, my view on the Warhammer lore is, I'll believe they're changing it when I see it. Until then, it's all just bait. I've been baited into believing... Okay. That wasn't what I intended, but fine. Jivala, he's on vacation. It was pinged in his Twitch and also pinged on his Discord. You're not banned. Not banned at all. I'm looking at your account now. You're banned on another stream, but that doesn't mean you're banned here. You should have a look at it. Flash user. Let's have a look and do this. There we go. You've been set free. It might be Sir Michael Caine, to be honest. I don't keep track. A British person doesn't recognize peerages of the realm. Well, how was I banned? Like, because we share ban. Well, you weren't banned. You were restricted because you are likely banned on a. Well, you are banned on a channel to which we share ban information. So Twitch automatically restricts you from being able to chat in that shared location. Which is why if someone gets banned on the Ferret stream, for example, they are restricted over here. I can still see it, the mods can still see it, but generally you're held back from chat because the logic around Twitch is if you're banned from one of those channels, you're banned for a reason that breaks the rules. Emperor Palper, is that the first time that you've seen the Tangerine video? This is old YouTube. This is like, you know, the good old days. Could you share a link to it, Emperor? For chat? Because saved me from having to find it, to be honest with you. I'm sure there are other people in chat who are curious about it. Thank you very much, by the way, Sugi. It's a very kind thing for you to say, but you had to switch from Twitch to here because a new company's blocked VPNs. Yeah, if you want to know the video I'm talking about, a 16-year-old video. Fuck. I feel old again. Thanks for that psychic damage as well. Good job. Well done, Emperor. The right video, but inadvertently getting psychic damage. Hello, Mr. Greggles. How are you doing? Good to see you, buddy. For those of you who don't know who Mr. Greggles is an awesome streamer here on Twitch. Good friend of mine. Went to go see him and his lovely wife at the weekend. Greg streams all kinds of awesome, like, drumming. To be honest, I can't, when I say that Greg streams drumming, I'm going to be honest with you, that doesn't describe how cool it is by itself. He's got one of the best setups I've seen, absolutely knows all the tech, knows streaming in and out, absolutely incredible dude. You should go and press the little heart at the top. Go press the heart. Go follow Mr. Greggles. Do it. Worth it. You won't regret it. Last time we raided Mr. Greggles chat, we managed to get him to wax all of his limbs live on air while drumming as part of the subathon. It was great fun. You're so smooth now. Especially because you weren't even using the wax strips properly, so it would have been even more painful for you. That's the funniest part. Because I'm not sure anyone told you, but when you use the wax strips, like, you're meant to kind of warm them up a little bit first. And you didn't. You started doing that after. Yeah, funny that. Streamlined, exactly. Oh, actually, Mr. Groves, I was going to send you a message anyway later on today. So I need to speak to Elgato. Because I have this. But I need to get a heavy base mount for it, and they don't have any in stock in the UK. So I want to find out if they're doing a thing. Oh, I didn't go far enough today. I don't think we want to hear about flying northerners, thank you. Then that's too scary to us delicate southern people. It would be like the BBC allowing the Welsh to, you know, access their own language. Unreasonable, right? BBC's weird. Oh, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Giant Spain, like, the Batman films are never, you know, the peak of twist. Yeah. Good morning, Soul Trophius. Oh, your alarm was calf leg cramp. That is the worst. I've had that. I get that quite frequently because of my back problems. It just is how my body's like, oh, we're just gonna wake you up with this screaming leg cramp at 3 in the morning. Your legs have corners now. Nice. Enjoy this. you want some casual body horror chat for the morning, you can get cramps so bad in your legs that you can watch the muscles rippling beneath the skin. It hurts as much as you would expect, yes. I mean, yeah, thankfully I've never had a cramp so bad that I've broken a bone. That would be insane, particularly with the bones in my legs where I get those cramps, because those are some of the strongest bones in your body. One more time. Screaming leg cramp. No, Bailey's morning greeting is far more pleasant than my legs cramping me awake. Magnesium does help, yeah, it doesn't always do it, because mine is not necessarily based on the chemicals. Mine's based on the doctor thinks anyway. It's basically based on the body my body sending a series of like signals down to the nerves, because the nerves have gone to sleep from the sciatica and the damage from it. So the body's basically trying to check to see if I'm alive, like I just see whether I've lost that limb or not, and it doesn't do a very good job with it because bodies are shit. 2.5 liters of water a day stop all your cramps. That's good to know, to be fair. Oh, TENS unit wouldn't even touch the side. I've tried it before. I had a friend who had one of those like heated massage guns. And that kind of worked, but it just kind of felt bruised afterwards, which didn't really help that much. Like ultimately just waiting the pain out is the way to deal with it. Eat? No, who does that? Tonic water with magnesium helps cramp. I mean, magnesium, I believe, does help cramp. But just, like, in general, having the right food, vitamin, and water balance for your body will help you. Like, that's not... It's not deniable. You know, our bodies are designed to have certain fuel, and if you don't have all of that fuel, the body will struggle in certain ways. That's why things like your thyroid gland are so important, because they release small amounts of chemicals that are absolutely vital to the body. Or, in some cases, large amounts of chemicals that are vital for the body. Hello, Truband. Yes, the Goblin Lord is indeed on holiday. He is taking vacation. And I know for a fact that he is actually catching up on sleeping and resting, which is fantastic news. I'm very pleased. A brief chat with Shay about it, and was very happy to hear that Thor is in fact resting. No, this is the this is production server. This is the main server, Truband. I'll be honest with you, every single TENS machine I've bought has been co-opted by either ex-girlfriends or my current girlfriend. That's just been a thing. Yeah, exactly. And I think that that's important, because Thor hasn't taken time off in a long time. Oh, no, Lurker, that's Shay's ferret army, just so you know. Yeah, the box is, Luther. That's a really good description. The box is. That's the only thing you need to say. We're gonna celebrate, celebrate and dance so free. Oh, this song. The song is Pentatonics, yes. So it's probably because it does lots of different things all at the same time, that the number of different work streams that your brain is working is actually enough for it finally. New World are the best sounds for chopping wood and mining. I will agree with you that my favorite part of New World was in fact the gathering. Even gathering hemp felt quite satisfying. You know, running around gathering resources was satisfying in New World. It was just the rest of the end game that I personally struggled with. Do you normally play solo? I'm looking on maxing a New World character. That's looking for the time sync. I I would describe the playstyle I've got as we have a small tribe, but we're basically like cats in the, you know, we leave the home area, we go out and do our own thing, then come back, and sometimes we bring back nice things, and sometimes we just deal with our own shit. Like, that's how I would define the way that we're playing as a group now, because people have moved on from the game and they're waiting for it. People are, you know, doing their jobs. I'm very lucky to be, you know, in a position where I can do this during the day. But not everyone can. So yeah, you're kind of forced by the nature of the way that gameplay works to play solo, unless you're in a large group, when you're gonna have some random people online. But yeah, we share a nest. Yeah, and then we do have some solo players who come like nip in and out. The only thing they didn't handle about New World was that resource spawns were all static, and therefore every single starter area had a swathe of bots that just ran around harvesting stuff and selling it for RMT. That was just a thing. If they had varied resource spawns, they'd randomized them, the gathering would have been better. So I don't think they did nail resource gathering, but they did a better job of it than certain other games did. The feel of it, you know, the sound, the design was quite good, yes. But far from nailed it, because it was a problem for RMT and for botting. You'd often go to the hemp fields that were outside, I think it was Windswood, and if you ran around in New World, you would find that invariably you would come across at least one hemp bot. You would go to a fishing spot and there would just be dozens of fishing bots there. So I think that from that perspective, it wasn't great at launch. So they may have changed it since. I haven't gone back to New World for a long time. But I was done with New World when Thor and I rushed New World quite hard. For those of you who don't know, I was involved with the Battle for New World streamer event, where I helped organize that for a couple of other streamers. This is before Thor and I were involved with, like, me being involved with his stream and stuff. It's just when, like, I think I was just about his moderator at that point. We rushed Endgame. We were one of the first sets of people on our server who were there. We, you know, Thor was, I think, one of the first people in the world, if not the first person, to go into the wood cutting dungeon that required you to have 150 wood cutting, I think it was. So, like, we pushed that game really hard, because Thor and I love MMOs, don't get me wrong, and I had the added advantage that my back failed the day that New World launched, so I couldn't do anything other than really sit in my chair in pain. So I played a lot of New World. Another spice blow, another spice blow. Surprised there isn't the one over this side of me. But when we got to the end game, there was... What ended up happening was that lots of the players got together and basically created roaming bands that would go through the end game area, which I think was Merkgard at the time, and were just killing all of the bosses to basically farm the areas. Which was great, because the devs had finally re-enabled loot in the area so people could finally progress. But because everybody was working together, the devs decided, you know what, we don't like this, and just midway through, all the players actually having fun, being really positive about the game, working together, collaborating, having fun, they shut off loot spawns again to that area. 2 weeks. So all of the endgame players could no longer progress outside of a few very, very limited, time-restricted things. They'd undermined what the players were doing and had basically come up with to make the game fun for themselves. And they hadn't really considered what doing that to the player base would do. So I think they fumbled the game early on, and because of the way that I didn't feel respected as a player by the devs, I quit out of the game. For New World at that point. I was just kind of done with it, because I'd reached cap. I had the full legendary, I think I had like the void, was it void plate or something that you had to make, and that involved a bunch of farming rare resources and getting a bunch of rare drops that you could only make so many times per day. So I did get to the end game gear. I just haven't gone back to it yet. Zero breach well on a full red bar. You're scared the new changes. Are you on the you're on the PTR? Are you, Sabu? Would you lie with me? And I mean, imagine being banned and then coming over here to try and cause the same kind of, like, the spam that you're trying to do isn't even related to me. It's not going to bother me at all. It's just you're spamming insults at someone else in chat. Like, sad. Very sad. I'm still too loud. Soon comes. Maybe so. Tens. I just don't bother using it. I'm not going to run the tens unit all night. Most of them have a time cutoff, and ultimately, I'd probably end up getting snarled in it. It'd be very, very bad. It's a cool suggestion, but I just don't think it's. I don't think I really need to at the moment. I'm doing okay with it. It's very rare that it happens to me at the moment because I had my surgery in April, so thankfully my back is in a reasonably good state at the moment. But you'll lie with me and just forget the world. I mean, ones that connect with Bluetooth. Interesting. I mean, I'm not that big a fan of the feel of my tens unit, so it feels weird. It feels like a pre-cramp. All that I ever was, here in your perfect eyes, they're all I can see. Confused about how it's wrong. So I know that a number of you out there are waiting for Dune to have had some big changes, and I haven't seen those yet, so fortunately no updates for you in that regard. The PTR is still testing. They haven't confirmed what they're actually going to give us from that test realm. All I know is that Demnar told me after the stream that I managed to harvest 90,000 spice sand and over 1,000 melange worth of spice. Sorry, yeah, 90,000 flower sand and over 1,000 melange worth of spice. So apparently yesterday I kind of went turbo goblin for a while. I didn't really realize how much I'd harvested, which is kind of horrifying. We'll get some more flower sand today, but harvesting, like scanning the deep desert, is more important. What have we got here? Why? Why is it always the same shit? Oh, we've got ads. Whoop. Single minstrel as a snack. Mmm. Delicious. Sorry, Chad, give me a second. I'm just dealing with something. Sorry, Chad, I'm just dealing with the fact that somebody on Discord just threatened to find one of the mods and their family. because the mod asked them to wait for others to finish their sentences before interrupting. Yeah, I know, right? Fucking wild shit. And then somebody at the same time getting banned for saying that we should be apologizing to Quinn's Discord for them doxing us. Fine. Also banned. Fuck off. Wild. Absolutely wild shit. The day I apologize to somebody who's doxed me is the day that I hit myself in the face with an ice pick. There's a reason why I cut off communication, unfriended somebody who was friends with the person doxing us. What else have we got? Nope. Yeet. Yeet, 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 yeet. We're gone. Oh, that was just on timer. We got there lucky. Got there in time. That wasn't we called it, I think. That was a oh, that was we called it. That was a active. Oh no. No, it's dived. Alright, Phil, I don't know. Okay, that's Discord's choice. Discord needs to make that choice ultimately. But I'm not apologizing or having any of them on my friends list because it's just fucking disgusting. I know that my information isn't public. It's you would have had to at least purchase information in order to get it, which means it's not public information. The medium camera finds have a max amount of stuff they can craft. Well, you have a maximum number of jobs, and you can only craft 1,000 of a given job at a given time. So I can only, so for example, with all the flower sand I harvested yesterday, I can only utilize one run of 1,000 of that at any one time per medium chemical refinery. I can't queue 5,000, like kind of 1,000 craft of the same item. It won't let me. Yes, yeah, so that'll be why. And if you try doing like if you've already got like say 400 in queue and you try adding 700, it won't let you do it at all and it won't tell you why. You'll need to just add 600 manually, which I think is silly. You don't talk about your daughter. She's pre-verbal speaking. So it's an echo. Well, what I will do, Giant Spain, for your daughter, I will queue that next for her. How about that, bud? She might not be here right now, but you can let her know that we queued that for her immediately. If that helps. If she cares. That's a real big win. That's really nice to hear. Bless her. And I'll be honest with you, I've got a couple of family members who have autism. You know, there are people on our mod team who are autistic. I know that it's not easy being autistic, or even being around people who are, or being a parent of somebody who is. Like, good, you know, good go. It sounds like you're doing parenting right, but sounds like you're doing your best. That's all we can do, you know. Good on you, bud. Yes, Luna. Yeah, very much so. You. Oh, I love that. I love those. The equalizer remote. That's really cool. Who's this from? Doobie Doo Games. Oh wow, I mean, the content warnings may contain drugs, intoxication, excessive tobacco use, mature rated games, significant profanity, or vulgarity. Nice warnings. How you liking Dune so far? Many stopped playing. Yeah. Lots of people have stopped playing, but I mean, I'll be honest with you. First of all, most new games that come out, people stop playing them pretty early. That's fine. I will always preface it by saying that I would expect there to be fall off of a game. That said, Dune as a game suffers from a couple of problems. First of all, playing up to end game solo is very, very difficult. Once you're in the end game, solo is actually quite easy. Which means that people who are casual players are less able to take part in the game. That's just how things are. You know, if you've got 4, 5, 10 hours a week to play, to log on, you know, you get maybe like an hour or two a night to deal with, you know, you've got the kids to put to bed and you have a bath, but you want to, you know, play a couple of hours of games after that to relax, right? Not always going to be possible in this, and to be honest with you, I think the solo experience is very, very, very difficult. Guilds are falling away. There's that. But the change that they made to the Deep Desert forced away, I think, probably about 50% of the Deep Desert players. Which has a knock-on effect of people losing confidence in the game in general. So, not all casual players are going to be able to deal with it. Some solos, like some of the people in chat, are going to be doing great with it, because ultimately, they're the kind of people who can stick with the game despite not having that much time and play it solo, or they've got enough time that playing solo isn't as much of a detriment to them. It's the combination of factors that makes it very difficult. Good morning, Karas. Hope you're doing well. Ace, which country is he in? If you don't mind me asking. I do love being a mod sometimes. Someone just got reported in the server, and we're not going to do any actions on it. This is one of the funny ones. Because in voice comms they said, oh, I live in a war zone. Somebody else said, oh, where's that? And they said Detroit. You're staying with Dune, love it. I mean, yeah, I'm enjoying Dune still. I'll be clear, that's why I'm still playing. I wouldn't be logging in to play if I wasn't still enjoying myself. I've said that to everyone throughout. There are things I think they should be fixing, and I'm confident they are fixing some things. But I completely understand everybody who is frustrated with the game, everyone who's having problems, everyone who is a little bit disenfranchised with the game. Particularly those of you who like PvP. Because I think PvP has been done a disservice in this game, given that it was marketed as a PvP-based endgame. I don't think it has ended up being such. So, I think the game struggled quite heavily early on from a lack of moderation on public servers. So on our server, as you guys will have seen, many people will come in here and remark, "Oh my god, how come you haven't been shot down yet? How come you haven't been attacked? How come you haven't been griefed?" The answer is broadly because we have a sense of community here on our servers. There is still PvP. There is still a couple of public servers that anyone can join. But like, broadly, we know how we are interacting. Everyone knows how to behave. Anyone who doesn't know how to behave just gets actioned. I'm still absolutely fine with PvP, but I won't allow griefing. And I'm the one who's sitting behind the console of the server, so if someone's going to be shitty, I will just deal with them live if I have to. You guys have seen it. Somebody used an exploit that had been published, which was known that they were fixing, which was you were able to trap the player between the nav mesh and the and a vehicle. So you weren't able to basically move or interact at all as the player because you were trapped in a layer of the map which it basically wouldn't let you interact with. It was a known issue they were fixing a patch. Somebody live on stream decides on purpose to land on top of me to show it. And I'm just like, okay, well, you just showed a stream of 500 people that you just exploited. And they were like, oh, but it was my first time, I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck if it was your first time. You don't exploit. You especially don't exploit against the admin of the server live on air to 500 people. It was such a dumbass moment. Like, if they'd done it to anyone, it would have been a problem, and I would have dealt with it. But like the fact they did it live on air, then lied about it, then tried saying they hadn't PvP'd before, like, just wild. It was a real, like, oh, that wasn't me who said the N-word, my brother typed it. You could join our server, Carrie. I'm playing from the UK, and we are on we're on an NA East server, so it's based in New York. And my ping is 75 most of the time. I don't have lag spikes or anything. Anyone I know who's playing from Europe, I think Sabumaru in chat plays from the Netherlands as well, doesn't have any issues. Is that the clip? Oh, yeah, yeah. Definitely doesn't try and land on me at all, see? And see what it does? It completely traps you on the nav mesh, so you just can't do anything. Yeah, there's the AU has a ping of about... Yeah, see, I think the AU ping of 200 is always going to be a thing. There's not much we can do about that, and I wish, to be honest, I wish we could, because I've got a bunch of people in, you know, AU who have got, you know, who are part of the community, and I really want to be able to join us, but, getting interconnectivity between Australia and the US and the EU is always a challenge. Can you post the server place so I can join you? If you use !Dune Discord, we have a Discord server for our Dune community, so you can choose the server you join. In there are a bunch of passwords and other things that you can see the servers. Ping for you is horrendous. I'm sorry to hear that. Some of that might be internet related though, so your latency on your own internet. I have heard that that's a problem for people as well. I know. And that's the clip where he said, I didn't try and land on you. I accidentally, like, bitch, I was behind cover and you purposely repositioned to land on me. Wild ass behavior. And yeah, Sabu says if you want a jumpstart package, Sabu will help you, which is very, very kind. I think Sabu will get you a Mark IV Scout on a Thopter and a couple of like starting bits so that you can restart on this server. So if anyone's looking, you know, on public servers and you're having a hard time and you want to move across, you're more than welcome to. You know, everyone is welcome. That's the whole point. As long as you agree to be reasonable people and you agree to not, you know, not grief, not exploit, all of the normal things that we wouldn't want to see on any server, you are welcome here. Basically, is how that works. If you are like any of the people who... There is currently no way to transfer a character on the server. We are speaking to Nitrado and Funcom about it. Because I would like to be able to merge the entire servers. I'd like to be able to merge our 10 mushroom servers with the pirate server, so all of our community can play together. But that takes development work. That's what they are developing. Because currently the character is tied to the siege on which you created it. So if you actually if you change the name of a siege in the files on Nitrado's end, or you move a character across, the character is completely wiped because the progression is siege tied, not world tied or like character name tied. It's a strange way of doing it. How long are private servers planned to be kept? I have no intention of taking this one down. I have no timescale on it. I don't believe I will. As long as the game is enjoyable, still live, and a number of people in the community want to play it, we will keep this server up. At the very minimum, it's up for another 90 days. And I'm going to be honest, even if we took the server down, which I don't think we will, I think it's... We would be waiting to see them to either merge servers so that we can maybe turn our 25 servers into maybe like 10 servers of active people playing. And we could utilize the machine on which the server is for other community games. So I wouldn't be too concerned about your character being lost or that. We would find a way. Because ultimately Thor and I aren't going to want to lose our characters, so there's no chance of us destroying or deleting that, because I will want to come back to this game. Guaranteed. Every patch that comes out, I will come back to this and try it out. As long as they're still interested in the game still feels good times, I will continue to do that, and I'm not going to change that. I'm not just going to throw away people's progression. I don't believe in it. One of the big arguments that Thor and I had in 2022 was over player wipes in block game, because I really don't like resetting progression. I understand that in rare occasions it's necessary, and sometimes very, very helpful, but it feels like a personal level of loss at that stage. Like, I don't like the feeling of losing your character's progression. I don't like games that wipe that frequently. I find it a big struggle to have the motivation to do things more than once in a game like that, for example. So if Tarkov's a really good example, to go through all of the missions and to go and get the highest level case stuff, I've done that once. I will never do it again. I don't want to do it again. It's why I don't want to go back and do old school RuneScape again, because I've already maxed my character when RuneScape was old school. I don't want to do it again. I don't want to do one small favor again. I don't want to do one small favor again. Sorry, I'm having like a cold shiver thinking about one small favor. Yeah. Post RuneScape quest stress disorder, yeah. I said this to chat yesterday. One small favor was a quest inside RuneScape where you would go to somebody and it was literally, they just wanted you to go and like get something from someone else. It's literally just called, because that's all it was. It's just doing someone a small favor, right? Except that this one small favor turns into a chain of quests that takes hours. Hours. And hours and hours, and you have to have like high levels to do it. I wasn't using guides at that point in RuneScape, so I think I wanted to cut my own eyes out with a rake. I'm not doing agility. I did agility 99 as my first 99 because I wanted to get it out of the way with. I don't want to do agility 99 again. Never. No. So yeah, that's my RuneScape feeling. Yeah, that's why, and I'll be honest with you, I genuinely believe that it has put me off questing in all games ever since. I now have like a negative view of questing in general, and I think it started because of one small favor. I genuinely think that might have actually broken me. What if it was more fun? It wasn't even about it not being fun. There's nothing like RuneScape. Part of the game is traveling to a location, doing something, then traveling back. Like that is the whole core gameplay of RuneScape, right? That wasn't the problem. It was the fact that it was just, oh, and one more thing. Oh, and one more thing. Oh, and one more thing. Can you just, oh yeah, I'll do that for you if you'll do this for me. It was just frustrating because you didn't know where the end was. And then when you finally get the last item, you go through this like kind of long cascade almost of going back everywhere you've been, handing in all of the quests, and then none of them being particularly thankful because it was only a small favor, and you just kind of like kind of want to bludgeon yourself with a salmon at that point. Oh, jeez. That was closer than I thought. Look at the colors in the storm, though. Like, just consumes the land. I think my probe would have been killed, to be honest with that. Like, look, I mean, just... You'll start seeing the lightning coming down and everything. Yeah, fully Sasquatch. I would rather poop in my own hands and clap than do one small favor again. I would need to be paid to do one small favor again. Not criticism, but why so the deep desert when there's deep desert map websites? Zombrid's a very good question. I'll answer it after the storm. I was taking my painkillers, and they're one of the ones that have the horrible tasting coating. Look, Muad'Dib out in the storm. Hello. So, the reason that I would oh, let's do this. Excuse me. Well, the coating on those sucks. The only reason I continue to do this scanning every week, to be honest with you, is the fact that it gives me a lot of XP, and it means I have my own view of the deep desert for navigating. It's just that. So I can have all of this that I can see, and I'm getting the XP for it. Once I'm capped at 200, there's quite a high chance that I won't want to be doing the deep desert scanning anymore. I'll be honest, yeah. Why would I want to keep doing that every week when I don't need to? If I'm not going to go to the deep desert, I don't necessarily need to scan it. It seems to just be stuck saying new survey report, so... Oh, is X an actual word? Is such an interesting question, because I was looking, I was answering an etymology question, which is the origin of a word. And, I managed to get in a deep dive about how many words from Latin we just kind of arbitrarily dropped and don't use, and that we just use some of them. Like, tepid is the only word that we use out of the 5 in that, like, collection of warm. We only use tepid. If I can find the post. Don't know if I can find it. No, I can't. I had to find the post. It's on to my other computer, I think. Apparently we've got a new survey report. Shock, right? Were there any quests for WoW that were similar to One Small Favor? No, I think that the way RuneScape made that feel. I don't remember any quests from WoW that were like that. It was nothing in WoW made me feel the way that One Small Favor did in RuneScape. Nothing. I was already a big fan of the channel, but the love shown to me and my daughter this morning from you and the community's meant a lot, and I won't forget it. I'll support you in the community as much and as long as you can. Thank you. P.S. Fuck the haters. John Spain, thank you very much, buddy. It's really kind of you. Ultimately, like, yeah, you know, I want this community to be a place where we're all welcome and, you know, we can all chill and hang out, and we just don't want to deal with drama and bullshit. Like, so, you know, people who are, you know, kind, who are doing their best, who are just trying to be better people, always welcome here, bud. You and your daughter are always welcome. Is there anything we can do as a community, just give us a shout. That's how it works here. You know? I won't do things like, I can't do things like, you know, running GoFundMes and stuff, because ultimately sometimes those are scams and such, and I had to have a blanket rule on it. But like, if there's, you know, putting a song on that doesn't cost me anything, it doesn't cost chat anything, it's a nice thing that we can do for you and for her. Why on earth would I not do that, bud? That's how I feel about it. Red Boy Wizard, thank you very much for your resub with Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you for using your contractually obliged Prime and keeping that money away from Jeff Bezos. Those of you out there, chat, who don't know, if you have Amazon Prime, you are contractually owed Twitch Prime as part of that, which means that you can give $2.50 to a streamer of your choice. So make sure you're using it, because every time you don't use it, Jeff Bezos uses that money to get one step closer to making a statue of himself on the moon made of diamonds. You don't want that. You don't want a Jeff Bezos moon diamond statue. So use your Prime subs. Go find a small streamer who's got like 2 viewers. Go find an affiliate and just go use your Prime sub. Do it. Virtue, thank you very much for the Prime sub, bud. Lady of Sticks, I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate all the people who choose to use them here, but as well, like, use them on affiliates and stuff. If it's something you just, you know, if you're not going to use it and it's the last day of the month and you're like, you know what, I'm just going to waste it. Like, just find a random small stream somewhere in a category for a game that you like that not many people are playing, and just use your Prime sub. Be great. MKG, he'd probably use it to refract the light into like Elon Musk's bedroom, and I think that's how the billionaires are going to start fucking with each other. Like, it'll be extra solar objects, etc. You know, a satellite that's specifically keyed to fire pulses of sound down at Mark Zuckerberg's house at like 3 a.m. I think I'm good on beer. I've got 2 sets of them. I'll take them off your hands if you want, Sabu, but like, I don't need them, as it were. The need isn't there. You asked need. So greed, yes, but not need. I'm glad that you like Thor. Shadow Panther, thank you very much for your Prime sub as well, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you for keeping Bezos off of the moon. Cat thanks you. Whoop. I'm a minstrel. Jeff Bezos heard that I was giving you guys information about using Prime, and he had to suppress me with adverts. Draz Dawnfire, thank you very much for the 5 community subs. Bringing us up to a hype train during the adverts. Awesome of you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the subs to... excuse me. To Vampix, to Steven, to Swin, to Alilin, to X-Wing, and to Luna. You are awesome, bud. I appreciate you. Thank you for congratulating me on my retirement. Yes. Oh, hype train level 2. Jeez, you guys rock. I really appreciate the support from all of you. It's very imposter syndrome inducing, but I'm working through it. It's very kind. And thank you all for being here. Hope you're all having a good Tuesday. Sorry. It's Tuesday, innit? Hope you're having a good day. You what? I'll fight you, swear on me nan. Ace the Doctor, thank you very much for the 300 bits. It's very cool of you, bud. The OCD Dad, thank you very much for your resub with Prime as well. I really appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Find that garlic bread helps you with your imposter syndrome. That's true. You know what? I think that would be fair. I think that for each billion that you have as your net worth, you should get 1 kidney stone per day. That does sound like a fair rule. Yeah, maybe. I didn't retire from the Swiss Guard. No, no. Actually, it's... You know what? Let's do this. How do I share this? Oh. One second. I think I might have just done a thing. Let's see. Am I a pro streamer? Yes. I've added my throne wish list below the stream. One of the things that you can see there is that there is a Swiss Guard helmet. If that's something that we get, I will order a Swiss Guard helmet and I will wear it on stream. It will happen. It's not the plumed Morion, but it's the base form of what they would wear. Swiss Guard helmet. I was told that if I didn't put that up this week, I would be threatened. So, you know. I'm horrified by this. I've also been told I need to put a judge's wig up there at some point. But I'm also so apparently I was warned that by allowing people to suggest gifts, I will get the weirdest suggestions ever. So I'm actually kind of excited because I love the weird suggestions. Those are the fun ones. Can we get that wig for Thor? Potentially. I could put it on there and I could ship it to him. I've actually got a bunch of posts that needs to be sent to him. I need to delegate that. Oh, Plague Bomber, thank you very much for the 10 gift subs. You are awesome, buddy. And you brings to 151 new sub points since in 2 days, which is phenomenal by itself. Thank you for giving subs to Curbzillas, Alex ACC, Average Machine, Hyorin Maru, Jay Breezy, Zydux, Ephelim, It's Nagusa, NPC Max 2, and 404 the Captain. Oh, awesome, thank you, bud. I've also decided to try reading out the names, to get some practice of reading out usernames on Twitch, because apparently it's a good skill to have. You want Ferengi ears for Thor? Nice. You saw another streamer doing an unban request when you were raged in. It did add to it, having them wear a Judge Week. Nice, yeah. What's the question? You've never seen emotes? Sorry, Capsaholic, what do you mean, what came as a surprise? You've seen emotes to Twitch drop. When drops are active, you can see your progress. Oh yeah, when a hype train ends, if you contribute to that hype train, you will, or even if on the hype train, you will get hype train emotes. Yeah, that's what happens. Speaking of hype train, we're on a hype train level 5. I just didn't realize the hype train was still going. Has anyone added bread to the thrones? No, I've literally, you guys who are in chat now are the first people to see or have access to that list other than me. So I set it up on Sunday and forgot to add it to my Twitch panels yesterday. I believe that there's a section on Throne for suggesting things to add to the list. Yes. It doesn't put them on the list automatically, I believe. Greg's for the mods on that. Well, that comes back to the Pally issue that we were talking about recently. So that's quite a difficult one to sort, that one. Fundamentally, I'm not entirely sure Pally were satisfying their terms of like their legal obligations properly. I've recently had cause to look over the PayPal use terms of service, where if you're going to link into PayPal and use it as a shop front, and interestingly, it says in there that you can't rely on PayPal allowing a user to be like your third-party verification. Wow. Madge. You have some bread proofing? Oh. I mean, you are bread boy wizard, so it kind of makes sense that you've got, you know, dough proving. Like, it would be wrong if you didn't, almost. An intervention. I am going to get rid of that command, I think, and change it into... I'm just going to see if I can put it on the wiki. I think it's the Pirate Software wiki that Bailey is on. Which means I need to ask Nellis. If I say his name into the microphone 3 times, you reckon Nellis arrives? Nellis, Nellis, Nellis. Nope. Can't see him. I think we're safe. Yeah, it is on the Pirate Software wiki. There we go. The wiki has the first 4 parts. Okay, I can add the rest of them, and then we can basically change that for something else. I was speaking to Mr. Greggles, actually, because he, for those of you who don't know, Mr. Greggles is also he does some very, very cool tech stuff on the streaming end in terms of creating tools that people use. So Mr. Greggles has a tool called Atom, which is basically a better UI, better designed, more functional, less crashing version of StreamerBot. And I will be trying that out at some point. It just means I need to have some time to do so. So I may do it. No, I've got a meeting this evening. Oh, shit, I've got a meeting this evening. Let's remind myself of that. Hang on. There we go. I arranged that meeting last night in bed because I was going to sleep and got the message and forgot to add it to my calendar. So that would have been bad. Thank you, chat. You did a good job. Well done. Chat performing a vital service of reminding the streamer that they have to function. Thank you very much for that hype train, chat. We finished at level 5 with 19 sub gifts and 800 bits. You guys are all awesome. I really appreciate you all being here. I hope you're having a great day, you know? A really nice Tuesday, innit? Choo-choo! Some of the emotes that come with the hype trains are really quite cool. Like that hat one is neat. Find a way home. It is. It's Tuesday, isn't it? You what? Speaking of emotes, my radio will be back from their holiday on the 18th. So by the end of this month, you know, hopefully around the same time as we hit the PP program goal, which is, you know, obviously a key goal for us. If you are sliding, I don't trust you. No sliding on rocks. Not allowed. Not allowed. No. Fuck you. You're alright. You, Pamegi, is that's basically my tattoo, which is quite funny. I can't believe Pan Miyagi has made an emote of my tattoo. That's the ultimate level of being a fan, Pan Miyagi. I'm very proud of you. Thank you. Very flattering, very touching. I'm ridiculous. Coffee Stego, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. You're awesome. Thank you for the support. Thank you for keeping the money away from the moistest of Jeffs. Oh, you got a different default Twitch emote then. Come on. What other words like moist exist? Plinth. Plinth is another very moist word. Moist and plinth. I've always liked those two words. Gunk. Another very emotive word. Slough as well. Slough is a good word, a bit like moist. Sorry, for those of you who don't like those words, you're probably deeply upset at, you know, them being said across Twitch chat. Yeah, you don't want a moist print. You're fine. You got caught by auto mod. I also find it deeply funny that despite you censoring one of the letters in the middle, it still knew what you meant, which is quite good for Twitch's auto mod, to be honest. It's obviously using like some kind of like regex and looking for substituted characters, which we like. We like to know that Twitch is doing cooler things with auto mod. Moderation is very important on this platform, which is why I'm giving a talk about moderation in San Diego. At TwitchCon, which will be exciting. Hey Morbid Duck, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Yeah. You got your hotel stay, so see that nice. I'm pleased to see it, Karas. Pleased to hear it. Oh. I mean, yeah, the panels are quite good. I'll be honest, like a lot of the panels have a lot of effort put into them, which is great. And a lot of them add a lot of value. I definitely know when mine is. I've just completely forgotten when mine is. I think it's on a Saturday. I feel like Saturday afternoon. But I'm fairly sure you can also tune in remotely. What? Did you? What? What? I have... Did you fund that all... Well, hang on, just need to go somewhere that's not on sand while I go and check email. Did you guys fund the Swiss Guard helmet already? I'm horrified. Very, very pleased and flattered, but also horrified. Let's just go and sit in the shade of the Thopter. Deeply funny if you did. Why were there no notifications coming through, though, if that's the case? Oh my god. You guys are such goblins. I love it. That's so funny. Okay, so if I go to... Activity... Why are you not giving me updates? And how do I see who donated? Wait, just one gifted the... Oh, I think it's also anonymous, I think. So, can I do thank? Anonymous. Oh, you got... Whoever did that, thank you very much. I'll get it ordered immediately. I'm yelling timber. Vatican, Swiss Guard, Morian chat. That's what I'll be wearing. Fine. Where is the... Is it just Brave being silly? I think it is just Brave being silly. Apparently I'm having a stronk. I mean, Thor's gonna love it. I'm also not gonna tell him. That's gonna be the funniest part. Currency 3. One second, chat. Let's get this sorted. Use this email address. Done that. Sorry about that, chat. I'm back. Could you Discord DM me a screenshot of this Twitch notification, tell me what's going on with it, or the Discord stream chat or something? What notification are we talking about, Luna? I mean, if you've got multiple streams open on Twitch, sometimes it's bad at tracking what you're actually watching. So it might just be you need to do it like in a different browser, for example, or potentially just like not watch this stream for 15 minutes to watch that stream. So I'm fairly sure that Twitch will only track you watching like one stream at once for the purposes of what? I wasn't even touching my keyboard. Okay, that was odd. Okay, I'm trying to touch my phone. That's that seemed to be a bad idea. Actually, we can go straight across this one to here. So fold. I really dislike that we can't zoom out any further than this. Good morning, Hoobsy. Good belated morning. Oh yeah, it's close enough that you're fine, right? How much you wanna risk? There's no kiss cam, no. Code Menace, the drops are live. There are observer drops for this. If you click on your little Twitch icon up there on desktop, you can click on your profile image and choose drops or inventory. Good to be the king. Yeah, we've got a couple more queued for a little while's time from the list, and we'll go from there. Maybe I won't land on that one. Most song requests, if I don't know what they are, I need to check them first. That's basically how that works, because I love all of you guys in chat, but like, I also know that you're goblins. I know it. I know how it works. So I know that some of you have submitted things which are not appropriate for stream. You know who you are. You would never. Oh, I'm sure you would never. Yeah, indeed. Who would ever do that, honestly? Not chat, no. Are the observer stairs, passageways and window drops campaign, or are there new observers? That is the existing one still, yeah. That runs until the 7th, I believe, around this time of day. Normally, there's another new one after that. So the last time it ended, the next day, a new one started. So we might get more observer stuff afterwards. Bahadur, if you submitted it in July, it's probably not been reviewed yet. How does the overall moderation system work? I know you want to disclose that model, but is there things like automatic 3-strike, whatever? What you in what relation, Alpha? Because I have different moderation approaches across every single area of what I do here, what we do on Pirate Software side, what we do in game. What are we talking about? Yeah, no worries about it. Yeah, I've only I'll be honest, we are quite behind on doing the song requests. That's why I want to do I've been doing like 30 a day rather than 10 a day, because for a couple of weeks I just completely forgot about them. I don't mind talking about most moderation practices. There's nothing to hide about it. I'll be talking about some of them at TwitchCon. So, Twitch chat like auto mod or timeouts. No, if you ultimately, unless you do something that's actively against the rules in a way that's bad, or you're here to disrupt the channel, or you're here to disrupt, like you go to Thor's stream, you're there to disrupt the stream on purpose, which if you're there to do that. Like, let's be real, if you're going into a stream to troll versus to watch it. Like, fine. It's not about necessarily the number of times you do it, although there's no set threshold for that. It's just about judgment at the time. So, you come in and say one horrific thing, you might get banned, but if you come in and say a series of very, very, like lukewarm takes that are a little bit, questionable, but like you're just constantly niggling, eventually you'll likely get shut down. Because, we do generally keep an eye on people who are like negative in every single message they send, or people who are, overly problematic, as it were, digging up bits of drama for the community, because ultimately those kind of people are not normally here for good reasons. But I've said this before to chat, I don't like most rules, because most rules, when you apply it to every single situation, will result in unfairness at some point based on unique circumstances. A rule can never take into consideration all of the various bits of chaos that might change, how things are. So that's why judgment is so important. Yeah, there's a reason why we have rules across the channels that if you are banned, you are reviewed by a human. There's a reason that I, as a human, review every single unban request. Because ultimately, if we're doing, and I feel strongly about this as well, if you are doing automated bans on the front end, you cannot do an automated system on the back end as well for the reviews. Because every human needs to be given the chance to be able to explain it, and a rule-based bot will not be able to do that. You could not do an automatic answer inside unban requests. It would be bad. So that we will ban for certain words. Like if you shout the N-word in chat, you will just get banned. You will get automatically banned for slurs, because that's what Twitch requires us to do as a terms of service platform. Like that's Twitch terms of service on the platform ultimately. But I will make sure that every single unban request is read by a human, not by a machine, because ultimately machines get things wrong. They don't take into consideration what's going on at the time. That's why sometimes you guys will have seen that I wait and get more logs from a ban before before I make a judgment, because sometimes you want to get more information as to why they were saying it. There was a joke a while ago that somebody made, which was a very, very poor taste joke that was at the expense of trans people. Obviously not okay, a problem for a number of reasons, but most notably, the problem with this case was that the user said that it was in relation to somebody coming in and saying something. Now, we don't have much more to go on than that, but I know that people come in all the time to Thor's stream and say, "Oh, you're not a girl." We've been memeing about it for years. It's why I call him Game Dev Finster. So I know there is a joke where that would potentially might be relevant. Not okay, but still relevant. The context of why they said what they said was important to be giving them another chance, because ultimately we said, this is a horrific joke. They've had enough shit to deal, like, trans people have enough to deal with, like, come the fuck on, leave them alone. But ultimately I can see that you didn't do it as an attack. It was a joke that just wasn't funny. This is what you should do in future. This is how you do better again. That's the context matters, and a machine couldn't do that. A machine could not have gone to do that. That's why human moderation is so important. And it's one of the points I'll be making when I'm in San Diego, is that ultimately, yes, all of these tools like Automod are very, very good, but you have to be reviewing your Automod queues. You have to be reviewing your unban requests, because Automod will not get everything right 100% of the time. Machines cannot. You need to have your judgment as, the person in charge of the community as to whether you think that behavior is okay. Exactly. Cradwolf, yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people have misspelt that and they will get banned. And then on review, we're like, oh wait, you just misspelt it. Ultimately, automated rules have to be proportionate to the harm that you're trying to fix. So in the situation that you're talking about, Cradwolf, one of the exceptions we actually have is that if you look like you're trying to say the word Nigeria and you've just misspelt it, the message will be deleted from chat, but you won't always be banned, because you're basically being given the benefit of the doubt by our system, because we've introduced what we call proportionate measures inside of our rules. Welcome on in, Baronade. And yeah, but moderators don't always get everything right. That's the other thing. Do not expect a moderator to always get some things right. Like, in the moment while a mod is looking at chat, and if they've been looking at chat for 6 hours, 8 hours, or they've had a bad day, a mod might just make the wrong interpretation of a joke or a message. That's the other reason why unban requests are important, and they should be reviewed by a human, is because with some time and distance between the ban and, the instigating action, there does need to be some fair re-review, because the person who did the ban might not have been might have been having the best day. Mods are people too. Streamers are people too. They won't get everything right 100% of the time. Don't expect them to. Never expect, chat, that I will get things right 100% of the time, because I will not. I'll tell you this very clearly now. Most streamers don't even review their unban requests. Most streamers of a certain size, particularly. When I've been at TwitchCon, I've had conversations about it. I've actually been very shocked at the number of streamers who don't review their unban requests. But the reasoning they always give is very, very fair. It's, well, I've already banned that user. I moderate my own chat. all my mods moderate my chat and I keep an eye on it, I would have unbanned them if it was necessary. They said something that I'm not going to unban them for. So why would they? Exactly. The word about management. Yeah, that was a great one. Yeah. That was a really good example where it just wasn't, we just didn't foresee that. And we had to put an exception in. A couple of communities where if you get banned, you aren't getting unbanned. The bar is fairly hard to get banned, you're not getting a second chance. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the bar to get unbanned changes with what's going on the channel. At the moment, the bar to get unbanned is going to be quite high because most of the people who are banned at the moment have come in with the intent of, you know, causing drama and causing issues. It's very, very different to, you know, talking about kind of like summer last year or even, you know, March, April time this year. Different moderation thresholds. Moderation has to be flexible. It cannot be static. You can't all have a role. You can't just have a rule being the way it is and never change it. Like those rules need to be reviewed regularly. You need to constantly be sanity checking every time you do one of those bans to think, hang on, is this rule, is this ban making sense? Because ultimately you don't really want mods that follow policy. That if you've got mods that follow policy or a decision tree, you could do it with AI. What you need is human moderators to exercise judgment and to be engaged and to be fair. It's about being just more than anything. Well, Dekaizen, this is your first time to stream. Don't you want to chat? You're very welcome here, bud. I don't require that you chat. You don't have to be scared. You're not going to get, unless you break some of the channel rules, you're not going to get banned, bud. Like, we're talking about moderation. I'm the lead moderator for Pirate Software, so there's been a lot of stuff in that chat recently which has gotten banned before Thor went on holiday. So, like, that's more we're talking about here. A lot of people don't get banned. Like, people don't get banned in this chat as much. It's not the same because we don't have the same volume of people. And ultimately, the trolls haven't come here with, well, many of the trolls haven't come here with the same intent to troll. Some have, but they're silly, and we laugh at them. Just coming to my chat to troll someone else is just mad. What do you think is going to happen? Dude's asleep, like. Yeah, that's the way we put it, LFC. Yeah, this is the kitchen, but that chat over there's the house party. Like, you know, this is the more chill, you know, the room where it happens, kind of a little bit quieter. You can't say though that the game doesn't look good. Like, they got the feel of deserts quite right. They didn't do the normal, it's a desert, we're going to cover it in sepia, which is... Oh, thank you, Bruno. I try my best, ultimately. That's... Yeah, what, Shadow, to be honest, I'm guilty of that too. Like, until I was writing my bio on Twitch, and I was like, actually, I've defined myself purely by what I do for another streamer. So my about you didn't really tell you anything about me as such. It didn't tell you anything about my background or why I started streaming or when I started streaming. So, you know why Thor isn't streaming? Yeah, he's on holiday. It's pinned in his channel and in his Discord. He's just taking his first vacation in a few years. Fabrico. Yeah, the right time to take a few years worth of break. Sorry, not taking a few years break. And I know for a fact that he's been sleeping a lot more, resting more, and actually looking after himself more than he has been for a long time. So, to be honest, I call it an absolute win. I'm just glad that he's taking some time, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Shadow Wolf. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say. I'm trying to get used to it, really. I think that's the hard part. I don't really know what my brand is. My brand for a long time has been, oh, well, I just, you know, I'm the lead mod here. That's what I do. Like, so I'm working out what that brand is. Yes, we will have unbanned bingo back in the future. Don't worry. It's not gone forever. It's just gone because there's not enough for unbanned bingo now. Just that simple. maybe if we did my channel, what's trickled into Thor's and the ferrets, we could probably do one at the end of this week. So we will have Unbanned Bingo back, don't worry. Is his cough finally gone? I haven't heard him cough in any of the calls we've had in the last couple of days. Because we're talking, because of course, we, you know, when I say he's on vacation, he is still doing a couple of things. As I said yesterday to chat, we are still overseeing and we're in the work of, and we're moving forward rapidly on, which is really nice, the ferret rescue plans. So we are very close to a decision on from the local authority in Washington for Thor's area, basically on what's going to get signed off. There's no reason that ferret rescue shouldn't be approved. So it's looking like we better break ground like pretty soon, which is really good news. Not only do the ferrets like deserve the space, but I think it will be really nice for Thor to have the ferret rescue that he's been working towards for like well over a year. And I think that it will not only help, it'll help Shay, because obviously it's more space, it's the right setup for what they need. It's been made specifically for their needs. I'm just really looking forward to it being there and ready. I'm quite invested. Sorry, I just hit my mic. I'm not sure if that came across. I'm quite invested in the ferret rescue, because while I'm not massively involved with the operations of the rescue, you know, I do very little in relation to it. I went and spent quite a lot of time hunting down the specific right contractor to engage with for the ferret rescue, because it's quite important, because you need to have effectively, you know, it's not just like an industrial building, it's very clearly a you know, it's almost like a vet studio that's actually needed. No, his name Gort. You know, I may have seen that. You know, I'm sure Thor has as well. You know, if you've seen his Twitter, and what? You're restricted, which means that you're banned somewhere else. Is it you're banned in the ferret stream? Jesus, what have you done? Imagine being banned from the ferret stream. The Thopter wings are fine. God damn it. Maybe not fully fine. Mostly fine. We'll do a wing gamber at the end. Be quite fun. Just forwarding something quickly. Done up to there. Been released. Let's set someone free. Plot doings are looking a bit fine. I'll do a wing gamba. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Twitch does get music, unfortunately, Sugo. I can't get around YouTube's stuff. Whoops, I should probably not be hovering too high. The same. Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff, I'll be honest with you, some of the stuff that gets banned on the Ferret stream is like, I can't show that on stream. I'm not going to show you guys graphic descriptions of people, like people will on that stream occasionally in the unbanned request put things like very graphic descriptions on how the ferret should be killed. That kind of thing. It's brutal. Some of the people that choose to get banned on the ferret stream do so and put unspeakable shit in the unbanned requests. There's a reason why I go through them and Shay doesn't. Like, I don't want Shay to have to get exposed to some of those descriptions because they've been rough in the past. There was a slew of it in January. That started up again. It's more, to be honest with you, it's like a coin flip of depending on how they're written, either Shay going Jason Bourne on them or it being deeply upsetting. Yeah, you can't do live music on YouTube the way that I can on other places. You just can't do that. YouTube doesn't let you do that kind of thing. Live music doesn't work on YouTube in the same way. Well, it's the way that Winky does live music and creates his own would be quite cool to do. I know I'm thinking about some stuff that I can do with YouTube. I just need to have some like time and mental space to work on it. So it'll probably be I'll be honest, it'll probably be a couple of months until I'm actually producing like any content specifically for YouTube. I just need it's not high enough up my priority list for it to be touched on immediately. It's probably categories of reports, I think is what that person's referring to. I have a question how to manage the sandworm threat while running soft step boots in the compact mode to Mark 3, but still startling the sandworm. I mean, Jinro, you are always going to startle the sandworm at some point. It's a guarantee that you will summon the sandworm. Greetings from Austria, not Australia. You mean Old Zealand. That's what we refer to Australia as now. Old Zealand. Zealand itself is in the Netherlands, but Old Zealand is Australia. Just for ease. Yeah. Or if you're talking to someone from New Zealand, you call it Australia Minor. Actually, that's a good point, Vipanda. Thank you. I could do that at some point. Yeah. But yeah, so the compactor Mark III is gonna have a certain level of draw to it. But ultimately, like, using the compactor is guaranteed to summon the worm. It's not like you are getting unlucky. That's the mechanic. You can only harvest so much before you have to move on. And I'll be honest, in the current test realm, Jinro, they are testing increasing the aggro generation from those compactors. So soon there'll be even more, which I know will be alarming. Australia Minor. There you go. Shadow Wolf. Done. That is... I'm going to be honest with you. The idea that new changes affect solo players more than groups is true of every single mechanic in a game. That is largely the problem that I have with the idea that you are, you know, you're going to balance the stuff separately. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, ultimately, group play is a collection of solo players. That's how that works. So anything that buffs solo play is generally also going to buff group play. It'll be rare to be able to do one that's not the other, especially with the way that Dune is set up. I'm not sure if I can properly envisage how they would do that. Within Temptations are great. I've got a few songs from Within Temptation on my main playlist. I keep going back to thinking about the moderation for a platform like Facebook and the actual mental health disorders from being exposed every day. Hope you have a good code message dealing with that crap. Ultimately, Alpha, that's part of one of the reasons why I make sure I give the team so much time off and we give them a holiday whenever they ask for it. You know, the US mods have access to therapy that they can get through their insurance. The EU mods are paid slightly extra, technically, in terms of lump sum, because they are contractors and have to provide those benefits for themselves. So the value of the benefits that's provided to the US mods is given to the EU mods for fairness reasons. Like, for example, say the US mods get, you know, $10,000 this month for, you know, value for insurance for their, I don't know, suddenly they can replace all their teeth with diamonds. We would give the same amount of value, like money's worth of that to the EU mods, so that they can at least go and seek something of parity. But ultimately, you know, we try and be as fair as we possibly can between the jurisdictions, because ultimately, like, that's the only way to be as an employer. You have to be 100% fair to your staff. When Thor and I were we were talking about pay, the very first thing he said when we were talking about what pay should be for the mods was, ultimately, we are paying everyone the same. We will never pay somebody less if they're in a region where, you know, their work would be valued less, because they're doing the same work, they get the same pay, and if they happen to be in Brazil doing the work, then good luck for them. You know, great job. So yeah, the pay is important, but that to help them get things like therapy. That's why we do that. Hope you're doing it, fun man. You tried to use your carry bike, pick up your sand bike, lost it, trying to do a sick kickflip over the electric worm. Instead of your bike getting picked up, it got sucked down into the worm. Didn't die, but your bike is... I'm guessing that the worm ate your bike, floating bubbles. That's what it kind of sounds like. But I am sorry to hear that, but that's not ideal for your sand bike. If you're able to get... Oh, you probably can't get to it anyway. I was going to say you could put it back into its storage. But carriers can't pick up bikes. It was the huge worm. So, okay, so it's stuck somewhere around the electro worm. Catch you later, Tibbet Snow. Glad to have you here. No, carriers can't pick up sand bikes. my recollection. I've never managed to do it. It's inside it. What server are you on, Floating Bubbles? Yeah, the Electro Worm. There's an Electro Worm at Mr. Tyrrell, which is the edge of the Udan. I'll show you on the way back, Glovercast. We'll go back. You're on AI Mutt. I don't know what that means. Look, you know, best game ever is always going to be relative. I'll say that very clearly. It's, you know, you're up against games which are, yeah, you're up against other games which are far, I would say, it's more stable and ultimately in a number of ways better than Dune. But Dune could be a very, very good game. It's a solid game. It's a very, very good foundation for the future. And one of the reasons I'm so excited for this is because ultimately, I think they built quite a good platform for the future. They just made some poor calls early on that I think are going to risk the player base. And I'm hoping that the changes, improvements they make will be enough to draw people back. Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes, yeah. Yeah. That would be good, I think, to be honest with you. I think that you should summon the worm faster if there are more people harvesting using compactors. Giantsbane, I agree, but these are viewer requests. There's this, and there's also the Longest John's version, so I imagine that whoever was submitting it wanted us to compare it to... Because, I'll be honest with you, the Disturbed version, for me, is the only version. But I'm going to put that on next, because then we can compare the 3 versions back to back. But ultimately, I think that, I thought it'd be funny that the cable's connected to the bike pulled me into the worm. Oh, wait, the cable's connected to your bike? Really? I didn't think a carrier could pick up a bike. No, the original Simon & Garfunkel version is still not as good as the Disturbed version, I'm sorry. You submitted the Longest John's one, that is one but next. This is my favourite version of the song. It's just like, it just slaps so hard. Throw it back. Oop. I mean, I don't know why that's a problem, Glarian. I guess if you don't like them, maybe? Fair. I mean, not everyone likes everyone. That's how, you know, taste works for music. I'm glad that people have different tastes and likes and interests for games and stuff, though. Oh, but there are sorry, I'm going to say this. There are actually a couple of Nickelback songs I quite like. If Today Was Your Last Day. Quite a good song, I think. I quite enjoy that one. Most people know like Rockstar and stuff, which I just don't enjoy that much. But if Today Was Your Last Day is probably the main Nickelback song that I would like. If someone said you have to listen to Nickelback, I'll be like, okay, well I'm choosing that song. Hello, Geordie. Good to see you, bud. I think it's been a couple of days since I've seen you. I don't think I saw you the other day, Geordie. Hope you're doing well. The other person I haven't seen for a while is Mirror, and I'm wondering how they're doing. In fact, you know what? I'm just gonna send Mirror a message because I was gonna do that yesterday. Everybody's back. You bought off on a new house. I said, well, congratulations, bud. That's huge news. Obviously, a lot of work when it comes to moving house, but like, it's a massive achievement. Are you excited to? I would assume you're excited for it, but I'm hoping that you are as well. You're very welcome, bud. I'm just good to see you. Congratulations, yeah. You're not excited about the extra storage your wife has. Well, Jordy, I mean, the answer there is make sure that some of that storage is designated for you. Where's your storage? One second. We're just gonna while we're not in the ads anymore. While I'm pretend we're in the ads, I'm just gonna check the wing integrity again. We'll do a gamba. Okay, let's do a truck gamba. You should look, Jordy, you are entitled to some storage inside the house. We're gonna do some gamba wing. Let me just make a prediction. I need to make a new one because we haven't gotten this low for a while. Go. So far, this version doesn't go hard enough, in my opinion. I know that it's going to be upsetting, but damn, it's the wrong way around. Oh, this will get confusing. Hang on, I need to redo these boundings because I realize I've gone 4 to 5. So 4 to 7, and then like 7 to that'll get confusing. Let me redo this. B. I don't want you guys to get confused by numbers. I know how difficult numbers can be. Okay, the gamble wing is starting. Those of you who don't know what this is, what we're going to do is you are betting on what the integrity of these wings are. You see how red they are? You see the holes in them? You see these holes? You can see the base through them. They're pretty wrecked. So use your channel points, which you've been... excuse me. You've been getting for free. Don't worry, there's no counting there. You just click and choose. Nice and easy. I didn't make you do any math, any real reading that's of any difficulty. Have some gambling. I'm getting the vehicle again for a second so you can see it. Remove my face cam. Those of you going all in, I very much respect it. I respect the hustle. Seeing a good spread here, apart from one very distinctly large vote in the 6 to 7 category. So probably about 100,000 points in so far. You could log in and spoil. You'd have to be quite quick, Luther, because you've only got 30 seconds left on the gamba. And I'd probably fly off if I saw you nearby. Oh, wow. Okay, that's like 150 points, I guess. 100,000 points. 250,000. How are B and I doing? We are doing very well, thank you, Sin. Yeah, doing well, buddy. Good to see you. How you doing? You doing good today? There are, in fact, numbers higher than 6. The best number is 7. Okay, and we are done on the gamba. Let's get out of the vehicle. We don't burn down everything. So, %34 of you. Can I hide that? I can. So, we have this. 2% of you think it is 4 to 5. 34% of you. 17 users. 92,000 points. Think it's 6 to 7. 28% of you think it was 8 to 9. 17, 10 to 11. It's a very natural kind of curve. We like, that's quite a good shape, to be honest. I might model that and use that to show off what mean, median, and mode looks like differently, because that'll be a nice split, to be honest. But ultimately, we want a result, right? %12 wings. 12% of you said it was 12 to 13%. Therefore, these 12 users have won the gamba wing. 12 to 13%. So that is 273,000 channel points going out. There you go. You keep forgetting that many of you, in fact, pretty much all of you, keep on overestimating how much, underestimating how much left in the wings every time. Tell yourself to add like 5%, and most of you would be bang on every single time. Whatever your gut is, plus 5%, you'd be more right. That's what that's how most people have been so far, on the large gambas particularly. Again, friend of a friend I knew. This is from Scott Pilgrim versus whoever put this in the song request queue is good job. This is I remember this from Scott Pilgrim. It's a great song. We also made a mistake. Lurker in the wire, go to the link and then put it onto the spreadsheet. The best way of doing it. I don't do them live because some people will link silly things in there, which we can't show on Twitch without getting banned, or play on Twitch without getting banned. Somebody had recommended a song which was just basically spamming the N-word, and I was like, I cannot show that on Twitch. No, never. No Ding-a-Ling by Chuck Berry. No. Any of the, like 90% of the Monty Python songs, we just can't do. Minimum wage. Well, I'm pleased to hear that, Giant Spain. It's and you know, I did sanity check the ones that came through from chat. Oh, Demnar, I need to look at the spreadsheet. Those of you who don't need to see that. New messaging mirror. You can see the carnage in my Discord with that. You just got scammed for your channel point, Redeemer. Did it get lost in chat? Oh, okay, I can... You have to wait 15 seconds for me to be able to run it. Can you ask if... Thor's like, yeah, Thor's doing really well. He's been sleeping, he's been resting, he's been getting some stuff done around the house. He's basically taking 1 to 2 weeks off. He took it, he had, like, yes, I think he started last Wednesday, I think it was. Yeah, Mirror created some very cursed images of me swole that haunt me in my dreams. For those of you who were commenting on that, that was one of the fun things. Never be on that screen here. I have to apologize to Thor as well because I actually missed a month payment off that needs to get sent off. So I've had to ask him to do a little bit of paying today. I was going on to here to check the message from Demnar. Where does it... Is this just in loot? Is that what it is? It just counts as loot, I guess. Oh, it doesn't surprise me that the big Cronus has been put into that chat before. I'd believe that. Okay, so these aren't sorted yet. They're all just kind of loot dump chests. A lot of opifires. I should do some more. I should do some more opifire farming, to be fair. On the wire. Okay, I'm just going to run a quick ad as John O'Clock requested. Whoop. For those of you who are here while that ad runs, I was just sending a message to Game Maker because they've asked a couple of questions about our analytics for the links that we've had up for a while. Because they're just seeing an old link being used, and I have absolutely no idea where that link is being used because I just can't find it anywhere other than old YouTube videos, and I can't account for the clicks. No, Carolade, the Fracking 5 is actually a big cover-up, and you guys have all fallen for it, to be honest. That's why I find it quite funny as a joke. Because while all of you have heard of, you know, the Fracking 5, none of you had heard of the Spice 7. And we know how Thor feels about Spice. Look, even Thork, who's part of the Spice 7, is after the Spice Press Latinum. Just saying. Thork is part of the Spice 7. Looking for the Spice Press Latinum is Thork's only goal. We need to grab some more welding wire. It's actually in... It's not in my driving playlist. I think it's in my airsoft playlist. There's a few things from Bad Omens in that playlist, I think. Did it just pretend? My Bad Omens? I think my favorite thing about the seven herbs and spices from KSC is like it's open knowledge what those spices are. Fine, great. Which I think is a good thing. Like during COVID, Wagamama's in the UK released the recipe for the chicken katsu curry, which is very, very popular. People aren't going to make it at home because they can't be bothered half the time. It's not worth the extra effort to them. So it didn't cost them anything, but they released it so people in lockdown could make food like that they liked. Cool. I appreciated that. It was a nice thing for them to do. If someone's to visit the UK, what one place do you have to visit and one food they have to try? One place to visit, the UK has hundreds of amazing places to visit. I can't objectively say that one is better for everyone than any other one because you'll like different things. What I can say is make sure you leave London. Do not spend all your time inside London because London is not a true reflection of what the UK is like at all. It's like going to New York City and saying you've seen the United States. It's just not true. As for food, find an Indian restaurant, like a proper Indian restaurant, and have a chicken tikka masala, because that is basically the national dish of the UK. Yeah, but if you're visiting the UK, generally you're going to be flying into the London kind of area, and getting up to Scotland isn't going to be that easy for you if you're on a trip. So if they're just asking to visit, I mean, if you're going to visit the UK, you have to visit all of them. Like you can't. If you're going to visit England and leave London. If you're going to visit Wales, it's very, very different to visiting, England. If you visit Scotland, again, very different. Like the culture in every single part of the UK is very, very different, and it can be a lot to deal with and take in. But like, try places that aren't London. Like that is all I can say, because so many people are like, oh, we're coming to the UK, we're going to London. I'm like, cool. Are you leaving London? They're like, oh no, we're just gonna stay for a couple of weeks and do things in London and see all the touristy spots. And it's a bit like, yes, you've been to London at that point, but you haven't visited the UK. You've just visited London. It's like you've just visited Dublin. You haven't visited Ireland, because outside of Dublin, Ireland has so much amazing culture and life that just the city just doesn't have in the same way. It's very, very different. And yeah, it is kind of funny that our national dish in the UK is Indian food, but that's how Britain works. It's just a mixing pot of different cultures. It has been for 1,000 years. Like we had this, okay, apparently having an X-ray vision of my ornithopter is fine. Like, we had the Scandinavians came in, the Normans came in, you had the remnants of the Romans, you had the Celts, you had all kinds of groups that had formed across, even 1,000 years ago. Probably one of the most diverse areas in the world in terms of population at that time, outside of, some of the kind of real key hubs of the world. And that's never really changed. The sad part, I do think, is that, Britain lost quite a lot of its original culture and mythology, which is where I think there is a level of, not loss, but the cost of biodiversity in the UK is that we don't really know much about what was here before the Romans. Ultimately, obviously, the Roman Empire crumbled. Multiple Viking invasions, multiple Norman invasions, multiple wars, up to and through the Dark Ages of, what we call the Dark Ages, meant that actually we don't really have that much record of what was here and what the people believed and, what they did. So like, we have records like Stonehenge, and we know very little about the cultures that actually formed them, which I think is a loss for us as a nation. I think that probably one of the reasons why I think maybe we're so obsessed with everyone else's culture is because actually we don't have our own. We know vaguely about druids because we've inferred it from the other areas that we know of in places like Scotland and Ireland. We don't know for certain. Very few Roman records, very few non-Roman records have ever survived of that culture. Yeah, the closest you would get as an analog is probably the Celts, and you would probably assume there's a certain level of commonality. But again, you know, we don't know where Stonehenge came from and all kinds of things. And I think that a lot of that culture and some of the like just the star knowledge alone from that time would have been a beautiful bit of ancient knowledge to have preserved in some way, but we have none of it. We don't have any of the way they built up to Stonehenge. All we can see is, you know, the impact of their presence. And I think that's a loss for us as a British nation. Yeah. Stonehenge did not come from Tuscany. No, Stonehenge, if you look, you know, if you believe, I think like the current geological theory, I believe, is that most of the stones from Stonehenge were carried in from up to like 200 miles away. I'm fairly sure that the altar stone from Stonehenge came from the top end of Scotland, supposedly, or like an island off of the coast of Scotland, if I remember reading something. We're talking about 5 years ago. I probably read something about this. But like, when we're talking about when that was created, how on earth did you get stone from Wales down to there? How on earth did you get like? It's obviously going to be carried by ship of some kind. Like, let's be realistic. You're not going to be transporting stuff from Scotland, from the Orkney Islands, without ship of some kind. And we know that boats were developed separately by dozens of cultures, so it's not aliens. It's not going to be anything too weird. But like, there were people here that had technology that, you know, it took us thousands of years to get back to. And in some ways we've never got back to certain other bits. I'd love to have known where that came from, where that went, what the story was behind it, because I think we lost that in Britain. You know, Britain has none of its wild space left. There is nowhere in the UK that is truly wild, in the sense that there are deep parts of the US where there are forests where humanity may never have been before. Like, is that not an incredibly cool and also terrifying concept? You can't say that about the UK. Almost every single stone in the UK has been unturned over the years. I've been to Woodhenge as well. Yeah, Woodhenge is nearby, which gives you some idea. But like, that's it's so limited as to what we have. And I think that there's so much cool stuff being discovered every day, like ground penetrating radar and stuff has opened up so much cool ways of analyzing the areas that we once thought we knew all about. There was a really cool thing, I think it was probably about 10 or so years ago, I remember reading this, but a really big drought in the UK led to a lake area that had been flooded for I think it was for basically for anti-flood purposes. A reservoir that was created that dried up because it was such a dry summer, and actually the dried up river, like the dried up lake bed, allowed it to reveal that there was effectively a like an old Stone Age settlement that was beneath it. Like, that's incredibly cool. We wouldn't have discovered it without satellite and without without the change to our climate. The keen follower of history, if you could travel back and observe one historic event throughout all time to get the actual truth, what would it be? Oh, that's a fascinating question. Very difficult. If I'm traveling back in time, what can I do at that point? Do I just get like a knowledge snapshot of everything that was there? Can I walk around and interact? Do I have to be covert and like hide kind of that I'm from the future? I'm gonna need to know the rules before I can tell you where I'm going back to, Hootie. But I'm very invested in this, so definitely answer. I need to know how the rules of this work, and I can tell you where I'll go back to. That's the lawyer system. Sorry. Like, do I speak the language, etc.? Because that also becomes a very interesting proposition. Does that somehow happen? You are on site, cannot be seen and cannot alter, but can understand any interaction. Oh, that's a really good one. You're going to want a convergence point of history where a number of different cultures seem to intersect. There are very few points that are going to work for that. You probably want... What do we tie back to? I'm going back to prehistory for this, because ultimately going back to see the death of Jesus on the cross would be very interesting. And it would answer a lot of personal questions for the world, but ultimately, can you imagine the upset that actually knowing for certain would cause? Having that objective knowledge, not being able to share it, potentially being killed for it, it wouldn't settle people who still don't believe, like people who don't believe one side still wouldn't believe with the knowledge that you have on the other. I think I would need to go to the completion of the... Or... I would want to see the completion of either the Sphinx or the pyramids, and it'd be a judgment call as to which one came second. I think there's a lot in that regard that'd be very cool, but also I would love to understand how there are specific walls in South America where the stones fit so perfectly together that you can't even fit a piece of paper between them. We can't even do that today, and yet I would love to know how that was done, just to understand it. I think my understanding would be that it was done with acids, but I don't believe that they had there's no signs of abrasion on them though. Craft, I believe. I think it's been done already. I think the current theory is that they managed to, in the mining of gold in the no, this isn't sandstone. We're talking like granite. I think my understanding would potentially be that because they were mining gold and other precious materials, one of the offshoots of that is sulfur, and you can get sulfuric acid. And I'm pretty sure that some of the other byproducts you could potentially make hydrogen, make it into hydrogen sulfide, or no, one of the really like dense. I think with acids it could be done, but with the technology they had then. Like, there's a bunch of like ancient technology that I just love to understand, even if it's just a stupid answer, even if it's just they had better drilling than we expected. They used fixed drill points and they managed to, make it work. I would just love to know, because there's so much out there that, we assume that we know for sure, but no one's actually got any evidence of how they did it. How do they make the acid? I mean, combining acids isn't the most impossible thing to do. Because ultimately, you could go back even longer. You could go back to, like where the supposed start of human. I'm not even sure I can get out of this. Oh yeah, I can. Nice. Yeah, like I said, that's just my choice. Everyone will have. There's no objectively right answer for this, because it's a thought exercise. But a lot of people will be like, oh, I'd go back and I'd kill Hitler. Like, the damage you do to the world by doing something like that, but that's gonna be huge. But like, understanding some of our ancient culture, I think, would help us as a species, because we are pretty fucking arrogant, thinking that we know better than everything else that we've ever done. I mean, we're fucking up the planet. we don't even like remember our own like medical history. Like, the fact that people used to have biphasic sleep patterns far more often, like that stuff has just been lost. Like, we just forgot about it. I heard on DNA ancestry. No, I know my nationality ancestry quite a long way back. When I was a kid, my step grandmother, she did a big family tree for her side, and did one for our side of the family. So our family tree goes back quite a long way. She spent probably like 3 years on it, if I recall. I haven't seen that thing since I was a teenager, actually, since she passed away, but it's somewhere in the household. Creation of the Nazca lines. Again, yeah, interesting stuff like that. Things that they probably have a really normal and mundane answer. But I'm going to be honest with you, like it's just, it would be great to know and understand that. You know, it'd be great to see the world as it was like before the last glacial melt, where we lost huge swathes of the most populous, like those of you who live in an area, you know, that's like you would classify yourselves as a normal area. You don't live in a hilly area. How many of you live above 100 meters above sea level? How about 150? Like, but think about how much of the world, and particularly the populated world, where you get ports, where you get large cities, how many of them are actually that high above sea level? Think about the loss of life and the loss of land that would happen if we were to lose 100 meters, 100 meters, so a lot, an awful lot of height worth of land. All of the land, like all the sea level rose by that much. Supposedly, that's what happened about 12,000 years ago. So everywhere that, you know, potentially would have been populated by ancient people, because we building above sea level takes some additional challenges. So ancient people probably would have been even more likely to be down at sea level because the ocean is a source of food. Like, at the end of the day, like so I'd love to know what it was like before then, because that would be a really cool bit of knowledge to have. Hotel 2 Golf 4. Good morning to Shiro. I got lots of scout up last night doing it. We started climbing instead of getting it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, bud. Did the worm get you by any chance? I hate the issues when you get stuck on the ornithopters. It feels really, really bad. I'm sorry that you've gone through that, bud. I mean, Giant's Bane, I'm not genuinely sure how much you can trust. Like, when you go back and you trust one of those ancestry sites, I'm just not sure how trustworthy they are, you know. I don't trust them from a data perspective, that's why I wouldn't do it. But like, it's more about the culture that your family came from. And if you can understand the culture, that's kind of more important, in my opinion, than the exact DNA that makes them that. Like, because at what point do you become Irish? There's not something in your DNA that makes you Irish. It just means you share that with other people from Ireland. Hootie, thank you very much for your Prime, sir, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you for keeping your $2.50 away from Jeff Bezos. You're keeping him away from that moon statue. Good for you. Proud of you. But yeah, for those of you who said that they would go back to the death of Jesus Christ, I think that's an interesting one. But like I said, personally, for me, I would not want to interfere with that. I think that you're potentially just going to damage the world by doing it. The people who already believe won't change their mind. The people who don't believe won't change their mind. The world's bad enough as it is. Like, you become Irish when you can detect the brand of beer in your DNA results. Nice. Okay. Mayans, I think, yeah, South America is definitely going to be a key area you want to be, because mostly, unfortunately, smallpox that the Spanish brought across wiped out so much vibrant culture that even now we barely understand. One of the reasons earlier I was talking about LiDAR scanning is and ground penetrating radar is that they've been able to radar scan the Amazon rainforest, and there are hundreds upon hundreds of structures that you never would have noticed without it. Which I find absolutely incredible, that there's just a huge set of civilizations just lost beneath the Amazon rainforest canopy. The Amazon rainforest itself is made from largely like cultivated trees that are basically just grown out of hand. That's why so many of the rainforest trees are helpful to humans. Like, so I just love to know what is going on there. And I think that's going to be the next area of discovery for us as a, as a species, really, is understanding, what happened in South America. Well, Tiny, obviously the ruling was, I asked because I made sure to ask about the rules for traveling back. You can't be seen, you can't be, you can't interact, but you can see and you can understand what's going on. So there's not going to be any chance of you taking back any diseases under those rules. If there was, I would be choosing a very, that's, as the lawyer, I asked for what the terms and conditions were before I made a decision. You should expect this by now. Like, what else was going to happen? The other thing I'd really like to understand is that there was a massive loss at one point of Bronze Age cultures. Like, they all just kind of disappeared. Let me see if I can find some information of it for you. I think it was around... Yeah, there was a huge Bronze Age collapse during the 12th century BC that all around the Mediterranean, pretty much every single culture there just collapsed. There's lots of theories behind it, but we still just don't know. Oh, Karen, thank you. Oh yeah, you sent me there was a book, didn't you? Yes, I remember this. I read this. I think I answered. Yeah, that's another thing that I would love to. We do know, do we? But like, you'd love to know just things like that, ancient mysteries. I've always liked ancient mysteries. I've always been very into mythology and the stories of the past. Even gods and deities. It is fascinating to me that that Persephone and Demeter, Greek gods that are very well known, don't come from Greek mythology. They were absorbed from earlier religions. The Roman mythology was purely based on the Greek. It was just reskinned. It's just lots of cool ancient mysteries like that, which I think are very interesting. I don't think that it's aliens. I don't think it is anything that's fundamentally groundbreaking to our our culture or our civilization or ideology. But I think it's important to understand that we're not the peak of humanity. We don't know everything. We're just a very arrogant species, I think. It's in our nature. Hello. The Bible is a very interesting area of discussion with me as well, because ultimately the only way that you know that the Bible is accurate is by the fact that people just say it is, right? It has been that way, but it always has been. But the Bible was, as far as I remember, largely decided upon at the Council of Nicaea in 322 AD or something similar. So like 300 years after it. So some of the rules that are, enshrined in there, people say you should follow them strictly. Those rules were decided in there by man. So like, I'd love to know what's in the Vatican, the Vatican archives. I just love to know what books weren't decided to be in there. Like, that would be really cool. I'd love to be at the Council of Nicaea to see because that would be really interesting to understand the reasoning why certain books were and weren't included. And I think that'd be really cool. That would be a really cool thing to understand. At the end of the day, sources of faith like that are always going to be very controversial. People should make their own decisions about it. People shouldn't question other people's decisions about it. Is my view on that. But I just find it very interesting that there's all of these. They're kind of you have to be in the room when it happened moments. If we were talking about, you had to go back to a time where you'd understand it, well, I probably would have chosen something like the decisions between Hamilton and some of his strong political rivals that led to the formation of the United States the way it is. So if the person asking the question had asked and said, oh, well, you have to go back, but you won't speak the language kind of thing, then I would have said probably that one, because at least the English would have been at least somewhat similar to this. It would have been more difficult for me to blend in for sure, but that would have been one of my answers. Best God, I've seen that. Yeah, I mean, Graham Hancock puts together a very compelling potential story for human history, but you do have to remember that it is just a potential story. It's very compelling, and it'd be lovely to believe it, but there is no evidence for that, so it is just a mystery, and it's the same as every other theory that's out there. So, you know, I don't think that what we have is the full story, but I don't think that, you know, the conjecture is as good. But it's a very well written and well done series. I'll be honest, it is a good watch on Netflix, but you do have to remember that it is not. He is not proposing that it's the be all end all answer. He's just proposing an alternate history that, you know, some people say doesn't match up at all. Some people say, you know, that's, you know, it's all part of the stubbornness. There are mysteries out there that we do need to answer. We do need to understand places like Gobli Eki Tepe. We do need to understand places like what's it called? There's a place in China that's just got like a huge underground excavated area. There's meant to be a ring mouth in Hotel 1, I think. Oh no. But I think that, yeah, in that regard, it does a good job of making people question the established story, but people just need to remember that it is just conjecture. And I think that's the bit that's currently, some people take it way too literally and kind of forget that he is just proposing an alternate idea for the world, not a divine truth that people should be following. What future thing am I most excited for? Human transcendence, the ability to transcend into, you know, into an online space. It would be is a very cool thing. Basically, the Ready Player One world, but if you can go, you know, forever, full dive, that you could transcend your physical body. I'm biased because I don't have a very good relationship with my body because I've got a back problem and leg problem that I've had since I was 12. So I'm very much biased in that regard. That, you know, ascending humanity, you know, the way of the tech priests, whether it be, you know, like replacing limbs like cyborgs, that kind of thing. I am probably more prone to, you know, wanting that. Hello, hi, Bailey. Now, up. I'll be right back. Chat, 1 second. Ooh, I know. Hi. Do you come to see chat? Meow, meow. I know. What's going on? There's lots of noise coming out of the food room because the dishwasher's being emptied, isn't it? Yeah. Hi. You're so adorable. He's just curious. He's just in curious mode because he thinks that plates mean food, even though he's never been fed in our house from a plate like that. It's my life. You got the show called Pantheon. It's an animated show about transferring human minds into a digital format. I've heard Pantheon's quite good. A few people have recommended that, actually. Bailey, chat thinks you're the most handsome boy. Yeah, chat thinks you're the most handsome boy, don't they? He's got a millennium at the moment, so he's having a think. Funny you. Olga says, "Oh, you're back." Yeah. Hello, little ham. Indeed, we've just done our scanning, and now we're just doing a little bit of a look around for some spice sand, etc. Your carrier is done. Congratulations, Sabu. Proud of you. We'll get salmon today. I hadn't planned on it. Probably not, because he has had salmon reasonably recently. I don't want to give him an upset stomach of any kind. So I try not to give it to him like more than like once a week or so, because I think that's probably at the most what he should be having, to be honest. How big is Dune, like, size-wise? Well, the map I'm on currently is 81 kilometers, I believe, by 81 kilometers. No, 81 kilometers squared. But he doesn't even like tuna. He just completely ignores it. He's just not a tuna fan. Pick of time by the skin of my teeth. Something's watching over me like sweet serendipity. Although I think tuna is more important to regulate than salmon, because if I recall correctly, tuna is a predator fish and therefore much higher in mercury, whereas salmon is not the same level of predator. It's not as high up the food chain, therefore has a lower mercury density in it. Maybe get a raw egg weekly. He doesn't tend to like care much for raw egg. He likes the yolk of the raw egg. He just ignores the white. So occasionally, if I'm doing eggs, we give him one, but not that often to us. We probably could do that when Cronus and Vicky's singing stream. Oh, I'm sure that'll happen at some point. Vicky's preparing for she's got a little trip coming up. She's going to be away for a few days. She's very excited. Something's watching over me like sweet serendipity. Hi. Oh, shit. Hi. I might have to tank this one. I'm not sure I can get this into cover in time because I'm going to have to build. I should make a pentashield. Like a golf. Sheltered just in time. Oof. I did not rambling PJ. I'm just going to look at this and make sure it's not rapidly degrading any of the parts. We should repair the generator and the thruster. Might be. You can have some pets during the storm. How about that? You want some pets? There you go. The cockpit and the cabin are taking a few little hits at the front, I think. But ultimately, that's fine. It's the wings that I'm most worried about. The wings and the thruster are the ones that would be a problem. I'm not going to do a wing gamba right now. Funnily enough, that would probably defeat the object of the gamba part of that. Minimize that. Grab that. Oh, some packet loss during the storm. That's not ideal. Heat Dev was a bit angry at the Roblets copy of his game. I mean, ultimately, you know, devs are going to be wanting to protect their stuff. Right. A copy of the game contains a bunch of loot boxes for IRL money. I can understand being pissed about that then. Copying the game and using it for basically farming it for loot boxes is kind of shitty. Yeah, I can see why he'd be pretty pissed about that. Well, we survived the storm. That's the main thing. Yeah, I wouldn't expect that. I wouldn't expect a dev to not be pissed off, to be honest, if someone had copied their game to Roblox and then inserted a bunch of microtransactions. As far as I know, the peak is free. Peak isn't free on Steam. Okay, I thought Peak was for some reason it might have been as good as free. Someone might have said at some point. I can't remember. Okay, it doesn't change it. It doesn't change the fact that if it's a paid game, you shouldn't be taking a paid game and taking it apart for to put microtransactions in it. That's weird as well. Yeah, £6.39. Yeah, that's you know, a cheap indie game. That's what that is. Like that's, you know, a couple of hours of gameplay kind of thing. Like value, like, you know, 6 hours of gameplay maybe. If people use the age old one that they like to say where, you know, you do $1 or £1 per hour or whatever. You know, people like to say that one. So Bork is here. Maybe he's heard that we're approaching the spice fields. Thork seeks the spice chat. Whoop. You mean Thork? That's not Thork. Very clearly Thork. The Thorengi. Or I don't know. Are his glasses normally that big? You tell me, Alpha. They look identical. Oh. I know that Thork cares about profit. Profit is key for Thork of the Thorengi. Very key in the rules of Thorquisition. Thor knows all the rules of Thorquisition. Yeah. Oop. Fuck that. Sideways. Was that the worm spawning? I'm fairly sure it was. Fuck that. That was unpleasant. Yeah, why did you send me a worm? I didn't request that. I need to set up some stuff for that throne. Yeah. There's a wreck close by, so the worm's doing weird things. Oh, okay. So, Sabu, I'm assuming you're the person who's harvested a couple of full Thopters full, because it looks like 2 Assault Thopters full. Yeah, 2. You wouldn't play Reception. I think ultimately it depends on the game, because some games I wouldn't expect to get 40 hours from, even if I was paying $40 like for that game. There are some games where like that's not going to be the algorithm; it's not going to work for that. But I know an MMO, for example, if I didn't get 40 hours from it, and I was paying 40 quid. An MMO you'd expect to get 40 hours of. MMOs generally you would find that you play more of, because that's the whole point of that style of game. Whereas if it's a story game, you might not pay, you might not get that many out, you might not get as many hours as you would out of an MMO. Like, I'm expecting a worm again in a second. Roguelikes, yeah. It depends on the roguelike for me, because I think I have to draw a line between like what you are keeping between each run is worth the run itself, if that makes sense. Like, if you're doing a bunch of runs on a roguelike and you keep like one thing each time, it's not, wait, what? That was awful. This isn't an MMO. This is an online survival game. Welcome back, Floating Bubbles. No worries. You don't have to apologize, bud. I'm just appreciative that you're choosing to come back, dude. That's very kind of you. I can't demand that. We saved it. I would have. I had Bindu Sprint as well, although it would have been an absolute bitch to survive with Bindu Sprint, but could have made it work. I've got a number of backups. I'm very impressed that Guild Wars is still like developing and still expanding their game, because like Guild Wars is not a new game by any means. Like Guild Wars 2 came out, I want to say, quite a long time ago. Like most MMOs don't stay as good. They don't stay going the length of the Guild Wars has. Like there's not that many that have done that, and I'm always impressed that Guild Wars have done it. It's a very popular game. They've done very well with it. And they've made some mistakes along the way, but they've also fixed them. So, it's good. I mean, yes, I remember playing Guild Wars 1 a long time ago. Well, Final Fantasy did not come out very well, and they remade it. It's another good example of delivering after release on a game, when you just let a game cook. So, there's always hope for games when they come out and they're not ideal. They don't land perfectly. Like, I would say they fumbled some things in Dune, sure, but I don't think it's irreparable. Hello, Corchi. Good to see you, bud. You're doing well. They recently changed the expansion format so they can churn out smaller but more frequent. That's cool. Yeah, because I know they were doing kind of big ones before and they weren't that frequent. What's that? Makes you wonder how Eve survives. Eve survives because they're basically sunk cost fallacy is why Eve survives. People are like, oh, I don't want to quit Eve because I've spent so much time in it and I've put so much effort, and all this stuff technically has a real money value in terms of like plex to pound current like conversion. But it's not. I wouldn't say Eve is thriving from what I've seen of it anyway. Is there plans for a Guild Wars 3 Rambling PJ, or is that just a you want that to be a thing eventually? I don't know if I know anything about Guild Wars 3. Yeah, you have to play on 5 or 6 accounts just so your first account can be good. Like, exactly. Eve's entire setup is just not good. Just hoping. Oh, fair enough. So I'm not sure I'd seen anything on Guild Wars 3. Not a test. Well, Nels, yeah, Solo Nels at my Raw on Auckland tons of hulks. I mean, yeah. I mean, the days of the Rawcall multi-box fleets, like that was, that's what I remember. That's when they changed Rawcalls. They allowed null blocks to create something truly horrific. Because all you needed was a safe area of space, and you could basically just AFK farm, mine everything. You could sell what you mined for a huge amount because Rawcalls were you know, the money printer at that point. And then you buy skill injectors and you use that skill injector to make another raw core. And then suddenly you had 2 raw cores, 10 raw cores. There was a guy I know who I think at one point was operating multiple, like 100 accounts across multiple different computers just because he could. Because that's where the money was. Like, the money was coming in so quickly from them. It was just a bit like, I'm just going to spool up another 5 accounts today. Thanks for that. That lag is huge. Did the patch go into effect? No, the big patch is coming on the 12th, I believe. That was indeed a worm. Lord of the Dice, I've set you free from purgatory. You appear to have been imprisoned. Yeah, that was broadly unpleasant. He just came right up close to me. What elevation can the worm still grab you? I don't have a set number for you. It's about the elevation that the game gives you is above, you know, sea level, above a set ground level, right? Bedrock level, whatever you want to call it on Arrakis. That varies because of the heights of the dunes. There is no, I can't give you a number there. That's not a thing. There is no set safe threshold where you'll always be safe. It depends on what's beneath you. Well, I imagine that building a game like Guild Wars 3, they're going to put years into that because ultimately it has to land right when it comes out. And it's, you know, they've always taken a labor of love with their games. Like, it's taken a while, but they've always been good on delivery. So if it takes a while, it takes a while, you know? If you gave me a chance, I would take it. That's exciting, though. Guild Wars 3 will be fun. I'll play Guild Wars 3 when it comes out. Definitely. There was indeed a Muad'Dib. Sabu's favourite food. Hello, Mr. Chase. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Have I read the books for Dune? I have indeed read the books for Dune, yes. Only once, though. So I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of Dune like Thor does. You're such a bitch. Yeah, I know you can see me. Raggedy ass hoeworm. You can see me, smell me, whatever he wants. You just can't eat me. I'm not allowing it. I object. I highly object. I mean, I think that Frank Herbert had a very particular writing style. I think some people very much won't gel well with the very kind of strong switch between book 1 and the other books where you get a bit more political. Probably can. Labor Hat, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. You're awesome. Thank you for subbing. Welcome on in. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Going to grab the coffee num nums. Okay. You was doing the Hall of Monuments, so achievements. That would be quite nice. Yeah, no, I kind of agree with that. It was a nice thing to feel like my progress in the first game carried over, and I think that really mattered to me. But even when I was a teenager and I kind of, you know, The teenager? No. 2007? 2008? Yeah. Definitely a teenager then, jeez. I think it mattered. To past me, I cared about the Hall of Monument. I remember it being a very cool system. Lab rat, not labor hat. That makes sense. My apologies. My apologies. Chaos and Hellfire Ham, that's the answer. And lots of opiates. Delicious. Definitely not. You're in a guild with a guy that unlocked the entire hall. Wow, that's some commitment. I mean, with how long Guild Wars has been running, I think Guild Wars 2's been out for what, like 10, 12 years? So? You're talking like a lot of gameplay over that long to reward. Shiro, I do have access to Star Citizen, and I have played with flight sticks before, but it's been a good number of years. I would absolutely love to get back to doing flight sims of some kind. 13 years. Oh yeah, see, it makes me feel weird when I know how old it is. This is not going to be good storage, but hey, Luther probably hates the space, but I grabbed a spot. I can always move it, I guess. I need to make a bunch more of those. I don't have any more salvaged metal. I think I left some in the chests. There is. War Thunder has a great flying sim. I've heard that War Thunder's quite good for flight sticks, or for HOTAS. Sorry. I'm looking at HOSAS. So hand-on throttle and stick is HOTAS, those of you who don't know in chat. So you have a throttle and you have a flight stick. Hand-on stick and stick, so you have two flight sticks, which is normally used for space, because you don't have to, throttling doesn't work the same way, and you want a few more degrees of movement. Generally, HOSAS will work better for space, from what I've been told. From what I've experienced in the past, that's true. My throttle wasn't so useful. War Thunder is exceptionally good for leaking military documents. Yes, that is very true. Yeah. Oh, this wouldn't work, would it? I mean, I'm gonna try it, see if it works. There's no way that's gonna work, is there? Choose some analog mini sticks, surprise more than hundreds. Oh, okay, neat. Cool. Yeah, I know that War Thunder has a habit of leaking confidential military documents. There's no way that's okay. You can get a scout through a prudence door, but you're not sure about an assault. I think we can safely say that the assault is not getting through that. Especially the fat ass Atreides one. Like, that ain't happening. That said, when I come back, I'll just get stuff for the Pentashield. I'll be honest with you. The fact that we can't even keep like classified military documents off of War Thunder is why I don't think we could ever, as a species, or like America as a nation, could fake the moon landings, because like it would have been leaked by now. Come on, like, come on, be real. No one's keeping a secret that juicy for that long. Like, everyone's fucking idiot sometimes, and the War Thunder military documents proves it. Like, someone would have leaked it by now. Let's be real. I know it's popular to doubt what the government tells you. I too don't like politicians, but still, I think that for once, I think they might. I just don't believe in that humans could keep that a secret for as long as they have. It's been like 60 years. 1959, like stuff in space, 1969. 16, yeah, so yeah, like no way. Yeah. I took 60 years off, and at 59 I was very confused, but it's not 2015. Yeah. That was just me forgetting what year it was, don't worry. It would be cheaper to fake the moon landing on the moon. If you're on set already, like, you might as well take a couple of videos. I'd believe it. Actually, here's the hard point for the Apache helicopter. Yeah, exactly. I know. It's not even. It doesn't even come down to the cost for me. It is literally my only reason that I believe that. The only reason I need to believe that it's real is just that humans couldn't keep a secret that well. Like, no, there's no fucking way. People are fucking idiots. If you're going to tell me that someone's going to get in an argument and post Apache helicopter blueprints, but someone's going to get in an argument about the moon landings and no one's going to post that, like, come on. Like, someone's far more likely to argue about space and to be like, you know what, fuck you, I'm going to prove it. Machara, I mean, government is decided by and run by humans, so it's kind of linked. Straight into the mouth, right, chat? I'm guessing Sabu's here. Oh my god, the Harrier stuff is all. The user received a temporary ban, not even like a long-term ban. Oh my god, that's funny as fuck. No, if the world was flat, every time a meteor hit the Earth, we'd spin around. It'd be like a giant coin flip. It'd be great fun. Yeet us off into the depths of space. Everyone knows we're floating on the back of a giant turtle. Come on. The greater two-in knows. The turtle moves. I. I mean, if we're on the elephant, like if we're on the Earth is on the elephants are on the turtle. Basically, we're on the turtle, right? That's how that works. Yeah, everyone knows the moon's made of an egg. I've seen Doctor Who. Did they fix the PvE zones? There's been no substantial patch. No. I broke my own rules. That was bad. The Roman wasn't stolen, it was purchased fairly. It was a lawful trade. It was up for auction, it was available one galaxy over, and no one bought it. You sound pissed. More pissed than normal. Why is that? Just disgusting. Jeez, that's it's quite a lot of manuals being leaked online in War Thunder then. Not ideal, to be honest with you. Yeah, the moons at the park are free if you can take them home with you, I guess. Yeah, so if you think that you can take the moon, sure. You just gotta like transport it. You gotta pay for transport yourself. I guess if anyone in chat wants to, take the moon, that's what it is. The fact that I said that while there's 666 viewers is kind of scary. If the devil steals the moon now, I'm sorry, chat. You're gonna steal the ducks and the moon, jeez. I mean, I guess you at least you'll have somewhere to keep the ducks, but you're gonna need to sort out the whole atmosphere thing. Oh, you can get the las gun at G3. Nice, thank you for that, Mystery Raven. It's good to know. Such a bitch. I'm having this one. Fine. "13 documented different leaks, jeez. Whoop. Fork is here. Interesting. This actually we were talking about Nickelback songs. This is probably the other good Nickelback song I actually quite enjoy. This one's from I recall it's from the original Transformers film. I think, unless I'm imagining things, I'm fairly sure it's in that. Nickelback is played on pretty hard. I'm not bad. Nah, I think yeah, they're just popular to hate on. They're not. I mean, they wouldn't be popular, or they wouldn't have made the money they've made if they were bad. Just very popular to hate on them, like I say. I do like Sabaton. Yes, I've got a couple of Sabaton songs in this playlist actually. Okay, just kind of consume all my spice sand. Fine. Being a responsible spice harvester today, I'm gonna make sure we grab the dregs because Sabu didn't, didn't leave it that neat. Can't believe you, Sabu. Oh, we're storage full. Okay, good. Uh, do people hate on Macklemore? I don't think I've seen that much. A couple of very, very fun Macklemore songs, to be honest with you. Oh, do they? Oh, shit. I've never noticed. There's a couple of Macklemore songs in this playlist as well. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, geese can sometimes do this thing where while they do sometimes guard ducks and chickens, sometimes I'll just go on a rampage and kill them all. Geese can be fucking mental. Cobra chickens, fam. That's what they are. Oh. What server is this? This is we have a collection of private servers, Landsharko. So we've got a network of 15 private servers forming a private world, which our community has access to. We've got a Discord for it. If you're interested in joining, the link is there in chat. Lightning strikes twice. Be the part where G's not listening. Convinced geese originated in Australia and escaped because they're just vicious hellspawn, and it would make more sense if they came from there. No, Mira, what you actually will find is that when Canada was created as a separate instance, obviously because land expansion happens in phases, they took all of the nice and they because of the level of negativity in the geese. That's why Canadians apologize so much. Yeah, that's the balance. The rage of geese is tempered by the apologizing and the niceness of Canadians. You know, that nice politeness that Canadians are known for. That's what makes sense. That's natural. They got all of that nation's hatred. I mean, not to mention the force behind a goose's wing, like, is not small. Sorry, you're right. I don't mean Canada. I mean Snow Mexico. These are delicious. Porchi's on their list. They're coming for you, Corgi. Safe and Sound by, oh, I want to say Capital Cities. I think so. Let me press the show song button. It is Capital Cities. There we go. No, I'm going to be honest with you. I could fundamentally believe that Canadian geese are the byproduct of a society where birds get messed with by mooses. Like, if you've never seen a moose, those things are big. I hate these. That's better. Like, the main predator of the moose is the orca in some places. So, like, moose are weird. Moose, the last North American megafauna. I could believe that. Yeah, there were a lot of species of moose. Species of megafauna that died out in the Americas. I'm very sure didn't you have, like, giant ground sloths at one point in the Americas? $18-wheeler versus a moose. Who wins? How fast is the 18-wheeler going? And define win, because to be honest with you, I think both lose. Because if you, when I was a, I think I was in my first job, so probably in, like, just before I was 20, maybe around 20 years old. I was driving back from dropping some friends off after a night out, so I was designated driver, and I was behind another car. The other car was going quite quickly. I was matching their speed, because I was an idiot. And as they went around a corner, unfortunately, there was a family of deer there. And one of the deer, a large female deer, went up, rolled through the windshield of the car, and cause some damage, shall we say. Deer are small compared to a moose. So when you're talking like moose versus an 18-wheeler, like, I don't think anyone wins. I think that's like probably the moose dies and the driver of the 18-wheeler potentially dies. Like, that's not good. $18-wheeler gains 2 miles an hour, mature male moose. I still, the moose probably dies, but like the moose probably takes out the driver. I don't know how well I've not seen an 18-wheeler involved in an accident. I've never done like any accident analysis of an 18-wheeler, but like I know that moose could be like a ton. Because I guess if the moose bounces poorly and goes through the windshield, like, you are fucked. Did they? I didn't. So when I've seen Mythbusters, I've only ever seen like individual episodes on channels that like would show just random episodes at times. For a long time, that's how I'd watched Big Bang Theory as well. I'd never watched it in order, so I don't have a huge memory or like huge swathe of Mythbuster episodes memories. I have to say, I do remember some very cool episodes of Mythbusters for sure, but my memory of them is awful. They made out of rubber. Someone's here. I think someone's over this side. Wait, what? Why was the worm going through here if no one was here? The worm circulating, looking for friends. Bit weird. It probably does. The worm just wants a cuddle. The mouth cuddle, like to eat the ornithopter. Hello, Mythcos. Welcome on in, buddy. Hope you're doing good. Seeing you? No worries. Doesn't matter if you're late. You're never required to be here, so you can't be late. I'm never gonna get annoyed if you're not here for the whole thing. Oh, the worm's doing something else over there. Might be that there's a ship over there. For our server, the active ring mouth is in Hotel 4. We don't like that. I'm just gonna take off. Yeah, it's eating a ship. $18-wheeler loses the most with a broken leg. Like I said, I think it depends on on a number of features. I wouldn't want to see it. It'd be awful. I wish the compactor would show you a preview of its circle of activity. Be a lot more helpful. Quite nice. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, you guys are now down to discussing the nuance of the moose hitting the like which one is going to be better or worse, like which shapes. Yes, some 18 wheelers with the right configuration would be absolutely fine. Completely agree. Some might not. Some probably wouldn't be. Some people would probably eviscerate the driver because it would bounce the corpse upwards. Like, it's a horrific thought. We don't need to get into the real ins and outs of a moose versus 18 wheeler fight. Don't worry. Like, all I know is moose are absolutely colossal. Don't fuck with them at all. I have not eaten a moose either. No, wouldn't know. I know what chocolate mousse tastes like, but that's very different. That's a dessert. It's not made remotely from moose as an animal. At least I've never had a moose. A moose once bit your sister. What was your sister doing to get bitten by a moose? I have to know. With or without you. Oh, is it? I remember. I can't remember all of them. But which Monty Python though? Which one do I not know very well? It's been a long time since I watched The Life of Brian. I've Holy Grail about the same amount of time, to be honest. What else have I haven't seen Monty Python for a bit? Life of Brian is very, very good. Yeah. But some of the jokes in Holy Grail are classic. Like, I'd still use them today. Like, you know. 'Tis but a flesh wound. Like, the fight with the Black Knight. Yeah. Funny. The Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. All the fun stuff. Actually, Snake Eyes, I'd like to remind you that they renamed themselves. They're no longer the Knights who say Ni. And I don't remember what it is that they do say now, because it's like a series of strange animalistic noises that reminds me of what does the fox say. I am not, in fact, the Holy Grail. Look, you know that I'm right, Bardiel. You know that I'm right. Exactly. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. I mean, that's not intentional, but deeply funny. A little bit of peril for anyone? Peril's a great word that I don't think we use enough of in this day and age. Perilous. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelled of elderberries. Just cracking, honestly. People's literal reverberation in front of Judea. Watery bits, lobbing symptoms is no basis for a form of government. Yep. I mean, they're wrong. Perfect basis for a form of government. I think more governments would be better if they were decided by, you know, watery bents, lobbing scimitars. I'm fine if people have left because they're not Monty Python enjoyers. Monty Python isn't for everyone. Fine, so be it. But you know, those of you who do appreciate it will stay. That's a good bit. Being so considerate and not wasting much of the spice. The lurker in the waves, you missed the reveal earlier about the truth behind the fracking 5. Have I still been enjoying Bitcraft? I haven't logged on for a little while, mostly because Bitcraft's the kind of thing that I do when I'm chilling and like I don't have a lot of time where I'm not. It works really well as like a second monitor game, but I've not got anything that I've been doing recently which has really been like second monitors like that like it would suit having a second monitor playing it. So yes, I'm still playing Bitcraft. Yes, I still enjoy it, but I haven't played it recently because the stars have not aligned. Stars are not in position for this tribute. Said the stars can't do it. Not today. Oh, sorry, no, that is a beautiful memory. Well, Mike, African or European? Follow. Hello, Verswiesel. How's it going? Cthulhu Lord. So you mean you watch it for Cheldorado? Fair. Between Chell from The Road to El Dorado and Mrs. Incredibles from The Incredibles, like, I'm not sure what was going on back then. Like, they're just the absolute widest hips possible in animated films for a couple of years. And from different studios as well. Well, hang on, maybe not. Yeah, Pixar. Yeah. Remotes and Pixar. Yeah. Helen Parr, yeah, exactly. Like the Pixar did not need to go that hard. Like let's be real. Like I've said this before and I'll say it again. It was completely unnecessary to do that, but apparently Pixar were like, you know what, we're just gonna do it. I mean, that makes sense, Lurker. It just always makes me laugh. It's a really funny part about that film There's just no need for it. You get the fathers in the theater. For that, you just put like silly, crude little jokes in there, like when they throw in those little funny like parent jokes into Disney films that make it fun. That's all you need. Okay. Some people in chat are adamant that it was necessary. I'll let you guys. You know what? I'll leave you be on this hill. I feel like I've stumbled into something. Cool. I don't think we need a poll for that. I don't. I think I don't want that answer. I'd like to remain willfully ignorant here. Please. 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 I stand by it. I'm not convinced on the couch. I'm not convinced. No, Smug. I'm not. I'm letting them die on that hill. I'm letting them die on that hill. Came back at the wrong time and then came back at the the right time. Okay, the dichotomy of chat. I love it. Who was it? It was it was 1997, and then it was 2003. Interesting. You guys might come back at the right or wrong time, depending on what you know. Codex, the drops are indeed live. They are the observers, the observer drops, and you can find them by clicking on your profile image on the top of Twitch and clicking inventory or drops. Nah, you didn't ruin it. It says the actual numbers that the stream is properly tracking is 677 a second ago. And then now it's dropped to 663 apparently. So it's kind of fluctuating a little bit. I'm not too sure what's going on. Unless you guys are really trying very hard to game the system where you know, you can get to 666, or people left because they know there are ads coming, which is fair. People don't want to watch ads. They might want to check out. But it's been going pretty well, thank you, Smug. Yeah. People are just insulted by the drops. That's fair. I find it quite funny, that command still, every time. It dropped after we stopped talking about the hips. I'm not sure. I think it dropped during that, to be honest. Bork is here. Hide. Most of my behavior is goblin behavior. I'm fine with it. I live by it. I swear by it. Not going to change. That is Grand Nosgus Thork of the Thorengi. He follows the rules of Thorquisition. He's looking for spice pressed latinum, chat. Make sure you hide it. Well, Mike, you say how much spice sand is too much to have just lying around? Spice sand, you should be turning it into melange. Definitely be turning it into melange. Hmm. Excuse me. Give me a second. I just want to check something from yesterday's stream. There we go. Sorted. You'll have like 25 to 27k spice sand. That's fine. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Excuse me. I'm going to be honest with you. I bring back just under seven. I think it's about just over 7,000 or just under 7,500 per trip in this assault on Orthopter. So like, one can get quite a bit of spice. So yeah, that's what I bring back from each run. I'm fairly sure it's that. So we'll try this again. Give me around that number. Oh. Is there anything in the first one? Oh god, yeah, there is. So 640 plus from my Ornithopter, there's, yeah, basically I bring back 2,300 each time, short of, yeah, bring back 7,300 each time. So every 3 runs is going to be 2 spice melange runs to get 400 melange. So it's 10,000. When a war crime's starting, you mean the rimworld? I don't know if I don't know how much of this I'll play today versus rimworld. It depends on my timing. Depends on how I feel. At the moment, I'm really enjoying Dune, so I'm keep playing this for a bit. I think people in chat are enjoying Dune as well. It's quite nice to see you all. Let me do some quick repairs on this. Come on. Without you, yeah, VI Panda. I've seen you. It's fine. Like people can make the stuff they want. Like I was on holiday. Like, doesn't care. I normally have something in that gap. I'm not sure what I normally have in that gap. G4 Ringworld has flower sand in it as well. Yeah, I've seen that. Bit weird. I'm not sure what'll happen when that fully spawns in. What did I come down here to do? Look to my inventory. I know I did. Nope, I carry bandages, although I very rarely use bandages, to be honest with you, because the healing boost that I get from the Bene Gesserit abilities mean that I'm basically sitting at about 80% of what most people will have as their health at full. My health at full is about 125% of what they have. So most of the time, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't need to use bandages because I'm already starting off. Unless I'm going to get in a really sweaty PvP fight, in which case I'm going to be able to find the time to escape and bandage up before I engage properly. I'm not really at a huge level of risk. No, I was here to get fuel. Think about playing Bitcraft. If you have any thoughts on what once you start crafting, do all of the skills up to level 20 and see what it is that you enjoy. That's my advice. Might be weird advice, but I'm going to be honest, like that's what I think was the best way to engage with the game. I'm not going to need a replacement power pack to come with me for this runs. I'm not going to need 3 suspensor belts. Make some extra space. Put in a spare compactor. What is the heavy stuff that I'm carrying? It's going to be the batteries. I'll grab some more welding wire as well, because repairs are always good to be able to do. We never know how long we'll be out for. Alfask, thank you very much for the sub at tier 1, buddy. Welcome on in. I appreciate you. Thanks for the support. Welcome to the community. One of the cronies now. It's a very good name. I'm actually very impressed that Winky and Thor came up with that one. I'm not sure I would have thought of it, so very pleased. No one tell Winky that said a nice thing about him, though. I only said them to his face because it makes him feel weird. I say it because Winky deserves them. It's the season of the sticks, and I'm doing it really well, thank you, Alpha. I appreciate you. Hope you have a good day. If it's morning for you, good morning. Is crony with an I? Is that my VTuber name when I become, you know, like an ordinary VTuber, you know, with a full like normal style, rather than this highly detailed flesh mech style one. No ordinary VTuber. I know that you think this is really good model rigging, but the model is so good that I can do this in a 3D environment with extra light, and I can like move things around and confuse you all. Have a nice, you know. Oh, I didn't know it made that noise by default. How weird. Oh, Alpha, well, thank you very much. To be honest with you, no, the main shout outs are to Luther and Demnar and Matt and the other people who kind of do the ticket stuff behind the scenes. I only tend to get involved in the tickets, you know, every now and then. They keep a much closer eye on them for me because I don't have the time and headspace to do it half the time. So it's down to them as much as, and it's down to the community, to be honest with you. It's also not, it's, you know, it's you guys reporting things and, you know, sharing the behaviors that you don't want and proposing the behaviors that you do want and working together. Like that's on the community. That's not on me. You know, I set the servers up, sure, and I'll ban people if they're being an idiot, but ultimately I don't know to ban people without the community. So I'm grateful that everyone's pulled together to create something that's actually still fun to play now, and that we haven't got the toxicity that, you know, some of the long line servers you could have. What do you mean sometimes, Demnar? I think you mean always. Oh dear. I cannot shift this just weird tickly cough that keeps coming back every, like, when it's really nice, hot and sunny and stuff, it's just not around. But like, now the weather's cooled down a bit across Europe, it's come back a little bit. I mean, ultimately, Small Light, you're part of the Deep Desert crew. Like, you know, we're not like a hyper organized conglomerate. It's just a bunch of people who are still playing, and we know who's still around, and like, you know, we work together. Well, thank you, Demnar. I appreciate that. Yes. It's just, yeah, we do play a certain level of like trust on the server. I would agree. Yeah. You've something like plus 28 degrees Celsius. I mean, it's not like the 30 degrees plus that it was the other day or the other week, which is getting too hot. The deep desert spoiled you. You see the spice blows in the heart. You're like, oh, it's adorable. I know, right? The little diddy baby spice blows out in the Haga Basin are just nothing compared to the stuff that you can see when you're in the deep desert and you see like, you know, the medium ones explode into the air. When you see like ringmouths just a spawn, like, yeah. 30 is too, as a British person, 30 degrees with the humidity we have in the UK is too hot. I mean, heat is largely humidity dependent as well. Like that's the bit I'll be clear about. Nom 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 nom. Delicious boat. Delicious space boat for the worm. Yeah. 30 Celsius. Yeah, sorry, that's what I'm talking about. I forget that we're not talking freedom units. Yes. The worms in Haga are mean. Yeah. Like, the deep desert worms could learn a thing or two from the Haga Basin worms. I will be honest with you. Like, that's just how it is. Yeah, 90s in the freedom units. Yeah. That said, you know, I spent some time in Egypt, and like 35 degrees Celsius with the humidity they have there, absolutely not a problem. It is just the humidity that makes it different. Excuse me. Do we know if the anti-lurker measures are affecting the ferret stream? Malsphere, we don't have that kind of information or figures, I don't think, yet on the anti-lurker measures. Which ones are you specifically talking about, though? Like Twitch's ones? Did you watch one go through a solid line in the deep desert? That sometimes happens, Valsing. Yeah, it just scares the shit out of you. I think they're talking about the Twitch botting stuff that's recently been discussed. Supposedly there was a content creator who was basically saying that he was able to view bot. He basically openly said, yeah, he's view botting. Like all of his views have come from view botting, and he's got increased ad revenue for it. And Dan Clancy, you know, came out on Twitter and basically refuted a bunch of the claims, showed the evidence suggesting that he's not getting paid the ad revenue for that. It's just there's just stuff going on, I think, in relation to viewbot combating, which is necessary. Hello, you're a little viewbot, aren't you? As in, you show up and you want to be viewed. Yeah, yeah, aren't you adorable? Yeah, meow, meow. I don't know that Twitch have introduced it so that, you know, lurkers don't count for ad revenue and stuff. I don't think that's happened. I would have seen a big step down in ad revenue if that had happened. Because I know that a bunch of you out there are like basically working away and doing a couple of bits and bobs. You know, most of you aren't actually talking. That's, you know, lurkers are the lifeblood of Twitch. And if they got rid of it, it would destroy it. Yeah, like you say, it would collapse the site. It's just adpocalypse too, I think. But there are anti-lurker measures. You mean, if you said that something's an anti-lurker measure, I would say what you're looking for there is a measure which is encouraging viewers to interact with the platform rather than anything else. And I don't think that's happening. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So if you're lurking and you're cleaning your apartment, you're working away. Like, it's just not doable. Um, and I appreciate every single lurker because ultimately, like you say, that is the life and blood of Twitch. That is, ultimately, what everybody needs for their platforms to keep going. Like every single lurker is very, very valuable. Talking in chat, great, but not everyone can. Not everyone wants to. Some people just want to kind of chill out and watch the game in the background while they're doing stuff. Yes, Demnar, I have. It's in. You're a co-owner, so you'll see it. It's in Echo 4. It's awful, by the way, Demnar. You're going to want to improve it. You're going to need to improve it. Take some steel with you and make a pentashield, for example. We need a pentashield. Okay, we're just going to go vertical. And then we'll just level out at 500. Wolverine in Animal Pen. That's not a great RimWorld notification to get. We wouldn't. No, I've not made a base. Demnar, you need to go out and see the base before you know what you're proposing, bud. Go and look at the base you're proposing. Like before you suggest that. We need to do some work before we do it. Do you want? Okay, so we're in Hotel 5, so we're in the middle, the top end of that one. I think it's a spice. That spice blows outside of our boundaries. It's unhelpful. I'm happy to be the background noise or the body doubling or whatever it is that chat needs. I try not to yap too much, although sometimes I do get on like a rant about a topic. Like earlier talking about British culture or, that kind of stuff. Our prehistory. Good conversation though. I did enjoy that. I don't think I know any other way than yapping, so it's just going to happen either way. But I appreciate the the approval of the yapping. There's we're not currently processing there. Yeah, I'm gonna leave while I haven't got the warning. I don't like that. That's on the sand field. Gotta tell you. Yeah, we're just storing and shuttling them now. To be honest with you, I think is my proposition that we do there. I'd rather do our pre-processing back in Haga Basin. Until we have a firm answer on what caused our base to disappear, I don't want to risk doing anything of any value or any investment, really, in a hug in here. We just need a pentashield, like some aluminium storage, that kind of thing. We'll just do some storage and some other stuff for that. When I do British yapping again, it'll happen, don't worry. It'll happen naturally. I'm not going to force it. I don't like forcing stuff. My problem with history was like when I was in school, it was always you have to know this bit of history. Like, no, it's just, I don't learn like that. It's not what I enjoy about learning. Structured learning environments and me not a good blend. Not do well in school. Well, I did well in school, but I was not well behaved in school. Game 8 2 pieces of gear. I mean, data donation. Have you done a full like restart? Because sometimes they just disappear in your inventory. It could be a display problem. There are still some bugs around that kind of area, so it might not be gone. But either way, it's an annoying issue and a bug that needs to be fixed. If gear is disappearing or even appearing to disappear, that's a terrible experience for the player. Yeah, don't go out to the base I've made and you see how You'll see. You'll see, Demnar. You'll see. You just need to go and see the base and you'll understand. I can't. Cat knows what I mean because they've seen the base. Null Wolf, I have known when I have news, you will have news. You fear for your sanity? The base is solidly tolerable. It's just literally, it was more about claiming the spire than it was anything else. But the location is also a little bit questionable. You'll see. Like I said, just go and see it. What are you going to do? This is not, that's not the correct size for the spice I'm getting from this. That should be a big spice pile. Why you do this? You're still loading in. Oh, damn, nah. Worm. I'm expecting the worm any second again. Sanity. Yeah, you can have sanity. You just need to make sure that you take your spice and then you see all the large animals. There you go. There's the worm I was expecting. You're quite close, aren't you? Ornery bastard. Good evening, the James Brown. How are you doing, buddy? What exactly is flower sand? It's silica dust, if I recall correctly. This is the Atreides. Actually, it's reset my colorings, I think. This is the Atreides style with Harkonnen colors. I'm doing good, thank you, James Brown. Yeah, it's been a really nice day, just chilling with people again, enjoying Dune, which is nice. Deep Desert Reset's been quite fun. It's just been nice laid back again, which is, it's needed. That is aggressive. That was too quick. We need to leave this some time. We need to wait for it to reset. The wings don't look great on stream. Yeah, I will be honest. It's although, let me see if I can do this. Did this change anything? No, if anything, that makes it look worse in OBS. That's awful. Better on my screen, but it looks worse for you. Yep. Yeah. So as you can see, it's basically to do with the way that Twitch is generating, well, basically Twitch is seeing the frames and OBS kind of receives them. It's moving so quickly that it is just difficult for it to capture. Or doing that made the bitrate do something. It did not like that. Okay. Good morning, Kaiser. How are you doing? Maybe 1 frame. Yeah, 1 frame per second is fine, but I don't really want to play. I don't want to play Dune as a PowerPoint. Hey, we were talking about this song earlier today. This is the Fallout Boy version of "We Didn't Start the Fire." I'm very glad that's happening. Yeah, I'm glad you're alive too. That is a plus. Good job, bud. There was a version of this made in Eve for World War B when there was a, the third World War of Eve. When everyone declared war on the goons. And it was a very good version. We didn't like the Sino. Was that World War B? Worm spawn. The World War Bailey, yeah. The food wars. The gun they have. Yeah. Oh, Leica, that sounds rough. Is that circle back? No, it's just the sand freaking out. We didn't start the fire. Okay, like if us, you should go to sleep. Just saying. Okay, eat, then rest for a little bit, and then sleep. We didn't start the fire. The spooder. This is indeed the Fallout Boy version of We Didn't Start the Fire. How long am I going to be streaming today? Probably a few more hours. Like, I don't know, 3-4 more hours maybe. I don't know. I just kind of stream until I need to stop or have a commitment. I don't think I have anything in the calendar today, so as long as I want to do. Oh yeah, I've got a meeting at 10. Yeah, the meeting at 10 p.m. my time, at which point I would have been live for 12 hours. So the max time that I stream for. So that won't be an issue. Like I'm not. I was told by my physio that I should not do over 12 hours in one day. Like categorically told that that's like a hard no. And I'm going to listen to the doctor because I'm not an idiot. Often. Not an idiot often. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. The qualifier. Love, love, think about it every time I think about it. Can't stop thinking about it. Just a cure it cause I can't ignore it if it's love, love. To be honest with my doctors, excuse me, I have no idea. It could be anything. Hello, Winky. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Lovely having you in chat as always. To be honest, like the physio that I see, she's kind of scary because like I have every belief that if I worked over 12 hours and she found out, she would probably beat me with her umbrella. Like sitting away for your doctor's appointment. Well, I hope it goes well and that it's that you are seen quickly. If it's a bad one, I hope you're feeling better soon. If my physio was in chat, I'd be terrified. But she'd be pleased to know that I've been listening to what she said. So I guess that she's not going to beat me. She's very stern. I mean, maybe if I ask nicely, I won't get beaten, but I'd rather just not run the risk and just not work over 12 hours. What are my thoughts on umbrellas? I can't say I have a lot of thoughts about umbrellas, other than they are an item with utility, which in the UK is broadly helpful. Winky, some people pay for lots of treatment, but that doesn't mean that I want it. Just because some people pay for it doesn't mean that I want it. Some people buy peanut butter. I definitely don't want that. That would just kill. That could just kill me. We don't want that. People definitely pay for it. I don't mind Vegemite. Vegemite's pretty good. Yeah, peanuts and I don't vibe. I don't do the peanuts. They're not Well, I'm guessing as a Washingtonian, because in the US you have different wind conditions. It depends on where you are in the UK, but like generally there are areas where you can use an umbrella without too much problem because of the wind. We didn't crash the server. That's probably the one. That sounds about right. Well, that's we didn't crash the server. Sounds like the one I'm thinking of. Mike, thank you very much for the gift sub to get to get to two. Very kind of you. Thank you very much. I agree with you, El Switchblade. I don't think that's a very good change, and I'm hoping that one isn't pushed from PTR into the main server. Winky, are you telling me you're at the doctor's because you cooked something and you did it bad? Did you cook not good? Did you manage to burn yourself? Luckily, peanuts won't kill me, so we're good. There is that. It's not going to kill me. You could. I believe that you cooked good food. Don't get me wrong, but I also believe that you managed to burn yourself while doing it, because that would be entirely on brand. Like entirely on brand. Deeply funny. Still on brand. Was it good enough that burning yourself was worth it? Oh no, you're sick. Okay, you're not because you were cooking, because you're still sick from last week. Jeez. Winky, to be honest with you, like I'm wondering if like you've got the same kind of thing that Thor had that took ages to fucking clear out. There seems to be something going around at the moment where people have been like traveling stuff like, because we all got it at TwitchCon, and like it's taking ages for people to get better from it. So it wouldn't surprise me if it's, because you've been doing so much traveling that you've just caught something similar to that. Seneval, we all know that the Winky cookbook would actually be an accounting document. Where's Thor? He's on vacation. He's taking long needed and overdue time away from streaming and stuff, just to give himself some space and time. Yeah. I think that's going to be great fun. I'm really looking forward to TBT, Cooking by Thor. I told Thor that I was looking to let them cook, and we had to use Zoomer lingo the whole time, like risen. Yeah. Winky, I hope you know that that's old now. Now they have like it's just letters. That's all it is. WL Blaskowitz, hello, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're having a good time here. How are you doing, dude? Winky, you doing the Pokemon Nuzlocke? That'll be fun. Do you know what Nuzlocke rules you're playing? The cooking bread time. We haven't got it scheduled yet. You'll know when I know, chat. Well, actually, that's not true. You'll know when I can announce it. You won't know when I know because I'll probably be the one that puts it in the calendar. Standard rules, no dupe and shiny claws. Fair enough. Be good fun. That'd be really enjoyable. It's fun to kind of put that challenge to yourself. Do you know which Pokemon you're playing it with, Winky? Well, I'm assuming one of the early. Oh, you know, Soul Silver. Nice, good choice. Yeah. I don't actually know where the name Nuzlocke comes from. Gen 2 remake, yeah. That's a good one done. What's it? Oh, that's good to know. Oh yeah, someone's okay. So I think probably Demnar, probably Olufair started the job for this. Nice. Yeah, process. Nice. I'll just put another one on. There's also a bunch of stuff in the deep desert base. I think I've got like 2 full harvests in there as well. I've gathered quite a bit of flour of sand already today. To be honest with you, Demna, like you know how it goes. Nope, done. I need Demnar's spreadsheet again. 1 sec. Those 2. And we need to go and get steel, which is this one. No, I'm 2 up. Looks like I know where I'm going, right? Um, that'll do for now. Sometimes the wings on this just break. I don't really know why. Okay, you better be making food, Leica. We'll be disappointed if you don't look after yourself. For the drops today, we've got the observer passageway, the observer window, which is what that base is made of. That's all observer windows, pretty much. And the observer stairs. Then I can harvest it there. There's a couple of granite rocks on the hill in the PvP area near us, so I don't mind harvesting that. That won't take me a second. Good, otherwise I'll set mirror on you. You don't want that. Cyber Demon, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1, buddy. I really appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Bringing us a little bit closer to the Partner Plus goal, which is awesome. Which the main progress gets made on about, I think, like the 10th, I think, this month. Yeah, it says we gotta look after yourself, Leica. Yeah. The big PP goal. Yeah, this month is the big push for that goal, because if we can get the 300 points at that point, you can't really do a big push for it because it's about individual subs. It's not about prime subs or gift subs. So I can't really do a big push. That's what I'm hopeful for, at least. You know, I'm hopeful that we'll have the people to get to 300 partner points. That's a bit of a weird Twitch goal, that one. Like, it doesn't count prime subs and stuff, I think, is weird. No, you're helping Twitch get a big PP for the streamer. That's how that works. Yeah, that's what they're trying to incentivize, Tabby. It does kind of make sense, but I think that I still think that prime subs and tier 1 subs are the equivalent, which is I don't know why Twitch has done it that way. It just kind of confuses me. The L crabs. The drops are the observer stuff. You'll be getting them by default by watching. Even if you don't have Dune, I think, which is quite funny. The drops command is rude. I can 100% believe that disaster was avoidable. Humans are idiots. Like, queuing a couple more songs, chat. Running this, so I don't do too many at once. Boys patrolled right through me and each you 200 meters. That's horrifying. That will kill you on the after things. Retribution time. That ain't that holy. I think I know this song from House MD, the TV show. It's a great TV show. I really enjoy that. Do you have any preference or rules when it comes to music suggestions? Not really. Just don't be anything that's terms of service breaching or, you know, egregiously explicit. Like if it's just full of swear words, like it's just not going to be suitable entertainment, to be honest with you. So like, just keep it reasonable. Like if it would play on the radio, you can play it on the stream, basically, kind of like idea. Just don't, you know, don't go too far. And I do reserve the right to skip songs forward. Yeah, this song I recall from an episode with a bullfighter. No, the way that might be that Black Lab. It's what I deserve. I think it was up here. Oh no, it was the other side of this. One there and one there, that's why. The other side of this. I know that you're excited, Ornithopter. Calm down. This is the one that I remember being really camouflaged and I wouldn't have found it. Luther will tell me off for this, but I'm going to make this bigger. Oh, come on. We'll have to expand this for the carrier, I think, but That's not a today job. It'll be a tomorrow job, I think, or maybe a later job. I'm gonna make a little temporary base for now, so I can put the penta shield down in the top. Oh, fuck that. That was not what I wanted to see. Oh, that'll do. Forget that they're half price in the deep desert. It's helpful. Nice. I'm fairly sure we can get scouting through that one. And the assaults can now go on the top. Yeah, the who. Not to be confused with the who. The who. The who. 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 Can't believe you can't get it, chat. Who you talking about? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Who? The who. Oh. Did I get taken over by an owl? I'm actually sure if that comes across the microphone. Is that getting filtered? No, that's coming across quite well. Yeah, for some reason my mic wasn't shown. Oh, thank you, Johnny. If I haven't caught you, I'll catch you later. But it's honestly not a problem. No, we haven't answered how our base disappeared. We still haven't answered that, chat. It does sound a bit like a pigeon. Yeah, it's a wood pigeon noise. I really like that because this song is from Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. the play bar as it goes along the bottom of Spotify has been changed into a lightsaber. Let me grab a screenshot for you guys. It looks like this. It's turned into a little lightsaber, which I really like. That's really cool. That's neat. Oh shit, biscuits. Oh, okay, now it's clearing. That's not a problem at all. You can change it if you click it. There's so many options. Give me Mace Windows. Yes, excellent. Yeah, the bar is purple. I've got Mace Windu Saber. Yeah. I haven't actually played the Jedi games, the Star Wars ones. Oh, come on. Did I start it on Steam sale? I should probably. Is it worth playing? Those of you who have played it, did you enjoy the Star Wars games recently? While I let you guys think over that, I'm just gonna do this. Have a quick snack. I mean, on top of all the other games that I have that I haven't yet played or touched that I intend to. $80% off. Wow. Is that the original one? I mean, I'll be honest with you though, if it's Dark Soulsy style combat, I'm not sure how much I'll enjoy it because some of the Dark Souls combat to me felt really, I don't know. Depends on which weapon you're using, but some of it just felt wrong to me. Look at this big wormy bitch. The new desert's going good, thanks, bud. God, no, why is that such an emotive phrase? I don't. Chaotic Sam plays. Thank you very much for your Prime sub a couple of minutes ago, bud. I appreciate you. You're awesome. Welcome on in. Thank you for using your Prime sub to keep Jeff Bezos one step away from making his Diamond Moon statue. Proud of you. Thank you very much. For those of you who need the reminder, remember, use your Prime sub. You're contractually owed that money, and Jeff Bezos doesn't need any more. Mystery Raven, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. You are awesome. Welcome on in. I appreciate you. Oh, there's an eruption of things showing on the screen, apparently. Jeez. Didn't realize that it was quite that intense. Thank you for being here today. Hope you're all doing well out there. Enjoying watching Dune. If you've got any questions, feel free to let me know. Give me a shout. Reach out to me in either YouTube or Twitch chat. For YouTube, you won't have seen that emote thing that I just saw. Thor was trolling Barjo today, I can imagine. I really like Barjo. Barjo is such a good dude. He's just always nice. Nah, again, no, you're all right. Automod's a little jumpy on Twitch, so don't worry, bud. Like, nah, you're all right, bud. I'm assuming Thor was trolling Barjo on Twitter. You haven't had any ads on Twitch for the last 4 days. Are you in a region which might not have ad fill, Average Cowboy? Because that might be a thing. I know there are some countries that just don't have ad fill at the moment. But it also might depend on what category they're in, all kinds of things. I know that there was a while on Twitch where people who had any kind of political tags weren't getting ads. Puerto Rico/US. Interesting. I have no idea. You don't get many ads and you live in Kentucky. That's interesting. It could just be that there's not as much ad fill or ad spend going on in the US. It's fascinating. Ultimately, the number of ads you get shown depends on the health of ads on the platform. You're never going to get shown the full amount every single time. That's not the way Twitch does adverts. But I always find it interesting hearing what people's ads experiences are. Our server and the Mushroom servers are not in the same DDoS. No, I'm working on that with Nitrado. Well, Nitrado are working on that, and I've been talking to them about it. To their credit, they're the ones doing the work. But they are different deep deserts currently. We would love to be able to merge them at some point in the future so the community could play together. Hello, Muberion. I hope you're doing well, bud. We're having a great day today. Hope you do too. Just here to chill. Just a nice chill Tuesday. I say we just chill like it's like something we don't do every day. We just chill here. That's what we do. Indiana gets 6 ads a session. That is interesting. So it's state specific then. Fascinating. We're currently doing a couple of chat recommendations for music. We've got some Ren currently. It's still nice logging into Roaring against Lego. It still feeling nice to play is very important. You're right, Abyss. You know, ultimately the feel of the game, you know, is a key part of it. Yeah, Ren's very good. Hello, Sylvan. How are you doing today, bud? Good to see you. I'm glad that you've, getting, being pretty tired when you get home from work is pretty normal, but I'm glad that you've had a, an overall good day and, you're in good spirits. Good to see you, bud. Glad you're here. Welcome on in. Good morning, day, evening, afternoon. Good October to everyone out there, whatever you want. What's the quickest way to harvest spice as a solo player? It's going to be a, it's going to be doing what I'm doing now, realistically. As a solo player, you can't get a sandcrawler and a carrier out here safely. It's especially not on a public server. That would be laughable. But then again, you can't do what I'm doing now on most public servers. It depends on the culture of the server that you're on, to be honest with you. Good morning, Ashra. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, we're all good here. We're just kind of hanging out, chatting, asking questions, trying to be very careful not to make large phallic spice shapes in the sand. I'm such a big bitch. Getting full. Nice. You made many art designs of the crawler, I can imagine. The TTP is lower. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ashra. Hopefully you can chill here and some of the pressure of the day can be taken off. You something to think about. So that's being sick. I feel that. It's never nice being unwell. This song's quite long, but it's a good song. Yeah, feel free, bud. I call everyone bud, dude, mate. I call Vicky dude a lot. It's quite funny. Oh yeah, pretty much everyone is dudes, mates, like guys, ladies. I call everyone like, all right, ladies, let's go. Do that a lot. That's everyone. That's a collective word. Boys, with the correct enunciation of it. With the intonation's important for that one. It's song request, Balthazar. I don't use bro very often, actually. Bro didn't really stick in my my vocabulary as much at the moment. For a while, I used it a little bit, but my dudes is very much gendered. I've used my dudes as a phrase mostly since It's Wednesday, my dudes became somehow lodged in my memory, and I don't know when that was. Get 'em, boys. You started using Comrade one day and it stuck. Oh no. It's basically that's what happens when you start on like you start like ironically using Gen Z slang, and before you know it, you're saying "Gyat Riz Skibbity Toilet." You're like, what the fuck? Tattoo artist from LA in his mid-50s says "dude" a lot. I can imagine. Did I ever try Speed Freaks? I did not try Speed Freaks. No. Most Warhammer games, to be honest, kind of missed the mark a little bit. Was the problem for a long time? There were not good Warhammer games. Look, I'm just saying, it starts with Comrade and it ends with Skibbity Toilet. Be careful what you start using ironically, because yeah, I picked up Yeet. I now say Yeet every time I leave a Discord call. I can't really help it. It's just happened. I'll just make a weird noise when I leave a Discord call, a bit like when I go off of the camera. Sometimes I just make noises. I don't even think about doing those. It just happens. I'm sorry, chat. To go whoop, just yeah. But yeah, Riz, Skibbity Toilet aren't that different from things like Mol, Pren, Heckin. Like, those aren't even that old. We've been doing this for decades. This is just now we're getting old, chat. That's what it is. You're basically just like parents didn't get it back in the day. That's what's happening. It is indeed Ren. We've got a few Ren songs in this playlist, I think. If not in this one, it's in some other playlists. Kane DLC. Oh, my cane isn't in here. My cane's in my car at the moment because I haven't needed it since apart from traveling. I already have a cane, so you know what next? Vibes, yeah. That's so cringe. Oh my god, no one says cringe anymore. That's so oh wait. Any progress on server transfers of characters? You seem to be on somewhat inactive siege and have been to find an active Atreides guild. Stylomax. No updates yet. I'll ping out updates when I have them. Realistically, you don't have to be, I think, on the same siege as someone to be in an Atreides guild. So maybe look on the Atreides section of our Dune Discord if you're in our Discord, that is. Which I assume you are. For that, because it might be that you can find an active group of people who are playing together in the deep desert, for example. Is Mark 6 worth it? Oh, excuse me. Super Mark 5 and below compactors. Mark 6 is worth it if you've got one, for sure. You'll harvest more rapidly, it's a lower worm call rate, and especially because currently this is a medium worm attraction. I haven't got the other one with me. The other one is I think it's a high worm attraction. The fact that they're making changes on the PTR, they're proposing changes on the PTR to make compaction to make compaction of spice, which I call the worm faster. Likely the Mark 6 will be even more worth it if they push those changes through. So yes, I think the Mark 6 is actually worth it. Just in terms of solo running, it just means that you have a little bit more time to grab what you need to before the worm summon. And the Mark 6 makes a difference in Haga Basin. I'll be honest with you, having the Mark 6 means you've got enough time and range that you can harvest the whole of a small spice field before the worm gets there. Whereas with the Mark 5, sometimes you can be cut a bit fine or you can miss stuff around the edges quite easily. Oh, that sounds rough. So that's no, if I understand it, I think you can be on different sieges. Because the guilds are based on effectively the world rather than the siege. I'm fairly sure the worm call on a Mark 5. Actually, I can check this. Fairly sure. I have. Worm attraction intensity is medium. Oh, this might actually make medium as well. The problem is that medium isn't a number. It doesn't really tell you anything. Is medium a range? We don't know. Okay, so it's probably not the attraction then. It'll be the boots that make my attraction different. I think if you look at data mine stuff, Thor 2K, I think I recall when we were testing it in the beta, that the Mark 6 still had a slightly lower lower worm call rate. But I don't know if that's still the case. Obviously, because you can't trust data mined information. How it is. I can't believe no one considers the fact that if I was a dev, and well, they were dev, like, would you not just include fake data if you knew people were data mining your game just for the laughs? I'd hide Rick Astley in there all the time. Don't tell people that you're old Thor, that you'll get targeted, but like, some goodbye. Oh, I know, exactly, yeah. Don't have it again, but it's insane. Yeah, absolutely insane. Oh yeah, you'd 100% you'd hide all kinds of. I'd put all kinds of fake shit inside a game if like in the files. Yeah, I heard bud. It's disgraceful. You are all good now, right? If there's anything else you need, there is that mod ticket. So like. Dune Watcher from Testation F8, nice. Black Market and Fades. Oh, Fades Drinker from H6. I might go and get Fades Drinker because that's the blood knife would be fun to have. I don't have any need to collect blood anymore, but I kind of want it. Wondering. Goodbye. I did see the previous ticket. I don't think there's anything more that can be done, to be honest with you. I'll have another think over it this evening if I can. Ah, you're all good, bud. Where to get the Mark 6? I think I got this one from farming Landsrad reward the other week. I know they are a drop somewhere in the table, but I don't know when they are a drop in the table for us. Yeah, I think I've got a Baron's Blood bag. Can't remember again. Because once you get to Death Stills, blood becomes irrelevant. I'm going to be honest with you. There's still no reason for me to collect blood. You have 2 masters, one from the tool vendor, one from the Landsrad. Ah, so okay, if we win the Landsrad this week and we get the tool vendor, then that'll be quite nice. Unfortunately, the tool vendor last time only lasted 2 hours, and I was fast asleep when it happened. And normally Thor would have been too, but he was actually lucky to be doing a long stream, so I believe made out like a bandit and basically bought like 500 Mark 5 welding tools. Dude never needs to make a welding tool ever again. Look at him, he's a big old wormy bastard. Oh, you don't have to come this way. Go away. There we go. Paradise is a state of mind. Oh, the Baron's Blood bag's in G3 this week, is it? I'll tell you what, if we can, once we've done some more spice harvesting and I've kind of done some of the bits of that I wanted to get done for the week, because ultimately, my plan is to basically harvest a set amount of spice a week, just so that we can make sure that the base is maintained. We can always repair our gear, and that we're kind of building up some reserves for spice. The spice is going to be needed for everything in the future. Like, you just know it, because it's a key resource for the game, right? I'm just trying to build up a repository of this more than anything. And just turbo farm it. It's fun collecting the grape Kool-Aid. Come on, why didn't you not hand in? There we go. Ooh, very nice, like enjoy eating. I really like how the footprints in the sand are done, to be honest with you. It's a really nice environmental kind of effect. Plus, it's quite nice to be able to do this and to be able to also see, like, because there's a bunch of members of the community who are also doing the same spice runs while I do this. You know, they'll log on after work and they finish in the EU, which is coming up shortly, and they'll come and harvest some spice. And, you know, they'll get their kind of like weekly spice collection done after they've set their bases up. Yep. Thanks. Thanks, bud. Dealt with. Thank you, game. I long for the day when I don't just get stuck on my own ornithopter's wings when they close. Like when you get out of the vehicle, because it's just, you just get stuck there. You just have to not move for a few seconds. It's ridiculous. Hello, Rock. How are you doing, buddy? Good morning to you. Doing well. Pleased to hear it. Welcome on in for the day. The wings come in for the nice strong hug that sometimes just pushes you inside of the vehicle itself and makes you kind of freak out. That's a scout. Oh. That was very kind. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, you can, I'm fairly sure you can apply a Prime sub while the channel's offline, but yeah, you should be able to do that. You can do normal subs while the channel's offline. I didn't like that flash that we just saw. That was not my GPU, that was the game. You know, the buyback from all testing stations and shipwrecks. Wow. More can we carry? Quite a bit more. Worm? What's my current goal in Dune? To be honest with you, keep farming the resources that we need for any future expansions, keep the bases up, Probably hit 200. Like, I'd like to hit level 200 at some point. That'd be quite nice. Thanks for the information, Mystery Raven. It's very helpful of you. I'm sure people in chat are very appreciative. Good to know what the blueprints are for the week. Awesome. Cheers. What's the status of getting Funcom to put Terry Crews as the grandfather worm? I've not received an update yet. They've not answered. Jeez, thank you very much for whoever it was that dropped that off. Oh, Mystery Raven, thank you very much for that. Awesome. Yeah, in the PvP area, it doesn't tell you who's who, so I didn't actually get a name. But I appreciate that. Thank you. It worked. Nice one. There you go. The level limit is, if the level limit is 199, I'm going to be real sad. Because I was kind of hoping for 200. Bork is here. He knows that we're collecting spice. He can sense it. Right. $199 would be a great way to taunt the community. I'm fairly sure I've been told that it's 200. Yeah, around the PJ, but of course I think that's to people would just set their prime subs and then they'd just go AFK and they would go forever. And obviously that's not behavior that I imagine Amazon wants to incentivize, because then they have to pay Twitch forever. I still stand by the fact that it looks like somebody left a cucumber inside its wrapping in the fridge for too long. And it looks like a gone-off cucumber. I hold to that. I stand by it. It might be controversial, but I don't care. That's how I see it. When I came back from university, when I was there, my housemate had left a whole cucumber in the fridge for like 3 weeks while it hadn't been there. And you know, had to clean that out. And like I know what it looks like. That's what the worms look like. That's 100% it. I just call it how I see it. No news on AV1 encoding yet. We're up at 2K though, so you know they have delivered 2K streaming, which is interesting. So you know, there's a higher bit rate on the platform to do that, of course. But no news about AV1 encoding yet, which will be awesome when we do, because that will be great. Mostly because that will allow Twitch to actually, well, theoretically make a profit. Yeah, Blunt Force Growler, that's what I'm expecting, yeah, August 12th. Still taking a break. He's on vacation, bud. Yeah. It does look like a bad cucumber, yeah. Just call it how I see it. If YouTube actually came out their life and they could beat Twitch but alas not, I think it would be difficult. They're just not geared for that. That's not what they're focused on, to be honest. They could do they need to improve their streaming service, I'll be honest with you. Like YouTube streaming as a content creator is not great. Like it's not ideal. Going to consume a number of blueprints. I think I might just do a trip back anyway. Yep. Even feels bad as a viewer. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Moderation on the YouTube channel is pretty difficult. That's the hard part, to be honest with you. Like moderating YouTube is weird. Yeah, VOD stopping at 11 hours 55 minutes is really strange. That's just a really odd one. There's no reason for that makes sense as far as I see. It's just like okay. Doesn't even like automatically start a new VOD. No, it just deletes everything afterwards. If you go over a certain amount, it just deletes the whole thing. There's no retrieving it whatsoever. Ultimately, the moderation tools are one of Twitch's strengths as a platform. There could always be improvements, yes, for sure. I'm not saying it's a perfect platform, but I'm being very clear that Twitch has a lot more moderation capability than YouTube has by a long shot. Yeah, I think they've done quite well with it. I'll give you that. Yeah, I'll give you that. I would agree. The YouTube, the mobile view is getting better on Twitch. Just accessing it through alternate browsers works quite well as well. Very helpful. What am I thinking of? This one. Have I played Stardew Valley? Did I enjoy it? I did enjoy Stardew Valley. Yeah, most of the time. But I think after a while, I get a bit bored of doing kind of the same kind of thing every day. The socializing part of Stardew just seems like doing fetch quests, so I hate that. I'll be honest with you. Like I played Stardew. When I played Stardew, I played a bit like a recluse. Like I occasionally left my farm to go and sell stuff. That's about it. Oh, interesting, Gadna. Okay. Yeah, but just like having to bring them specific items on specific days, like it all starts to feel a bit too much like questing, and then the one small favor reject like kicks in. I just reject doing any kind of quest, and then I'm done. Like that's was my review of Bitcraft. It's very enjoyable, kind of chill, semi-idle game. Um, I think it should reward active play a little bit more. To be honest with you, I think that the challenge is that like it's very much a second monitor game, and I think that having some kind of benefit for active play would be good. Yeah, one small favor did me damage. Like, I'm considering therapy. I'll build Jagex. Right, I'm just going to quickly run an ad while I go and grab a replacement drink. Once I get back to the base, and then we'll go back out and collect some more. Yeah, quick time events, tiny boost, maybe like but like if you're watching on Twitch, you'll get more channel points if you're clicking the thing down at the bottom. While there are, of course, add-ons that make you do it, something like that, which rewards your active play in some way. When it's a focused, focused item and you are actively interacting with it, there is some kind of benefit. If you enjoy one small favor, all power to you. Unfortunately, I would rather claw my own eyes out than do it again. Give me a headache thinking about it, to be honest. Okay, I'm just going to run an ad and grab a drink, and I will be right back. Are you going to do it, Twitch? There we go. Whoop. Anywhere the wind blows. Welcome back, everybody, after the ads. Pleased to see you. Thank you for waiting. I have now allowed liquid out and collected liquid to put back into the body. The human body is a remarkable device. That's all I have to say about it. Trigger. Why are you talking about stressing out pianists? Where in the great beautiful British Empire do I live? Swiss Guardian friend. I'm in the south of the UK. That's why I sound like this. If I was from anywhere further north, the accents change. It's all north to you. I mean, how far south are you? Because it's not all north. I know we meme about it, but the Midlands exists. Ooh. Birmingham? I mean, Australia's pretty south. I'll give you that. Yeah, you know, not completely wrong. Goodbye, everybody. Currently no Abdullah. But I believe that they will likely bring it back at some point. So maybe just keep an eye out and wait and see. They should finish the set. Yeah, I think that's what I want them to do. I think that I'm hoping that's what we'll get next on the 7th, to be honest with you. Now let's check this. Is it worth doing a Gamba yet? Oh, you guys kind of know what this one's at. You did see it earlier when it was in the 70s, didn't you? We'll do a wing Gamba. Fuck it. Galileo. Galileo. Figaro. Okay, we're going to get into the Ornithopter. The Gamba has started. Good luck guessing. We'll get in the vehicle again in a second and have a look. They haven't got holes in them yet, so that should give you some ideas. Definitely 7%, right? Is that what you're saying? Just gotta get right out of here. Be ready, chat. No Gamba for you in Sweden. That's a shame. I'm sorry to all of the Dutch and Swedish out there who are not permitted to engage in the Gamba. And see. And in Denmark, gosh. So at the top of the chat right now, you'll see there'll be a button basically allowing you to basically gamble your channel points on guessing what the wing durability is. I mean, it's a Queen song. It'd be strange. We have a whole song called Fat Bottom Girls. I mean, what looking for logic here? No. Have a look, because I don't want to give you guys' names out for the bets. Okay. We have this. Most of you think it is 36 to 40%. But 33% of you think it's 41. 0% of you, 21 to 25. Bold. Like it. Four of you, 80 points. That's not a lot of investment. 9 users. 17. 9 users. So again, this is a pretty good spend on these. The difference is quite stark. You know, double the amount spent. I can tell you, chat, that 31%. 31%. Winners chosen. Congratulations, those of you who have the strong eyes. 93k total payout on that one, so not as big spend as some of the ones we did earlier, some of the high value ones, but still a good small gamble. You got all your points back from earlier, nice. I'll be honest, that one was quite harsh, because to be honest with you, like, you can't really tell very easily if it's between 30 or 31%. Like, I was on the border, but I think it was worth it. I mean, if you're playing this with a debuff, then you're doing very well. Yeah, 1 to 1,000 odds would have been insane. There's a tiny little fly in here. Grok can't save you here, rambling PJ. What? Grok has no power in this chat. Elon can't save you now. The idea, like, just the fact that everyone's just like at Grok, it's just Grok's doing most of the thinking for them. It terrifies me. The ability to do actual research is rapidly being lost online. It scares the hell out of me. If we misspell Grok enough, we can get Gork, and then that will automatically give us Mork. And then we crumpin', boys. We crumpin'. We crumpin' distunties. We brutally cunning and cunningly brutal. Yeah. Mr. Demirimi, the drops are live if you're just watching. They are the observer floor, ceiling, and stairs, and you can find your progress by going up there, clicking on your little profile image, and looking at the inventory or the drops section. There's a cooldown on it, Rook. It's already gone off. You'll have to use your eyes. It's above you. What's our base? It's in the Echo 4, isn't it? Or in that link there, which Outlaw just kind of dropped for you. We're going to make this a little bit better so that I don't feel bad about the joke that I keep on making on people every time I come here. There we go. That's vaguely horrifying, Agoa. Morning, Lamina. How you doing? Welcome on in. Good to see you. How's it going? It does sound like a rabbit hole. It sounds like a long and deeply horrifying rabbit hole, to be honest with you. Serviceability is getting a bit weird. Catch you later, like I hope you sleep well. Get a good night's sleep. Remember, you've got a massive sleep deficit, so you're going to be knackered tomorrow. Still take it easy, and I hope we'll see you. We'll see you then. Sleep well, bud. Have a good one. Oh, in office will suck. Or, well, I hope you can get at least a good night's sleep tonight. It's lovely having you here, but try and rest, please. 2-hour long video. Okay, yeah, jeez. We are mining. Well, we've got a small base here, Hyman, but not doing a substantial amount of work on a deep desert base this week. I'm still waiting for Funcom to get back to us on what happened to our base. So I'm hoping they can tell us, because like you guys keep on asking for an update, and I'd love to be able to give you one. When one of our bases, yeah, we just logged in and it was just completely gone. And we have still to this day no idea what really happened. We think it's an issue with the Solido replicator, but we don't know for certain. I mean, we've got one load of spice here and all of those resources. Not going out there like that. The base did get isekai and it left all the vehicles behind. So like that was really strange. Like if it had been a hacker or an attack, I think the vehicles would have been damaged. But the vehicles being there just left on the ground in the exact formations that they were in when the building was there makes me feel more like somehow all of the foundations crumpled at once. It's almost like during the storm, for some reason, the game lost track that the foundations themselves were supported for a second. And the entire base just crumbled, because that's the mechanic if you undermine all the foundations. The only thing that seems to make sense to me. Going to be in Dungeon Crawler Carl. You're going to find a full deep desert base from Dune, full of like flower sand and weaponry and stuff. You've lost 2 bases to that glitch. I mean, geez. That's basically what the server did, yeah. Exponential. I didn't even have my booster on. I think so. I didn't get into Babylon 5, to be honest with you. I just didn't think I was watching Stargate at the time. I think I preferred Stargate over Babylon 5. Carl Pilkington exploring Arrakis. I'd like to see Bear Grylls on Arrakis. Like, I think that would be a fun watch. It'd be, you know, Bear Grylls survive this. Stargate was great. I really enjoyed Stargate. I'd believe that. Babylon 3 is basically gets stolen out of time to fight a war in the past. Cool concept. Down for that. Oh, that was 4, was it? Ah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Bear Grylls becomes the planetologist. Yeah. I'm here in the Arrakis Basin. In front of me, you can see a sandworm. These remarkable creatures stroll through the sands at rapid paces, hunting based on vibration. Some say that when the sandworm are kind of enraged, they fly through the air towards their enemies. Can I do a barrel roll? It's just a bit slow. This thing's like a Ford Transit van. I'll be honest with you. If you want to see fun maneuvering, let me just give me a second and I'll switch over because like I'll show you the difference between this thing, which is a big. This is the fastest it will do a roll. If you want to see a tanker roll, though, I'll show you the carrier at some point. But like, so that's the assault ornithopter. This is my scout. Come on, to run out into the sand to be able to place you. I do. Much more fun. This is the fun one to fly. The assault ornithopter is not fun to fly. It's like flying a brick that's been coated in grease and then put into a sack and just kind of lobbed through the air half the time. The scout ornithopter, great fun to fly. I hope they don't change that. There should be game audio. I don't know. Can you hear anything? No, I'm not. I don't put a rocket launcher on scouts. I fundamentally disagree with it. The scout is a fast thing for scouting. If you want the if you want an assault of some kind, you should be using the assault. Like that's my view on it. In-game sound, they are quite quiet, to be fair. I have them about as quiet as the music. The music seems about twice. That's probably because I've got the in-game volume turned down to 69%. That would make more sense. I'm fairly sure if I do this, the audio is all at 69%. Yeah. And the master's at 30. So that'll be why the music is louder. Soldiers. Good bit of 30 seconds to Mars. Nice. Sisters. I'm still not sold on the singer from 30 Seconds to Mars as an actor. I still kind of get weird vibes from it. It just doesn't gel with my brain yet. Brain says Jared Leto. I apologize, rambling PJ, but that's what we do here. I yap. I've not seen him in too many things, so it might just be the things I've seen him in haven't been that good, but I'm just not sold on it. Whereas, obviously, as, 30 Seconds to Mars, he's fantastically good. I love 30 Seconds to Mars. It's me back. I am a professional yapper now, yeah, that's the thing. Which is terrifying and hilarious at the same time. I was always, you know, like a chatty kid in school. Apparently, like most of my things, you know, it needs to focus in class is a consistent part of my report cards. I'm not saying he's he's not, he can't have a passion for it. I'm just saying that I'm not sold on it yet because I still see him as the front man for, you know, 30 Seconds to Mars rather than himself as an actor. You're not wrong, I guess, Zephron. There's a little bit more to it, but I can't fully fault you. Yeah, okay, maybe, yeah, okay. I'm getting called out on it, but fine. You know what? Fine. Go on, go into the compost bin. Gather soldiers. Also, I could very much believe that Jared Leto is a vampire. He just has the look. He's got it down. Hello, Loadcake. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. How you doing? It's Morbin time. What's my favorite sci-fi flight spacecraft? A very wide question. In terms of like design and style, it's a very difficult question. I like a lot of the some of the more kind of unique Star Trek vessels are very, very cool. Big fan of some of those. There's a lot of Eve ships that I will always have a special place in my heart for. Like, you know, the Cronus, the Megathron, you know, is a very cool ship in Eve, and I will always have a special place for that. Like, there's a bunch of awesome Star Wars ones as well, which all look really good. I've not seen a lot of Gundam spaceship styles, to be honest with you. I've not seen a lot of Gundam. I mean, Loki, don't worry, that's just me extracting it from your brain, don't worry. Yeah, eat shit. Not welcome here. How many of you in chat, here's a question for you, how many of you like mechs? Like, as a concept? Would you watch a game about mechs? You hate mechs, okay. I'd like to understand why you hate mechs. Just to understand. You're fine. Sorry, you're fine. So, yeah. I grew up watching Robot Wars, so I've always been partial to watching robots punch beat the shit out of each other. So mechs were always going to be a hit on my radar, right? I've started getting the yearning to play Mech Warrior 5 and some of its like DLCs, because I played it when it came out, and I'm fairly sure that the game that I had was with a couple of friends, and we devolved into just having these ultra powerful mechs with highly like advanced weapon systems on them for the early game. We called ourselves Mech DARPA, and we just waltzed around crushing people. And to be honest, for like a couple of hours a day waltzing around having a mech-based power fantasy of stomping through a city, very enjoyable. How many of you can safely say, like, and honestly say that you've never thought about leveling a city as a mech? You've never been sitting in traffic and thought, you know what, if I had a mech suit, I could waltz through this traffic right now. Aw, got rid of all my spice. You big bitch. Oh, no, you didn't. It all came back. You're still a big bitch, but you're a slightly smaller bitch than before. I really enjoyed that. Oh, what was the film called? There was a Hugh Jackman film about robots boxing. I think it was called, oh, was it Real Steel or something similar? I really enjoyed that. Like robots fighting. That was great. I really liked that film. I was pleasantly surprised when I just came across it one day. I was like, you know what? This looks like it'll be a bit shit, but it was not shit. It was the shit. Exactly. It was very good. I very much enjoyed it. I would watch fighting robots. Like, not a huge, you know, boxing or wrestling fan, but I would watch robots like destroy each other. That would be great fun. I just want battle bots but bigger. Let's be real. I know what I'm asking for here. I do enjoy watching battle bots as well. Those of you in chat who Robot Wars is what I grew up on, but like now BattleBots is still a thing. So I will actually, you know, watch some of the US like BattleBots seasons and stuff. I think I remember, is it Tombstone? Was kind of like the biggest, baddest BattleBot last time I watched it. The house bots were very cool in Robot Wars as well, yeah. I wonder where the worm was. I was getting a bit suspicious. Okay, well that spy stand isn't coming. The spy sands begin to get a bit brown. So if those of you who don't know, in this game, the spice sand slowly oxidizes over time, so the color of it will indicate how old the spice field is. I don't know if I imagine it, but I'm fairly sure this thing dips into the ground over time. It just feels like it gets deeper as it oxidizes, but I'm not sure if I'm imagining it because I know what happens. I've never objectively tested it or seen it objectively tested. Oh, Sabu, that's an intermittent one. If you do a relog, it will be fixed. Just you can't relog in the deep desert very conveniently because it's a 5-minute relog. I know it's the granddaddy worm, but I don't actually know if it does drop over time. I've not been able to find anything that's like objectively tested it. Dead Metal was a very good house bot. Yeah, you're in Hargo, okay. Yeah, I believe that not being not like falling through your own thought was fixed by a relog. Circular lot of musical artists, no. Circular lot Robot Wars. You know, this generator really isn't doing very well because this is the generator from the Thopter of the Rocks, chat. Like, that's one of the last pieces left of the Thopter of the Rocks. So for those of you who are robot fighting fans, if you watch BattleBots, in the corner zones, it was normal on Robot Wars to have like up to 4 house robots, and they were fucking huge. And if you went into the corner zone, you just get the shit beaten out of you by the house robot. Long live the Thopter of the Rocks. Yeah, Robot Wars and Scrap Heap Challenge are 2 that I very distinctly remember. Tombstone's obviously the new, the BattleBots. I think was the champion for a couple of seasons. I think the problem, I mean, the thing about Tombstone is it was basically just a massive rotating slab of metal. And I think I would really define it as a glass cannon, because if anything went wrong inside of it mechanically, which it was prone to do because of the forces you're talking about, the tips of that, like, Tombstone would die. But if Tombstone hit the enemy properly, like, that was it. Like, that, dead. Yeah, I cannot wait for Scrap Heap Challenge to come back. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope they do it really well. I'm a little bit concerned because the last season of the UK Scrap Heap Challenge came after a number of budget cuts that basically led them to try and create the same show, but with, like, I think it was like 1/10 of the budget, and it didn't go anywhere near as well. So I'm just hoping that the new one is like the original was, which was really good. I didn't see Junkyard Wars. I do want to watch it at some point. Might download a couple of episodes next time I do a flight to the US or something, so I can really understand the American tinkering spirit. I remember seeing when one of the bots, it was disqualified from the tournament in BattleBots because it was so powerful that it broke through the plexiglass. Yeah. NHRL, National Havoc Robot League. Okay. Is it televised, Ben, there? Yeah, Robert Llewellyn, Colin Furs. Yeah, that's the one. YouTube. Oh, nice. I don't know. I think that I think we have space now for there to be more, you know, provision of weird sports. How are you not getting ganked by other players? Because we're playing on a private server in a private world where we've moderated based on, you know, normal behaviors that people are expecting to see. There's a general understanding as to how people play the game, etc. Hello, Troytech. Hope you're doing well, buddy. AR40, I know that there would definitely be a very different situation going on right now if we were on one of the public servers. So we've got 15 private servers here on a network that run off of one world, and it's very, very quiet this time of day because it's the middle of the work day for pretty much everyone in our main time zone. Rocket League plus... I don't... Nah, don't check. Just give me BattleBots, but on a bigger scale. Give me more BattleBots. More. Yeah, no worries, bud. You're more than welcome to ask the question. I have no problem with it. Ganking, I don't mind, but it's griefing that I don't have much tolerance for. So we've given out warnings, we've had conversations, and we've ultimately banned or wiped accounts for behavior that we don't appreciate. There were a couple of homophobic and racist people quite early on who got very rapidly slapped out the server. You heard mention of mechs while your Braimson startup. Yeah, I'm considering going back and playing Mech Warrior. And I wondered if chat had any interest in seeing mechs fighting. it does allow us to name members of the mech, like of our like mech crew. We can name them after chat members, and if they die, they die. So you know, it could be quite fun for that as well. The other option is potentially BattleTech. I know BattleTech's still solid as a game, and I think there's a number of like large-scale mods that completely like rebuild it, so it could be fun to play around BattleTech. So we've got, you know, we go like, oh baby, classic. Yeah, basically, just, I know BattleTech is far more of like the third-person control of the whole battlefield, whereas MechWarrior, you control a mech broadly. AR40, you can use exclamation point Dune Discord. We have a Discord server for the servers that we run, and all the information is in there, but in-game server info, where you can get our join information and our rules, etc. Oh, it doesn't surprise me. Ultimately, modding keeps games alive. Like, games like BattleTech wouldn't be around for as long as they would be without mods. Warhammer 40k would not be... No, sorry, Warhammer 40... Total War Warhammer would not be a thing without mods. Like, Soulstorm wouldn't be as, like... Because that's still maintained with a bunch of mods. 140,000 Soulstorm. Dawn of War 1, which is one of the expansion packs for that. Like, mods are great. You know, Skyrim, for example, made... Like, Bethesda games are completed by mods. You know, I think modding keeps games alive way beyond their normal longevity if they do them well. I also like Larian Studios, who made Divinity Original Sin 2 and more recently Baldur's Gate 3. Had a system for Divinity Original Sin 2 where popular mods were included into basically a pack that was given for free to each like with each DLC, and you could choose to enable the mods inside the game, which was really nice. Like, that was really cool. So people who were playing didn't have to go look up their own mods. The option was just enabling them inside the game, and the mod, you know, the mod creators were ultimately supported. I think modding for game is great. I think it's very important. I think it's one of the great strengths of PC gaming, to be honest with you. It's the ease of modding. Like Minecraft would not be a thing. Like, Minecraft is just a big kind of, like, literally a sandbox. Mods are the things that makes Minecraft, you know, truly what it can be. Like, I have played Total Annihilation. Yes, played that a long time ago. I last time I looked at it, I think I heard they had planets now. Yeah, Nintendo. Yeah, not a huge fan of their business practices, to be honest with you. To be honest, to the extent that I've stopped, you know, engaging the Pokemon franchise, etc., because like it just supports Nintendo consoles and Nintendo games and stuff. Like, it's just not. I just don't want to engage with Nintendo anymore. It's just not worth the effort. Steel Battalion. I remember playing a diesel punk mech game called, I want to say Iron Harvest or something similar, which I really enjoyed. It was like a almost kind of World War I, World War II era, like kind of diesel powered mechs, which was really enjoyable. I had great fun playing that. Iron Brigade? Maybe it could have been that. Crossout? I don't believe I played Crossout. Doesn't stand out to me. I still feel a bit like a bug flying into a windshield when I do that. Oh, thanks, Troytech. I'll have a look. Oh, Iron Harvest, that's the one. Yeah, RTS. Yeah, that's what I remember playing. Lightyear Frontier? No, I haven't played that. Sounds interesting. Farming sim with mechs. There's an episode of Love, Death and Robot that reminds me of, which I quite enjoyed. The stuff around the Switch 2 has been really strange. I don't understand it, to be honest. Like, it seems to be such a mismanaged launch. Dyson Sphere has combat in it now? Interesting. Rift Breaker had a mech in it, if I recall. That was a female mech pilot, wasn't it? Beyond All Reason. I'm not sure if I've played Beyond All Reason. I definitely didn't play Dyson Sphere. I was ill at the time when it came out. Hello, Self-Forgot. We're doing really good today, thank you, bud. How are you doing? Good to see you. Welcome on in. Dyson Sphere program is awesome. Good to hear. I should probably I might have a look at it at some point. I'm just I feel the urge of walking through buildings in Mech Warrior, or just like sniping someone with Gauss cannons in just sniping people out there next to Gauss cannons to the torso just feels like fun. Sins of a Solar Empire is a great game. I love Sins of a Solar Empire. Rebellion, and then Sins of a Solar Empire 2, both very, very good. I played the Vasari. If anyone out there is an enjoyer of real-time strategy games and hasn't played Sins of a Solar Empire, I recommend that quite well. Board Games and Digital, it's an alternate World War I mech game. Cool. PC, yeah. I've tried Endless Dungeon. No. What have I played? Endless Legend? And Endless Space? But not Endless Dungeon. Oh, no. Sins is... While everyone else is turtling, you've made a Vasari fleet and you've basically got it set up so that you can just fly around and you can ignore gravity lanes. You can just fly around. Like, that's just great. That's really enjoyable. You just raid everyone while they're starting up and you just hit every single planet where they haven't built up a massive defense fleet. Taking every single relic. And you had things like the Vorastra Titan, which would allow you to basically like suck the resources from an enemy planet. Like, neat. The more. I haven't played Tempest Rising yet, no. I'll be honest with you. I'm waiting until I'm in a real-time strategy mood. When that mood hits, it'll hit hard, and I'm ready for it. Oh, excuse me. Big yawn. DORF. I have not seen that, I don't think. If I could play Command and Conquer Generals, I 100% would. I might have to see if I can reinstall the remake. Like the fan remake. Zeus and Poseidon, yes, I wouldn't call that an RTS, but love that game. That is genuinely my favorite game. I think it has to be. Like, that's the game I spent the most time in my life. Just game, yeah. That, if those of you who don't know, is a city builder from about 1997 from Eidos Interactive and Sierra Entertainment. It's the same studios that made Pharaoh and the Caesar games. I would call it a city builder, to be honest with you. A mythology city builder. Dev on Steam, Red Alert, Tiberian Sun with Factorial. Okay. Hold up, that sounds great. Oh, it does look like original Red Alert as well. Oh, give me a second, I'll show chat. But Demnar, if you make an adventure, like a full adventure in Zeus and Poseidon, probably if you make it in Zeus, I'll play it. Poseidon, I need to remember how to. I remember Zeus much better. I don't remember all of Poseidon. If I do that, this. So this looks interesting. It looks quite a lot like old school Red Alert, like very similar in terms of its style. Yeah. With decent, like, a new inside building mechanic. I like the look of this. This looks cool. I'm gonna follow that. Thank you for pointing that one out. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's the interactions in Poseidon, that the way they do interact and they change it slightly, that always throw me off. I would just need some time. But yeah, I would do that if you make a decent adventure, and I would check it through, obviously off stream first. But like, I'm down. I'd give that a go. But a long time since I installed and played that game. I would need to get the widescreen fix. Oh geez, Troy, I mean, that's awful. What? Why? I'll be honest, we've had to be very careful. Like, OscarBot got a bit out of hand on Thor's stream. Like, the AI was getting a bit spicy. Like, we had to rein Oscar in a couple of times over on Thor's channel. So, you know, I know about bots going kind of semi-rogue on it. It's just weird. Like, a lot of this spice sand is going to get lost. It's going to be sad. Oh, cool. I'm not the only person here. That sounds rough. I hope he's okay. I have a lot of time for Bajo. He's really, it's a really nice dude. It's Sabu. I can't hear you from unfortunately, Sabu. I'm not going to bother talking across the in-game comms. It does. I mean, that does happen with bots, but like, it's not even like an understandably weird way. Just like, it end up getting deranged. Oh my god, the idea. I'm still not sure I will play the horse game. I don't. It scares me. That's not for us. Yeah, Uma Necronomicon. But Winky, it Valley Girl Chronos calls for the horse game. Oh my god, Winky, you just don't understand. You just don't get it. Oh my god. Yeah, see? Be careful about what you might unleash. Yeah, Valley Girl Cronus is a dangerous being. VGK. I definitely wouldn't talk in Valley Girl. I like how I lost 2 followers for doing the Valley Girl Cronus impression. I find that deeply funny. You would watch us for the Valley Girl Cronus the entire time? Apparently other people wouldn't. Remorseless, thank you for following. Bring the number slightly back up. So funny. I would 100% believe that VGK would scare off viewers, yes. Not fit for public consumption. You kind of had to be part of the meme to understand it, otherwise it's just deeply horrifying and concerning about my health. I'm in no huge rush for that threshold. As soon as that hits, the imposter syndrome's gonna like double, so like we're good. There will always be a bit of follow as well, because a lot of people who like followed, you know, at the start before they like knew what my content really was will have followed me because, you know, I was the lead mod on the Thor's channel. But like I'm not like, not everyone who likes Thor's content is gonna like my content. Not everyone who likes, you know, Annie and Pete's content when they raided me are gonna like my content. So, you know, that was depression. I've not been eaten by any worms yet since launch, Troytech, and I don't intend to start now. McBay, I appreciate your follow as well, bud. Look, as soon as the worms eat you once, they know that you're delicious, and then you're not safe ever. At least, you know, at least now, the worms don't know that I'm delicious. But yeah, I'm sure when the patch comes, because when the patch comes, I probably won't even be harvesting like this. I'll probably just be like, well, we might actually just go back to doing uppies mining. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy uppies mining, it's just you had to have 2 people on to do it. They can't know how delicious I am. No one's eaten me. Like no one knows that I'm delicious on this build. They can't know. Don't do this to me. Winky told the worms that I was delicious. I can't believe it, Winky. Actually, I could believe it was Winky, to be fair. You told them about the Gregs. You can't tell the worms about Gregory's. Now, what have you done? How could you do this to us? This will mean less Gregory's for you too. I hope you understand that. I'm trying to be so neat with my harvesting. Why are you such a butthole? Thank you, Sea Crusher. I appreciate you. Goblin daycare. I'll take it. I don't mind. I am honored to be a goblin daycare center if that's, you know, how it is. You get decapitated by the wings again. Oh, did Sabu run out of space? I'm guessing he's full. Yeah, Bailey is the main streamer here. I will agree with that. Bailey's actually the streamer. Yeah. It doesn't work on Spice though. Like from what I've seen, it doesn't actually make the circle wider on Spice. Like if I go 3, 4, 5, it's just not worth the extra time as far as I can see. So these would all need to be 97. Oh, it's just, so inconsistent. Then, so yeah, it's worth it-ish. But I don't think that it's worth, like, doing 3 maybe, but doing it in the lines is just quicker. Well, we got to 313, so the full circle is probably, yeah, three shots and a little bit extra, but then you've also got those you'll have big gaps between it. I just find it easier to do like this. Ultimately, half the time, these are never properly harvested anyway. This one won't get finished. There's probably 100,000 spice sand left here, easy. Because this is all still thick all the way to the edge. It doesn't... while the color changes, it's actually not any, you know, less, well, fertile, I guess, for spice. It's useful at times. Like here, it'd be quite good. So if I do 3, then you're gonna have to do here to make it eat the gap. And then you're gonna have to do. It's just a very different way of doing it. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure on it. Yeah, so I got 2 from that one. 708, so 205. Yeah, you only get about 2 shots worth from it, so I just don't see it as worth it. Archimedes, I think I did. I have to go back and have a look. It's on flower sand. It's like 10 or even 12, I think, that you can do depending on the density of the field. Ooh, 777. That is the one I saw. Yes. Right, I forget who's tagged me in what. It's I get atted a lot in Discord. Although a lot of the time it's at moderators, I'll be honest. Seven, 7, 7. I mean, honored to have those kind of numbers, to be honest. Bad. Anxiety inducing. That's alright. I try and go through at least my server to try and check it through after most streams, but I'll be honest, there are some streams when I'm just like, I can't look at a screen. I just can't do it. Oh, wow. Nearly full. What power pack are we rocking? I'm using the Mark 6 power pack. The clip yesterday is 177. That's a lot of views, jeez. Very nice. This is the Mark 6 compactor. and the Mark 6 power pack. So it's the tier 6 stuff. It's all plastinium tier. Yeah, let me get up to height, then I'll show you the what I was using to harvest. So the thing I've got affecting it is in here. To be honest, we'll have that. Why not? We do a lot of compacting. Seven. I don't know. I can't tell you. I've got. Oh, to be fair, I will know what that is actually. Give me a second, Mickey, and I will show you what that will be. That gives me more shots than you can get without your power pack running out. I have this. My power usage is minus 9%, so I'm going to get 10% more from that. I've got more power from overcharge, and I've also got 10% increased power regeneration. So it might just be that I'm able to get out more shots because I'm regenerating the power faster, and I have more of it. What changed with Deep Desert? So it depends on how long ago are you talking, Naked Snake? You talking in the last week, or in the last month, or since the release? Yeah, the capstone skill makes a difference. That 9% power usage is huge. Okay, so what they've done is, since then, they've introduced some more islands into the early areas, so there's more places that you can make bases and do PvE. Like, look at how dense this area is. There's so many islands now in the PvE area. They've added more of the blueprint loot into the PvE area. It's quite PvE focused. To be honest with you, it's a few more PvE focused changes. That's the focus that we've seen. To the groom, to the groom, to the groom. Right. The small, isn't it? Yeah. The revolution. It is, exactly, yeah. I was using the station gauntlets. To be honest, I should replace this with the station gauntlets, to be honest. It would make it more efficient. Or the sort of the circuit gauntlets. Yeah. To be honest with you, Gower, it kind of seems like, yeah, the end game PvP idea has been put on hold temporarily, shall we say? Ultimately, apparently that, you know, it's difficult because a lot of the reviews were about, you know, saying that, oh, you know, the PvP end game is all very, very rough, but ultimately only 33% of players made it to the Deep Desert. So I just think they didn't think through their end game loops, to be honest with you. They don't make a lot of sense. They don't match up. Not a game. Let's be honest, we're gonna go and get more spice, aren't we? We love spice. Yeah, PvP just doesn't feel good. Like, air PvP sucks. It's just Ornithopter rocket spam. For a long time, it was scout spam. They've changed that with some of the changes to the scouts. Fine. It's still a bit of a weird spot. No one engages in ground PvP. To be honest with you, you know, Winky, great PvPer, very, very right when he said that it's, you know, there's just no point. There is no PvP in this. Like, there's no PvP left in it. I agree. I would like them to honestly be like, you know what, we're going to turn the current Deep Desert into a full PvE area. Then when the big patch comes in October, I'd like them to introduce a tier 7 of materials and items. Tier 7 PvP gear be introduced as well. A whole area deep desert size for all PvP, no bases, like no safe zone for bases, none of that. If you want to make a base there, then you should accept that. The PvP armor should be exactly the same as the tier 7 PvE armor, but it should have a bonus against players. That's all. That's the only difference it should be. It should be exactly the same, but also has a bonus against players. So PvE players don't need it, but PvP players don't feel like, oh, I'm going to use the PvE armor because that's better and I can farm that. Tanks, at the moment, I don't see how tanks would work. I would like to see aerial enemies so that you could be taught how to fight against other ornithopters in the game. Because ultimately, going out to deep desert, asking people to engage in an activity they've never engaged in before, when all they're told is deep desert's scary and dangerous, give them some training in ornithopter PvP, and there be more reason to engage in combat which doesn't involve ornithopters. There should be more emphasis on the PvP ground combat. I suggested that they have more of the mine areas, but like you have under Haga Rift, so that you can fight your way through and harvest resources in the deep desert in the PvE area so that you can get the Stravidium more easily. I think put those in the deep desert as well and give us kind of like wide open areas and varying areas for PvP on the ground. Cave systems underneath the sand that might run across a sector. You might find that there's, you know, a big chamber, for example, underneath this sector. You've got, you know, a few like kind of chambers or routes that will run through cave systems. That would be really neat. How many lasgun shots would it take to wipe out a harvester? The lasgun shot is an extended beam. It does damage per second. So it depends on where you're hitting it. And when you say wipe out a harvester, do you mean just take out its ability to harvest? Do you mean blow it up entirely? Because you just blow up the treads and it can't move, sure. Or, you know, you blow up its storage and its storage is destroyed. But destroying its chassis is quite difficult. They are bringing in changes to make that more easy, so that damage is referred across to other parts of the vehicle once the piece is destroyed. That will be helpful. That's very much needed. The cost of rockets going up, I think, helps. But realistically, I don't think you should be able to store an ornithopter with rockets inside of it. That's an inventory. The rockets inside the ornithopter are an inventory. Why on earth can an ornithopter with the storage not be stored because it's got an inventory when it's full, but rockets are somehow fine? It's an arbitrary decision. Either mechanically you don't have storage or you do, but you can't kind of half and half it. I'll be honest with you, if you want to take out a harvester, you're better off taking out its carrier, which is its support. Whoa. Oh, so now we're getting over 100 spice sand per compactor. Oh, they want me. Yeah, I think you should have to load your ornithopter after you put the mod, like once you put it out of storage. It's only a small interaction, but it makes a difference to prevent scouts being used, just basically being used for pocket rocket launchers. I feel uncomfortable. That's why I felt uncomfortable. Oh, they want me. Oh, good. I no longer have collision with my own vehicle. So when I get out of it, I just end up inside the thing. Yeah, 50% of people visit Arakeen, Harko Village, 44% visited Ornithopter, 34% Deep Desert, and 18% got spice, got 2,000 spice. So, like, I don't think the Deep Desert was the reason that a lot of people didn't stick around, to be honest with you. I think that the early gameplay loops didn't support casual gameplay. And the kind of people who want to, you know, log on, spend a couple of hours playing Dune after they put the kids to bed, for etc. There's very little way to play this with any kind of appreciable progress with that little amount of gameplay and playing solo. It's quite difficult, I think. I think ultimately that would be a reason I think that more players fell off before they even got to the Deep Desert. There was an article that someone was sharing that said 70% of players quit the game because of Deep Desert stuff, and I was like, that's absolute bullshit. You Sandstorm son of a bitch. At least Sandstorm didn't start playing when the Sandstorm started this time, because that was awful the time that happened. Yeah, and that grind isn't for everyone. Ultimately, that grind takes a certain level of dedication that not all gamers are going to want to do. Not for everyone. You did it solo casual game, but that's you individually, Salio. That's not for everyone. Some people don't like that. Which is fine. You're not saying they do or don't have to. Some people don't want to spend that time on it. Their choice. But ultimately, the game was sold as with a PvP end game. Like, that was the whole, like, that's what we were looking forward to from the Deep Desert, and I am missing that. Like, it's definitely not been delivered. Like, you know.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I mean, it would be rambling, but I think that just in terms of a gameplay design point of view, I don't think that would feel good for the player. Mostly because if you're underground, for example, and you emerge in it, it's going to feel like shit. I imagine they probably tested that, though. There's always been warnings as far as I've been playing, but I know they did a bunch of other tests, you know. I'm sure they considered it. It's not something that they wouldn't have, they would have just, you know, like, nah, there's no way we're not going to give them a warning. Uncommon, exactly, and that kind of feeling doesn't help because you have accomplished something. You will have done something in the game. You would have either gained resources, you would have gained skill, you would have learned what you're doing more, you would have worked out your plan forward. You have done something, right? But it doesn't feel like you've done something, and that is by itself the problem. I'm not going to finish this before. Thank you, Balthazar. I wonder if I should just set the command up to do that. When the ads hit. This collision bug is making it difficult to deposit the spice. It's a relog, yeah, that is only a relog will fix that, yeah. See this, what you're seeing in chat here is why I'm so happy at the community that we've got on these servers, because people are reaching out to each other to help each other to deal with some of the issues that they're having. I'm really, like, proud of you guys. You're doing a great job, thank you, because it makes a difference to a lot of players. Like, there was a guy called Aaron who lost a bunch of stuff. I think he came back to the game and had, unfortunately, a lot of it had basically disappeared. A lot of his possessions had gone. I don't think this is a very safe spot to put myself in, because I might not be able to get out of it, but hey. The ship counts as being sheltered, I guess. But yeah, that kind of support can really make the difference for a lot of people in the game, because a lot of people are playing this by themselves, and if you lose a bunch of stuff, or you're in a situation where you can't necessarily continue without support, like, that was very weird. I turned the UI off, and as I did, the ads disappeared as well. And I thought that I'd turned the ads off by pressing F6 for a second. I am proud because you guys are helping each other out. Like, people are, you know, coming onto the server because of the support you guys are giving. Like, that's, to me, that's something to be proud of. And you guys are doing that, and you're organizing it. I've not asked anyone to do that, you know, Sabu, you've done that yourself. Like, other people have done that themselves. I'm really pleased. Makes me feel like I'm at least, you know, the right people are here, which is nice, because that's the kind of thing that I would like us to be able to do. Great. We're going to enjoy the storm. Whoop. Cinematic mode. They really have made those storms looming, like menacing.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mivik Sob. Have you tried onto our private ones? Are those having the same problem as well? That wasn't a private. I'm sorry to hear that you weren't able to play. Ultimately, ping is always going to be a problem. That said, since we've upgraded the servers that we're on, you know, rubber banding has dropped to an absolute minimum. Performance has improved drastically. So if you did it pre-migration, it may have been fixed. Just sheltered in my little still tent against the storm. That sounds like fun, Giantsman. Yeah. That's fair, Mivixov. Yeah, I don't blame you at all. And I hope you're having a good experience over there. Ah, you're on Turget Reese. Nice. Like a golf, chat. Okay, well, only onwards. This is the most scuffed flying I've done with an ornithopter in a while, but hey. We've dealt with worse. And also, for anyone earlier who was, we were talking earlier about scanning the sands. After a sandstorm, there are many, many more of these scannable nodes. So when you are doing that kind of cache scanning with hand scanners in Deep Desert, for example, After a sandstorm, you'll get more of them. James Brown, catch you later, bud. Take it easy, and I hope you sleep well. Thanks for being here, dude. Enjoy your sleep, I guess. Yeah. Harvesting with the buggy is a lot of fun, to be fair, yeah. I will always be an air superiority person in this. The fuck are you wanting? Bitch-ass hoe. How can you properly light this? I've found that base lighting has been fairly intermittent. I've been having a bit of an issue with the fact that like some days when I log in on in the Haga Basin, there is no lighting in our base, and some days there is just all the lighting. Mark 6 focus array, get 1,000 cells from a node. That's insanity. Love that for powering bases, though. That's great. %, your gamma. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not sure why so much of the buried treasure appears in quicksand. It seems like that's some kind of design flaw, to be honest with you, because ultimately that's not retrievable. That's not a valid goal for the player. And all you're doing there is just creating an issue where the player's going to look at that and be like, oh, cool. Wasted my time scanning that, didn't I? Because scanning costs durability, so scanning costs resources. That's ultimately what it is. So like, when you do all that scanning and you find the only thing that you want is underneath quicksand, which you can't get to anyway, that's not a good interaction for a player. Yeah, but it shouldn't be spawning there in the first place, is my opinion. That it seems like a bug. Or at least if it's not a bug, then it should be a bug. Because that doesn't seem like a good interaction. We'll just fly past the worm. Fine. There is a marker in the center of quicksand. But yeah, you can still get the, just because there's a marker inside the quicksand doesn't mean that you can't still get the, caches. Yeah, but you can also still get those caches underneath the quicksand, Jet. We've seen it before. I'm not sure the quicksand adds that much value. Yeah. Oh. This isn't smart. That's alright. Are you gonna stop me from getting to the damn... Oh no, because I can't, you know, interact with my ornithopter, at least it's broken in the way that... This is not ideal. Damn it. Just offset boots. Can't believe I left some spice behind. That's spice behind because I'm carrying damn salvage metal as well. Ugh, I'm not going to bother hanging around for it though. Once you get a buggy that becomes water, not minerals, to be honest with you, once you get to the advanced death stills, you can just absolutely turbo print water. Drum sand and Rex should be a thing. No, Rex should just have variable spawns. Give me variable spawn Rex first before you give me that. Like, the fact that Rex are static, it sucks. So awful. Oh, I would definitely advise you know, stills make a difference. Like, their stills change the game for you with water. Still begging the neighbors for water, nice. Fair. You can also get some of the large water fields still. You get killed by a wreck. Yeah, I've gotten stuck to them before. Let's try and avoid climbing them, but... Yeah, exactly. I was talking earlier about New World, and static spawns of resources one of the problems that we had in New World that we just didn't enjoy. Blood filters, yeah. So once you get death stills, you'll replace your blood filters. That's what happens. Artemis, welcome on in, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Hello. Oh, the server landed and rubber bands you under it. That is grim. That sucks. 2.5 million water is, to be honest, about the right amount of water that one needs in like a full end game base where you're doing all of the creation and you're doing everything. Like 2.5 million is about right. You went to pick up your grave and got wormed. That's awful. No. Taking a break from Dune, I don't blame you. A lot of people are, to be honest, and for a good reason. Like, Dune's not in the best of states. Like, if you joined the game looking for end game PvP, one second, she didn't answer a message. I mean, if you join the game looking for, you know, PvP and stuff, unfortunately, right now, like, oh, a small break just now. Oh, okay, so you've just come out of the game, you mean, kind of break, rather than not playing the game for a while. I'll be honest with you, if you're at the stage now where you're getting your buggy and stuff, the next step is, yeah, the Ornithopter is what makes a huge difference. GTA, Duke Nukem, and Saints Row. Is that all down to the payment processor thing? Jeez. Leave our games alone. Payment processors and government should get their nose out of gaming. It's no different than saying, oh, this book isn't suitable, or, you know, you can't do, like, stop it. Keep politics out of my games, please. Yeah, you can say that one. Matthew Mercer won't be DMing campaign 4 of Critical Role. To me, that doesn't feel like Critical Role then, I guess, but who knows, like... Brennan will be... Okay. I mean, cool. Could be fun. Just to me, like, Critical Role... Matt Mercer's the face of Critical Role to me. That and Grog. For some reason, Grog. Always in my head. And in my heart. I think Matt Mercer getting to play will be quite fun. I never actually finished. I never finished campaign 2 or even started campaign 3. So I used to listen to Critical Role while I was driving to work because my commute was quite a long commute at that point. And I think I was in the second season when I stopped traveling to work for that job. I think I switched jobs, which didn't require me to drive anywhere near as long, and it wasn't enough time to really get into the podcast as much. So I just kind of fell out of it, and I never got back in. So I don't think I finished season 2 or 3. I never started season 3. I haven't heard many people gel that well with season 3, so I feel like, you know, maybe season 4 could be like a big turnaround. It could be good fun. But ultimately, I'm sure whichever one I see, I will enjoy because I haven't seen the rest of them. Comparison, it wouldn't really happen between the two of them. But if you're a die-hard follower, I guess you can't really help but compare the seasons. So some people might not have enjoyed season 3, I guess, because of its difference to season 1 and 2. Just want something meaningful to happen. Boring, didn't click. Interesting. I just really enjoyed the first season. The first season for me was great fun. I didn't finish 2, so I'm not really qualified, but I did enjoy the first one, which I did you know, listen to the full playthrough. After the first, you know, few changes. I do recall they Critical Role got a bit better after they cleared out one of the players who was a little bit limelighty. I can't remember what his name was, like, as a person, but I remember his character's name. I can do an impression of the character, actually. Like a blustery dragonborn. I'm Tiberius Stormwind. Like, that kind of very, like, I do say, what is going on here? Kind of thing. I remember the first time, like, I started watching it, was coming out each week. The series seemed to kind of pick up a little bit from there, because I think that I've always found that when I watched that, even like before he was cleared out, I was always like, okay, well, I can see what he's doing. He's clearly focusing on very, like, key bits of the rules as written, like the shopping, the making sure his character's good. He's very much min-maxing his character. But the rest of the party weren't right about min-maxing their characters, about, you know, being kind of too serious about it. He was taking it quite seriously. I think that was what it was always my impression throughout. I didn't actually know about any of the drama until I looked up why he was, like, he just disappeared, like, one day. I was like, oh Jesus. So I had no idea. Yeah, I'll watch season 4. I won't finish season 2 or 3, but I will probably watch season 4 potentially. I think that could be a really nice kind of change to compare, like, season 1, so Matt Mercer's first season as the DM for it, and Brennan's first season, the DM. Could be fun. I have seen some shorts of this guy being a DM. That makes sense. I didn't have his name in my head, but I had his face. So, yeah, I've seen a few guys shorts of this guy DMing for other campaigns. I think at some point, potentially, or maybe as a player. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it'd be cool. I mean, it was helpful because, you know, the episodes would come out pretty much weekly, and I would be able to get through about an episode every week's worth. He's done one shot to critical role AFD. Does that make sense? That's pretty where I've seen them. I've turbo farmed. Oh. I'm going to be honest with you. That isn't all of the spice I've harvested today. There's also like 3 loads in the deep desert base. And there might also be, and then I did some runs earlier. Oh god. I just turned my brain off and just harvested all of the spice. Okay, that's what happened. But that spice pit is still there, and I really like spice. Also, I kind of want to show you guys a grandfather worm eruption, because they are really cool to watch, and we've only seen 2 in the entire launch game. In like 500 hours or so, we've not... Yeah, 425 hours. We've only seen 2 grandfather worms. So... Demnar, I haven't... You don't know. You're doing this like on the 22,000 spice sand back in the deep desert base, right, as well? I'll be honest with you, how to define this? I think I would be more interested in watching Critical Role if they'd switch into Pathfinder 2, because I've enjoyed Pathfinder 2 a little bit more than I've enjoyed D&D 5e recently. I think just because Pathfinder is a bit, Pathfinder 2 is obviously newer, a little bit more streamlined, there's just less to it. So I'd be really down to watch a Pathfinder 2 campaign. Or even, like a different TTRPG. Oh, so they are moving to Daggerheart, are they? Isn't that... Did Critical Role make Daggerheart? Like, completely? I don't know very much about Daggerheart, so if you guys can tell me about it, is it D20 based system like D&D? Is it kind of similar kind of settings and such, or is it like a D&D kind of spin-off, as it were? A bit like Pathfinder was. 2D12, narrative driven. Okay, so it won't be too close to D&D at all. 2D12 is an interesting system. Interesting. 2D12. I just think that Pathfinder is a little bit more streamlined now. It makes a little bit more sense. Some of the lessons that D&D 5e has learned have been incorporated into Pathfinder. So it retains some of that kind of Pathfinder technicality that I really enjoyed from D&D 3.5, but it also delivers it to you in a much more friendly way than Pathfinder 1 did. So, okay, Hope and Fear die, RP leaning. Yeah, ultimately I think it's instead of just answering a message from his stewardship. Seiko, I didn't. I don't mind it. So so Mythos, how many people are playing then in Critical Role 4? Campaign 4? Because that sounds, if you're adding 2 new people, are you saying it's 8-person campaign? Because that's going to be a busy campaign. Or have some people left? Okay, we don't know. Okay, so we know that there are a couple of new players. Potentially, we don't actually know who will be sticking around. Oh, okay, that's interesting. That's what I've been told today. Yeah. Somebody said a minute ago Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford will be playing, so how do we know the players aren't set? We know that they're in, but we don't know that they're in? What? Mythicos, I don't understand. You've confused me. Oh, might be playing. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I guess there's lots of really good D&Ders that they like. Everyone will have like different desires. Just need to fix a little setting over on one of the Discord servers. Give me a second. Discord is shit sometimes. So Discord's on this fun thing where it's just basically just removed all of our exemptions from auto mod. So like now the server just gonna keeps them like breaking a little bit. It's real neat. We love that when that happens. It's fixing a little Discord-a-rooney problem. Because making a well-designed program is broken as well. We weren't using the Watcher set in our Deep Desert base when it broke, I don't believe. The presentation they asked to play. Okay, that's interesting. We're basically here on the hope that we'll see the grandfather worm. That's the main reason I'd like to be able to see it. I just, you know, it's been a while since we've seen the grandfather worm. I just want to make sure he's okay, chat. We're going to check up on him. Someone's out there harvesting something else, keeping the worm off. Not going to complain. I didn't. But damn it. Pay more attention. Silly Kronos leaving things in inventory. It's all less efficient. That is an angry worm. Sandcrawler could wake him up, I guess. Look at some atomics. We like atomics. Just one atomic. Just one for the worm, you know? Just test it out. Just try it out once, honest. Only a small atomic as well. Like, not a big atomic. Just... Nothing to see here, wormy bro. The worms are big on interstellar trade. It's a very important part for them. Yeah, they care very deeply about it. Yeah. We should upgrade our sand crawlers as well to do this. We're going to be doing uppies mining after the patch. You had a fast breach in Haga last night. Yeah, they keep you on your toes, don't they? The Deep Desert's going to have a 50% chance for fast breach. Like, that's going to be fun. I think that's a good change. I like that. So, I'll probably take you up on that if you're around later in the week. I think we can do some uppies mining towards the end of the week. Demnar did request to do some uppies mining, so I guess we could do some. If we're feeling nice. Be a worm any second. No, it's rude. It's throwing off my timescales. Oh, I forgot there's a worm. The worm potentially has on a target somewhere else. Okay. Ooh, I mean, has your carrier got a thruster, Sabu? Because we'll need that. But if not, I can just bring my carrier. I'm fine with that as well. Got a host of carriers now. So if we lose one, it doesn't make the worlds of difference, I guess. Nice, yeah. Carrier with a thruster is going to be good. Pretend that hurricanes in the night sky are like avatars. Reminds me of an Eve song every time. We need to once a character you deleted when you started over once you understood the game. I mean, that's a good way of playing the game, to be honest, just Dave. Like, there's a lot to be said for starting a character or starting a world. Like, we did it on Rimworld, and we started a game with full recognition that we would be deleting it and like starting when we understood the game properly. Good for you. It's a good long-term way to view playing the game. If I was going to do a hardcore mode like RP server, it would be that like if you die in the game, you know, you get picked up and you get restored back to your like to your stuff. You know, you lose some stuff as you normally would. But if you're eaten by the worm, that's it, hardcore. Like I would do that as a roleplay server. Like if you get eaten by the worm, that's it, you're just gone. On the PvP and small gang. Days we dropping in bait revenants. Sorry. The Eve on this song will never leave my brain. All the politics that led to the blob gangs. Blob gangs. Wait till it collects, restart, and do things more optimally based. I mean, that's, yeah, it's a good way of doing it. It's a good way of learning how to play a survival game. I think dying from combat, with the way that the game is quite buggy, I would have a problem with saying that. However, but I do think that like I'm proof of it. I've played this game for 2 months today, and I have not been eaten by the worm. This is the part where the grandfather worm just rears up and ate me in one bite. That would have been deeply funny. My hubris. Yeah, like a no Ornies mode could be fun and interesting. Like. The problem with dying in combat is there are too many bugs where you can get stuck on terrain or you could die from something which wasn't be your fault. And I think they would be difficult to do that. So I think that dying to the worm is probably the fairer one to have as the insta-death mechanic. Maybe if you die to combat too many times in quick succession, that could be a thing. Or if you die and don't retrieve something from your body in a sufficient time. It increases the range, Abdullah. I'm just testing it out to see if it works, really. I'm not sure it's any that, like, you know, significantly more efficient, but it increases the radius of the extraction. I think it's the same efficiency, it's just a wider area, to be honest with you. So I think that makes it much for muchness. It's just about preference. Locked in your place in Mentat turret? Exactly. Like, those kind of problems are just too prevalent for me to even consider a you die in combat, you die, you delete your character kind of game at this point. When the game is more stable, then yeah, I could definitely see it being a thing. Yeah, it's based on the area that's being harvested. This isn't like the flower sand. It's not the same mechanic, I don't think. Vegemite brings all the viewers to the stream. Damn right, better than Marmite. I had to be careful with my heretical thoughts on Marmite in this house. See, every time I leave, I'm like, damn it, but the grandfather worm. What time did this spawn? I mean, it's probably got like... Yeah, no, it's probably got like 10 minutes left on it. I don't know any primers if Shadow's Bladder is dropping this week. Remember that when it says that it drops, it's only a chance when you're looking on like Dune tools, for example. So it's only a chance. You won't get it on every single run. You might need to run that location several times to get that item. What brick card? I think you'll find that this is my brick card. It's like a red passport, yeah. Stuck in the past. Literally the brick card. I would just camp out and wait for the flower sand if it was like for the grandfather one, but it could be like another hour, and so you guys would likely get bored. This is a Marmite country, I know, Taffy, but Vegemite is better than Marmite. I'm sorry. I know you don't like it, but go after the person who's trying to get your kettle banned. They're clearly the enemy here. I'm not. I feel like streamers setting chat against each other is perfectly reasonable. Does Greg's have a reward program? I'm fairly sure it does, yes. Yeah, there's Greg's points in the app, if I recall correctly. Yeah, new soundbite variant, that'll be interesting. We'll see. I just personally prefer Vegemite to Marmite. It's not that deep. I'm not saying, you know, that Marmite's bad and Marmite's good. I'm just saying that I think I like Vegemite more than I like Marmite. Like, it's not that deep. Calm down. More upsetting when I say that I don't like hot drinks, and therefore, as a British person, the tea that I like is mostly Long Island iced tea. American hates coffee, so I get that. Fair. Yeah. Hot cocoa, yeah, hot chocolate's pretty good. I'll give you that. With milk, generally, rather than water, because... better. I'm sorry. If you're, you know, you're short of money, or, you know, you're not living somewhere where you can get milk, or you don't have a fridge and stuff, hot water can be a thing for it, because obviously milk has to be kept refrigerated. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I did a lot of scouts and cadets, so you know it was pretty normal to have it with water at those. But like, yeah, it's just much nicer with milk. And really fake as hell. So. There's an awful lot of wind coming off of the shield wall today. My brain says to fly through that, and I'm like, stop. Yeah, it looks very atmospheric as the game hits dusk. Switch to nighttime. Yeah. I do like this variant of Ornithopter. I just think that the tail end looks a little bit weird. Can't quite work out why. It's just it looks so fat. The engines look almost too fat for their... The perspective makes them look fatter than they actually are. I think that might be what it is. Well, they've done a very good job of a lot of the environments in the game, I will be honest. Like, a lot of them feel very, very good. I have this for utility. To be honest with you, it's just because this is a useful platform and you spawn on it better when you spawn on the back of your ship. It's a purely utility change. Game story behind the cactus that draws an electrical storms. I don't know. That doesn't stand out to me. I don't like the look of the tail, but the utility of it is higher than the rest of them because you can use it to get to the fallen ships. If they spawn on a like a ledge of sand, there could be a big lip and they could be quite high off the ground, which is quite hard to harvest. If you use the tail like this, you can stand on the back of the Ornithopter and use it as a platform to do that. Whereas the other ones don't let you do that so easily. So actually, it's just purely a dealing with a bug issue. I feel like Nickelback might have stolen the land. Oh, no, no, the land's here today. Be a way of life. If today was your last day. I'm fine. This is probably my second favorite Nickelback song. The one from Transformers is pretty good. Reminisce of memories. Does make sense. I wouldn't say love, that's a strong word. Stronger word than I would feel. Right, we're holding out for the grandfather worm. Let's see if we can get back in time for it. It might just be that it happens like accidentally, Gallius. Look at these graphs. Yep. That's a great video, that is a great parody. It was too late, just say goodbye to yesterday. Maybe someday, somehow, I can finally finish operational readiness in the top corner. One day, I will be able to use a sand crawler to harvest spice. I have not done it yet. And then I will have to find out whether it will actually even complete for me correctly. Because some of my journeys just don't. Like, which ones don't work? This one doesn't work. I've done this. I've brought a sand crawler to a large spice field, 100%. I've harvested spice. Well, I've not done the harvesting, so maybe that one's tied to that one. And I've definitely done this. Up until tomorrow, if I don't wake up dead. A few minutes more. A bit of a Fallout Boy. St. Peter's list. You need to lower your standards. Never getting any better than this. Yeah, I have no idea what caused it, Raphael. The other thing I would really like, I'm not sure if it will show me while I'm inside this. There's an emote wheel that you can get to. They made it so that you no longer lost them when certain things happened. Unfortunately, I'd already lost all of mine. Could I have my emotes back, please, rather than just the default ones? That would be really nice. Or am I just trapped without the emotes forever? Like, how does this work? But I'm comfortable that they're working on tools for admins and stuff, so hopefully we'll be able to get more out of the game and fix those things for people rather than relying on them to do it. You can't handle my strongest modes, Scorchy. They would kill you. Potion seller. You can also get them by holding down middle mouse button, then right-clicking once it gives you the prompt. Getting any better than this? There's a exactly, yeah. You press I for inventory, A or D, and you can go to loadout, emotes. Yeah, I know. Today you learned, chat, there are emotes inside Dune. Yeah, Blunt Force Growler, I'm not a fan of that change. I think that's going to cause more problems than it fixes. We're all fine and growing old. A few minutes more. You're not a noob at all. Like, the game doesn't really tell you about those emotes at any point that's helpful. Why would you know about that? You're not a noob at all, bud. Don't be so hard on yourself. They hide that. We've got ads starting soon, so the ad should probably be finished by the time we get to the next spice sand field. Hopefully. Whoop. To be honest with you, I think the emotes might. Maybe the fact that I lost my emotes as a sacrifice to Shai Halud is why I've been allowed to live. You never know. Thanks, Sabu.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hmm. This is actually from my playlist, I forgot. This is one of my songs. This is from our gauge. This is the song that I'm listening to right now. So you know what I'm singing along to. Nah, these wings are okay. We've had worse wings, chat. We've all had the worst wings. Been fine.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
There's a base next to mine that's been abandoned. It's decaying. I'm waiting for the sub 50 to break so I can loot it. Yep, but Fox, that's part of the game. Entirely your right to have that once it's been once it's degraded sufficiently. Good for you. I do like that the thrusters are basically just rockets. Like, that's all it is. That's getting dark. That will pop, I think, any minute now. I'm hoping we can actually... It doesn't go during the sandstorm, to be honest. Your first buggy from an abandoned base, same. That's where we got our first stuff. Yep, Thor is on holiday at the moment, Fabrice. He's on vacation. Are you in here too? Nice. Did you take my ornithopter spot? Because if you did, I'll be upset. I have absolutely no business putting this ornithopter through here again, but hey, we're doing it.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Lovely little cave. See? First set of steel gear came from a looted base. Whatever it takes to, you know. Whatever it takes to play. Well, this is like a good spot for the storm. We're gonna storm watch here, do you reckon? We're gonna storm watch up there. Up or down? Oh, what do you mean not enough support? That's a lie. We can turn this around. I saw one that worked.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hello. Look, it's a Sabumaru. That's barely gonna hit us. I probably could have skirted the storm, but hey. You shouldn't have to do that. I mean, ultimately, that being able to do that is a balance between the game being fun and the game being realistic. And to be honest, I think that one's a bit silly. But hey, if it works, it works. That's within the remit of the game at this point. We're 2 months in. Like, if it's a bug, they would have declared it as a bug. That's just the way that the game is designed. Yeah, we're right on the edge of the storm, I think. Oh, we are right on the edge of the storm, yeah. That was... It's just nothing. You can vaguely see the rocks just up at the top up there. What thing were I just refer? I don't know. Glorious Splat, to be honest with you. I don't know what you're talking about. What you're referring to. That's better. Oh, being able to get the ornithopter where I've left it is unreasonable. The fact that I could squeeze it through the cave on the other side of this and just kind of like nudge it through and everything is fine with it, like... Like, cause look, I mean, look, the wings shouldn't fit through that gap at all. They do because the game balances realism with what's actually fun, kind of thing, like mechanically. But because it wouldn't be fun to those wings to always have interaction, it would be buggy as hell. Exactly, yeah, that would be insane. now we're spice harvesting. It's fun. Bit of Lindsay Sterling, yep. It is indeed, yeah, this is crystallized. Yeah, now we're spicing. Yep. You basically accept when you're doing this. You basically to accept sunstroke is part of it. Like in the game, like you're gonna lose all of your water. Why bring a deciliter, John? That's fucking loud. You're going right next to me. It's gonna get really buggy when I turn and look at you, isn't it? Yeah, nice. With a short breach, that would have sucked. Fuck off. We are spice maxing, yeah. We've been spice maxing all day. Okay, that was weird. It kind of deflect off into the distance. I'm not really caring about loss anymore, to be honest. If we're not that efficient with this, it won't really make too much of a difference. Oh, the carry is such a pain to fly. It just feels bad. Got no sense of real, like, force to it, and it really should. Like, it should have turrets. It should have, you know... Once you're refining spice, you can make spiced ingots and stuff. You cannot make the spiced ingots. Those are all loot drops from chests. I believe currently. I've never seen a way to manufacture a spiced ingot. That's basically why you have to keep going back into the PvE. Like, I need to go back and do some PvE farming today. Not today, well, over the coming days, because ultimately we're going to need some more plastinium. We're going to need more spiced plastinium. Any ideas on how to find spice fields? Yes, I would recommend this site to you. Nick G, if you use that site, there will be a, you know, a very clear guide on where exactly your spice fields are for the week. Because that's true, of course, that's the map of every server. Because that's, you know, well worth it. And that's maintained and created by a member of the community here, who is one of the mods. Excellent person. Good morning, Seraph. How are you doing? Yeah, no worries, Nick. Hope it helps you. Enjoy. I'm glad you had the excellent eeps, bud. Good on you. It is indeed Luther's special creation, plantologist.app. It's a very useful site, to be honest. Doesn't use anything data mined. He's spoken to Funcom, got it all approved with them. They're very happy with it. Did the right way. I'm very proud of him. Good dude. You'd be very upset if you knew I was saying nice things about him. All it takes to one show. There's one upsetty spaghetti. That's what the worms are. Yeah, I mean, damn, no, you can do that if you want. Luther, Cross was saying nice things about you on stream again. Luther will complain. It'd be great. Very funny. What a big bitch. Oh, how high did it want me to get there? Hey, Defocus, well, good job, bud. A 10,000 plastinium melange saved up is huge. That's a lot saved up, bud. Good on you. Like, that's a huge amount of plastinium and melange. It's more melange than I've farmed, I think. Well, probably not in total, but than I've farmed today, certainly. And I farmed a lot of melange. I probably farmed... I don't know. Demnar will tell me at the end of the day how much melange we've now got, and he'll be like, this is disgusting, what have you done? And I'll be like, I just turned on the goblin brain. Exactly, goblin up the spice. Oh, but my compactor might not make it though. Oops. Starting to get quite hard to see the spice on the sand here. It's not very dense. The grumbling of the grandfather worm is... I don't like it. Yeah, Sabo, I mean, this is, you know, normal occurrence now. Us clearing the fields. If we had a carrier, we could, had a carrier and a sandcrawler, we'd probably definitely, like, we almost certainly could have cleared this twice over, I think. But the carrier ultimately means that, you know, it draws attention from people. It means the people who are here harvesting on foot can't harvest it as well, so you generally, like, they might attack. There's trade-offs to using the carriers on the social game, because obviously people don't tend to mind as much when everyone is using, you know, compacts and everyone's kind of just keeping in their own little circles. But when the spice gets low at the field, or if someone rocks up with a carrier and starts taking out like a bunch of the spice very quickly, that can change the status quo, and you'll need to react to that quite fast. Yep. That's scouts. Ban Sky. I mean, I can't believe you say such a thing. It's you in the assault. Nice. Okay. Yeah, you can see the 3 wings from there. Boog, let me know if if the grandfather wakes up. I'll be sad, but at least I'll know, like, we farmed a bunch. You're a hire merc for 2 or 3 guilds during the carry-ons. You get paid 15,000 spice per fill. That's nice. 15k spice per fill. So a full sandcrawler will carry... Geez, you're doing pretty well out of that. Yeah, that's nice. That's not bad at all. Whoop. 1 second. Yeet. Whoop. I don't miss the days having to cross every single server boundary that low just in case one disconnected. Because that's what we had to do for a long time, remember? It was awful. I had a bit of a kind of a flashback moment there while I was thinking about approaching the deep desert boundary. I was like, oh, be careful doing that. Oh wait, no, I don't have to be careful doing that. What am I saying? I don't have to come in from high to low anymore. That bug was awful. I really cannot express how much I don't miss that bug in any way. It was awful. The number of Thopters that we lost, insanity. If we lose another one, we replace it. Like, think about how much spice we've collected just today. This Thopter has paid for itself so many times. Like, here's what happens. Because what am I going to do? If we lose another one, we keep going. We roll again. That was the bug that caused Thor the most issues. Yeah, yeah. And I don't blame him. It sucked. And he's not as much of a survival game player as I am. Like, I'm a big DayZ, like, kind of like those kind of games player that like Thor doesn't tend to do as much of. It's not his kind of cup of tea as much. There. I wouldn't expect him to stick around as long as I did with it. Have with it. Good evening, Berthel. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. We had the new version of this earlier today. Probably like 4 hours ago now, thinking about it. Did you start the fire? Draz Dawn fight. Was it you? Was it you who started the fire specifically, Draz? I mean, after I'd hope not. That would be nice. Vibe editing your VODs. Fair play to you, bud. The workday is over. Billy Joel is playing, and I need to scav power cells. Nice. We didn't start the fire. Wait, Draz, were you the one who let the dogs out, maybe? If you let the dogs out and the dogs started the fire, then you've probably got some indirect liability. Apex invasion. That was... I can't believe 2 of you did it. What else do I have to say? Can't believe it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you start fires at dawn, it makes sense. Sarah, do you have any idea, you know, about their identity? It would help us immensely. I wonder how many fire-themed songs we could get in a row. I mean, yeah, across that distance, Sabu, I closed 1,800 meters on you to the deep desert wall. There probably is, but I would want to make one for us. So it's songs that we know that we like. I wonder if I can close the full like full 2 kilometers. Yeah, but it looks like Sabu's stopped or left the area, so that's probably why. Because his icon is not moving. You started a fire, not the fire. Makes a difference. Yeah. The flatter glide makes a difference, yeah. For sure. The party icons bug out so often that they're just deeply unreliable. Yes, I completely agree with you. Yeah. You think so, Demna, but no. I also don't think that's mentioned in the patch notes for the PTR. Oh my... Zephron, that's one of my favorite sketches. Comedy. I can't hear that song without thinking about that sketch. You do, you know, like 3 or 4 What's New Pussycats, and then it's not unusual. Burning Down the House, another good one, yeah. I mean, it happens in Haga Basin too, so like it's not even just unique to the deep desert. That's why it's so annoying. You can't even have people who are trying to play casually and not play competitively in, you know, the deep desert, like. Yeah, Firestar would be a good one. Fire by Winter's Island. Bunch of them. Sex on Fire. Bunch of them. Disco Inferno. Yep. True. Everything Burns. Yeah, that's a very good song. Burned by Deep Purple. To repair the wings. Will be your... Through the Fire and Flames. Oh, if we get into artists, you know, Earth, Wind and Fire. You're on a scrum meeting. You'd much prefer finding the worm than being on the waste of time. Fair. Maybe set the worm on the scrum meeting. Manifest the worm, Blanky. Manifest it. Believe in the worm will save you. Anything fire rate. We can shoehorn a bunch of fire related things in, I reckon. Damn, now I've run out of storage. Overflow. Set 5 to the rate. Yeah, look, you guys are doing great. We can do this. Rocket Pack, he's not really doing any work, so if he does work, I'll be like, should you be working? But he's just doing stuff. I think he's just doing stuff around the house that he's been meaning to do for a long time, to be honest. Right, I'm just gonna do a quick check of the wangs. Have a look. Oh, those are still fine. We've got plenty on those. Not even remotely interesting to do a wing gamber on that. A whole stream of just fire songs, that would be quite good. I mean, all the songs are fire already, but a different kind. Damn, no, I don't understand. No, I need to go back and see if I can see the grandfather worm. And then after... Oh, wait, what? Okay. In before. No ornithopter. That would be really funny. Maberion, thank you very much for the 20 subs. You are awesome. I somehow just got teleported to Harco Village, so I'm not gonna question it. That's not what summons the grandfather. The grandfather's just a timer, as far as I understand it. It's an 8-hour timer. London's burning. Demnark, did you use up all of our plastinium? Jesus. Any changes you like? There have been a couple of things that they've like kind of fixed and helped with, like, you know, a couple of like quality of life things.
Low fuel.
Barbarian, thank you again for those 20 subs. Dude, like that's insane. You rock. Oh, we've got ads. Thork is here. Hide. Whoop. Shit. Thork is here for his Spice Press Latinum chat. Be careful. Make sure you hydrate. Make sure you stretch. Spice Press Latinum unicorn. Purple rather than like gold. Delicious spice. Quite possibly, Minty. I've not asked him. He's too busy talking about the rules of Thorquisition. My meeting isn't for another 3 or 2.5 hours. We've got plenty of time. Also, I'm sure the person with whom the meeting is with would hop into the chat and scream at me. Why are you not? No, fine, fine. Contain it. Read. Yep. Venom don't burn the witch. Good shout. I think Thor's been doing some block game stuff as well. Yeah. I know Jake's been working really hard on it. Yeah, you're alright. I've got a reminder on my phone as well. It's not with Zoidberg, no. I filed a restraining order against Zoidberg after last time. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop. That's a remarkably good Zoidberg. I like that. So if that happens again, feel free to dob Jake into me and I'll have words. I've had words before and I will have words again. You're not so bad. I think he has been focusing on resting and stuff, yeah. Catch you later, Giant Spain. Have a good one. The rules of Thorquisition do not forbid trading, no. It's actually it's vitally important. Trade's a, you know, very respected pastime. It just takes such a long time. I just want to get back and see the grandfather worm, god damn it. Whee! It's still there, good. I just want to watch this. I want to watch the grandfather one. Everyone knows that you climb faster in an ornithopter if you're spinning. That's how that works. It's just science, chat. It's just science. Exactly, Beyblade rules. Let her rip. I definitely, like, one of the things I want to do is do some more like I will probably go and install like a couple of the flight sim games once I've got hand, stick and stick, because I do miss like low flight in Star Citizen and stuff. It's just fun. I miss fast flying. If you blow up, you blow up. I live in spin. Thanks, Gallius. Have you played Elite Dangerous? I have played Elite Dangerous. I didn't mind it. I didn't get very far into it. I am a fan of the X series. I haven't played X4. I own X4. I'm just saving it for when I feel like getting lost inside the ultimate space-based micromanagement simulator. Just. So another streamer friend of mine, Mahoodles, who some of you may know, who's a cool space gal here on Twitch. She does all kinds of cool like space and science things. She's awesome creator. She got partnered by playing Star Citizen, obviously because it's very space related and kind of relates some of her kind of planetology and scientific interest. So I did say to her that at some point we will go back and check out Star Citizen. So because I haven't played Star Citizen for a long time, like a lot of it has changed since then. I'd like to see whether it is just a storefront or whether there are actual gameplay loops inside of that game. Because from the outside, all we see is the store. And, like, I would like to see whether there is more inside of the game than just a storefront. So that's... I'm willing to put aside my skepticism for a while with Mahoodle so she can teach me how to play and how it all works and what's actually in the game now. And I've already spoken to Thor about it. Thor's not against me checking the game out. At some point, I would like to set up a session with Thor and Anna Dimitriou, who is also with SideQuest, the agency that, you know, the manager's Thor. And for him to potentially look at the game from a game dev perspective with somebody who actually is a very, like, she plays the game a lot and very much knows it. So I think it'd be really good for him to get the perspective from another streamer who's, you know, big and established in that game to actually see what is actually there inside the game beyond just a storefront, so that he can get beyond as well just seeing the storefront side of Star Citizen. Because I think that's an egregious business practice. First of all, I don't think there's any way that can be justified, but I'm also willing to say that, you know, there could potentially be a game behind it, as long as that doesn't become the norm and isn't kept forever. But I don't like it. I think it's fundamentally wrong to charge that much for, and some of the tactics they use for, like, the in-stock stuff. Artificial scarcity kind of sucks, so I don't know. It's still a weird one for me. It would be a review rather than yeah. That's. I mean, it looks pretty, I guess. Funcom asking 10k for a golden ornithopter. Well, exactly. Yeah. I play Freelancer. No, I don't think I did. If it suddenly disappears, that means the grandfather worm spawned. It's a really weird rear up. Yeah, Minty, obviously, you know some of my background in Star Citizen from the community that you're in. So I haven't played for a long time. I think 3 point something. 3.3? I think I said I was going to come back in 3.5. I'm not sure what version of the game it is now. but it's like one major version every like 4 months, I think, normally. It's now 4.2.1. Okay, there you go. That'll give you an idea of kind of how far behind I am. Yes, this is a ring mouth. Yeah, new scholars. It's a ring mouth. A very, very old ring mouth that's been mostly harvested, and any second now, the grandfather worm will probably spawn and consume what's left. Yeah, see, like last time I even touched SC, what had just been introduced. Fuck that. I got booped and then they got booped. If that worm had kept his head forward, that would have been a lost ornithopter. That was close. Ooh. That was close, wasn't it? I'm not done with this field. Can you be eaten by this under the sand under you? Well, based on the changes on the PTR, I think that interaction might have killed me. Contact with the worm while it's in animation will basically kill you. So I think that that's going to be horrible in future. 3 Crown Redhead, thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Hope you're doing well. What were you doing, bud? What were you playing? Oh, hi. Were you playing Dune? This is the Mark 6 compactor. The Mark 6 compact, I believe. You finished Chance of Sinar. It's a cryptolingual game. Something really... Okay, that sounds wild. This needs a reset. Worm. Too slow. Don't be too slow. It needs to move on properly. I can't say I've ever played it. What? A cryptolingual game. Okay. Oh, thank 3 Crown. Like, I haven't played that, but what you did do is you reminded me the last time I played Star Citizen. Like, the last time I engaged with it was when, I can't remember what it was, but I remember learning the Barnu language for a communication, and basically, like, all of the forums, like, a group of people, we were all just working together to try and translate this message about I think it was about the Barnu merchantman. That'll be when I last properly interacted with the game. Something like 4 years, probably. Yeah, thanks again, me Barry, on for the 20 bomb earlier. A bunch of people have come back in and thank you, bud. You're awesome. Appreciate you. Drawing context exclusives, they don't give you something for a while, so you have to click glyphs without being to translate. It's looping. Sounds like a pretty good puzzle game, to be honest. Interesting. There's that. Oh, Minty, don't bait me like that. That's very rude. You can't tell me that there's a Banu merchantman in game and then you mean an NPC that is a Banu and also a merchant man. Upsetting. The BMM gang will ride. Although I heard that the Polaris is finally in the game, which is kind of neat. How do you know when the big worm is coming? You'll know. The entire ground starts shaking. You hear the groaning and cracking of the earth. The worm meter goes ballistic. All of the spice suddenly disappears. You know when the grandfather worm wakes up. Like you'll know, trust. I know, I've always been told that the grandfather worm is an 8-hour timer, and I've not really seen much to contradict it. Because we're doing an awful lot of aggro here, and you would think that that would have done something. Like, this is more aggro than Sand Crawler's cause. We've nearly mined the entirety of the field, and we're doing it back to back with three or four people here, you know, and they've been doing it for hours. Like, the threat meter would build. Yeah, the sound of your knees in your 30s, correct. I'm not actually sure I'll be able to finish this. I think this is gonna break before I finish it. Maybe. When you're renting a Chronos Death Race in Desert Sands, because when I can have a bit more granular control over what we do on the server and how those like events can work, then that's when I'll do that. Because I would need to do things like removing the quicksand and probably like reduce the number of worms and like change where they are. I need a little bit more granular control to do that. It'd be a fun way, but I would love to do that. As I've been saying, the kind of event I would like kill to do. Does a rush out? You don't want to hang around. Like, there's no reason to, because all the spice disappears. So it's basically time to pack up and get to a distance so that you can watch it and get a nice clip. That's basically how that works. Like, if it's about spice harvested, you know, why would there ever be full fields? Because you'd never be able to complete a full field, so that would be weird. And I've seen completely harvested fields before. I genuinely do think it is time related, but I could be wrong. Like I said, I don't know for certain. That's all right, Miberion. I appreciate the love, man. Thank you very much again for those subs. I'm glad you're out of the radioactive zone. Mad lad. I'm not saying granny control. That's very funny, Rocket Pack. This is your first ever spice harvest. Oh, well, in that case, congratulations, bud. You know, nice one. Good one to get in on. A ringmouth's a pretty good bounty for spice. You probably got a full assault copter full. Like that. That might be a sign of the grandfather worm. If it stays like that for too high, or it starts up again when we get really low, that would be the grandfather worm. That was weirdly high that persisted for, to be honest. That aggro was locked on. 7,390. There you go. Fantastic. A huge amount of spice sand for yourself. For your first spice harvest, that's great, dude. Well done. Proud of you. Well, the thing is, you can't cross the server boundary borders in the deep desert without using a vehicle, so you would need to do that. But maybe you could do the first 3 on foot, then get a sand bike, do the next 3, and then finally get a buggy and do the final 3, for example. So you're basically doing 2 server starting in the A band, you're actually doing 2 server transitions. So, you could actually do that way. That might be kind of what I was thinking of. But I would also make it so that you have to potentially like you have to go and get a blueprint that's a guaranteed drop from a deep desert base, for example, on the way. So yeah, that's what I mean. And there would be, like I said, if I was going to run a server, I would be doing a hardcore one where like I'd love to do like a roleplay one where if you're eaten by the worm, that is it. Your character is wiped. Like about as hardcore as it can get. With the current bugs in the game, you wouldn't be able to have it as just any death, but the worm eating you, I think, should kill you. New Dune player, and Dune's my first survival game. Not getting enough of the Ornithopter, but frustrated that new I grind ruin through use or also worm face. Is there any hope I'll enjoy it as you make more progression? I would say yes, Samurai Rider. I think it depends on the server that you're on, ultimately. Like, we're playing on a private server, and the experience is very, very different to that of public. I'll be honest, like, we have a bit of an easier time of it than other people. We've got a bit more of a laid-back culture, a bit more collaborative. I don't know what every server will be like. So, like, if you're on our server, I could say guarantee, yes, things will get better for you, and someone would help you get the Ornithopter on our server. That's what happens. On our servers, we've got, a good network of that. On the public servers, maybe not, because there are some other problems where gear will get ruined later in the game, and you might have other challenges. So I would say that it depends on the issues, the specific issues happening, like, because the stuff that you grind, you use to get more. It's about kind of being semi-efficient with your repairs and such, and having to repair it back up. That's part of the gameplay loop. If you're not enjoying that part of the gameplay loop, it might just be that system isn't for you, and you don't like engaging with the durability system. The cost for private server, to be honest with you, new schoolers, I don't actually know. Our servers are already kindly provided by Nitrado, with whom we've got 15 servers on one world and 10 servers on another. So Nitrado were kind enough to partner with Thor for that, and with myself at the start of Dune being live. So we don't pay for ours; they're provided by Nitrado very kindly. And props to them, Nitrado have been the best server provider out there for this. I don't say that because there's getting free stuff, but like we've had minimal downtime. We've got really good like direct engagement with them. They are the ones who helped us develop the system where the person who was being racist and homophobic, rather than just being wiped once, they were wiped they were wiped on like every 6 to 12 minutes on regular intervals. That's Nitrado did that work for them. Fantastically pleased with them. But there's a link below there's a link below the stream, I believe, or I think it's potentially this one. There you go. Exclamation point server. You can check them out with that link. Yeah, I would definitely go check out what the servers look like and what they do, because it might be that something you decide that you want to do when the game is a little bit further down the line. I know, Minty, it was very good. But yeah, if you're struggling, Samurai, you would be more than welcome to restart on the pirate servers with us if you really wanted to, bud. Like that, the offer is there. We have, we have a Dune Discord. You can use exclamation point Dune Discord for it. They are free to members of the community, people who hang out here and watch. They're passworded apart from two or three of them, so that we can try and help you out. I mean, yeah, you've never seen Lasan Algae repair his still suit. Yeah, that's fair. Ultimately, I don't think that the repair system is as balanced as it should be. I think the fact that, if I take my compactor from 1 to, all the way from 100 down to 0, that using 15% of my maximum is absolutely huge. And, that's an end game piece of gear that you only get a blueprint for, and you can only repair it so many times. You can't just replace that. The durability decrease seems too high on endgame gear for me. I think that durability probably across the board is a little bit too high in terms of loss. But that's what the balancing is for. That's what the testing is for. They have better data than me. I'm just going off of how I feel about the game versus they've got the actual data. Yeah, Bit of Fox, I've walked through them with the community. We had a big read through the other day. There's some in there, I think, which are good changes, and there's some in there which I fundamentally disagree with. One of the changes I'm very concerned about that we haven't really talked about is they want ornithopters to bounce off each other when you interact. I am worried that that will be used to bounce people outside of the safe zones, outside the PvE zones into the PvP area. Catch you later, 3 Crown. Have a good one. So I'm a bit concerned about that change in there as well. That's one that no one's really talking about because, it's pos bowling. The Eve in me knows that we use that to push Titans out of poses so that we could kill them. So yeah, Rugoth, but that level of declination across the board is rapid, given that like today I've gone through 2 entire uses of it. Yesterday probably would have done the same. Like that item's gone in 2 days potentially. That's rapid compared to using lower ones. Hyrule is the one that's initiating, but if a player is flying, you're trying to fly them into. So the problem with that is that what you do then is you just hover 3 or 4 ornithopters in the way of a carrier, and you basically block them from getting out of the deep desert, out of the PvP area. Then the carrier will be bounced back. I know they're testing it, but I just feel that it could be misused in a number of ways. Like that kind of impulse, being able to choose to do it and be able to cause it. I've done stupid shit with it already by flying around with the Chome ships in the Haga Basin when they send their slavers out. I feel like they might be introducing a griefable system. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Dave. Yeah. Bonking a carrier into the sand over a thumper. So yeah. It's designed to stop people from pushing carriers down into the ground and causing a thumper. So it's designed to fix griefing already. Yeah, I don't know. I need to go and see how it is, but I think that the new system could be too griefable. I come from Eve where that would have been the norm. You would have bounced a ship outside of the starbase to kill it. The thing. Like we did that all the time. Because Impulse was the thing. It was only small. A frigate or a destroyer or anything bumping a Titan would have been slow, but over time, a couple of meters a second here and there, that's all you need. I'm just a bit concerned about that. How many hours have I been awakened? What, today? Not that long. We've been live for 10 hours, which is pretty good stream. It's nice. Yeah, to be honest, Abu, it's surprising how much those efficiency differences make a difference. Like, any system can be griefable if you're smart enough and a big enough jerk. Yes, but that one is easily griefable at a large scale without much counterplay. And it doesn't really solve the problem that it's trying to fix, which is why I don't think it's a good fix. But that said, do I know of a better way to fix it? Probably not. Know yourself. Take only what you need from him. I mean, that's a fair point. Maybe there's something in the physics system that prevents that. I don't know, but it's an interesting idea. It might not be the worst one, but it does mean that it removes any ability of interdiction from the game. So interdiction would be keeping the enemy from getting away from you when you're engaged with them in PvP. Because ultimately, you need to be able to pin down a player so that you can kill them, right? That's how PvP works. You want to make sure you can keep them in one space for long enough that you can kill them. Whether that's damaging their wings, whether that is, forcing them down to the ground, that's what people are doing. There is no interdiction currently in the game. There's no way of slowing someone down or stopping them if they don't really want to be stopped. So I think that there does need to be something in there. I think phasing through doesn't cover it enough. PvE zone, that makes sense, yeah. But then again, you know, at that point, I mean, the whole deep desert's a PvE zone, for my opinion. Whoop. Electroshock rocket could be cool. Yep. Incendiary rockets that react with heat, so it makes you overheat, so you crash or you fall down. Yeah, voice chat's a very, very close range, unfortunately, for us, so that doesn't work. We've tried it a lot. We've tried... Halt! Cease! Stop! You have violated the law. Show yourself. That generator is booked. I wouldn't speak French at them, no. I have a theory for Uppy's mining, but we're going to need to have 2 buggies and 1 carrier. And I need to study the map, because I could make a plan which is even more disgustingly efficient. Wait, no, I need to empty this first. Let's think about this. Yeah, because if I look at the planetologist, with where our base is, I reckon we could have 1 person doing the titanium and 1 person doing the stravidium. But we're going to need much more storage in the deep desert for that. Because we worked out last time that it eats a huge amount of storage space. Don't tell Demnar. But more spice. In the raft. Hey there, little sad girl. Really wanna hold you. It's such a very sad world. Yeah, I think that might be an option for tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Wednesday. Yeah. Accident waiting to happen. This is the part we're going to be like 1,000 meters away, and someone's going to say, "No, Demnar, I don't want to do it. Don't want to. I like to cause you pain, Demnar." Will my buggy make it from Western Vermilius Gap to Jabali for Al Garb without being eaten by a worm? So, Western Vermilius. Depends on where you're leaving in Western Vermilius. Here to here is quite dangerous, because there is a worm that comes close in here inside Miser Toril sometimes that wanders. So make sure you keep an eye out for the worms and do it, but that's doable. These are a little bit more risky, I think. This one here is too long. Leaving from here doesn't work. Possibly leaving from here, but leaving from here is good. Just make sure you keep an eye out for the Miser Toril. And yeah, don't go in the quicksand. Yeah. We used to cross from where was it? From here to here, which is a longer route, so you should be okay. It's possible to hang on, 'cause your story isn't over. Oh my god, Sabu, that's horrifying. Yeah, you just have to make sure you don't stop. You're very welcome, bud. I can believe Vicky did that though. She just kind of yeeted herself across and it just kind of worked out and everyone, you're just looking at her like... Yeah. She was probably like, oh shit, I had no idea that there was quicksand. Whoops. You missed the grandpa one. Not yet, Draz. Although I'd be surprised if we don't see it in the next like 10 or so minutes, because I feel like we've been harvesting the site for like 8 hours, although maybe that's just my view on it. It did take a while to scan the deep desert, to be fair. There's not very much sand left though, to be fair. As people have come on from US time zone, there's very little sand, like spice left there. So we'll see if we get back in time. Book, I believe, is there. Sabu was there. You started harvesting it while I was still scanning. Do you know rough? I mean, that means it's been alive for probably being very, very close to 8 hours, if not more than. He's returned to your base. Okay, I don't know if anyone's actually at the sand pile then, the spice pit. Those flying on when you cross the world, those real players too, actually. Not all of them, no. Some of them are NPC. They're just set dressing. Main base is currently close to near Trial 5 in the Rift. Good for what you need. You've iron outside the east. Yeah, it sounds like a good base. Mark 4 assault with some Mark 5 parts. That's fair. Oh wait, you can't have a Mark. You mean a Mark 5 assault with some Mark 6 parts, Spook? Because you can't have a Mark 4 assault. I haven't gathered any neighbors for a few days. Ah, I knew that the Lands Road would be coming soon, but I didn't realize it was this soon. We'll see what happens. Gotta get there and make friends. Yeah, gotta get there and meet the neighbors, you know. Delicious neighbors. The price of my love's not a price that you're willing to pay. You cry. You see me go by. I'm so sad. Remember we made an arrangement when you went away. You'll be back. Soon you'll see. You'll remember you belong to me. You'll be back. Time will tell. Jonathan Groff does play this very, very well, to be honest, in Hamilton. I was very impressed with that acting performance and the singing in it as well. I really like Hamilton. It's a great musical. And when push comes to shove, I will send a fully armed battalion to remind you of my love. Ba 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 ba. Yep. The king, yeah, he just does a great job. Like. He does a great job of being Mad King George. Yeah. It's a very, very well made show. To be honest, I think them filming it and putting it onto streaming services was a fantastic, fantastic call. It was done incredibly well for that. You're watching Wicked in the UK, that'll be fun. Oh. Reminding myself that I've got vertebrae in my neck. Don't end up like Mr. Greggles after his drumming session. Because the spit when he's angry is great. I know. It's he does it so well. Oh. Oh. Whoop. Nice. Pay attention to the screen. Push comes to shove. I will kill your friends and family. Remind you of my love. Da 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 da. It's just great. Yeah, but Minty Fizz, you'd still watch it, wouldn't you? Don't lie. I know you would. La da 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 da. It's a well-aged account now, Karas. Sounds like you were a pre-order backer, like a Kickstarter backer. These are some reasonably okay ones. Angular engine. Plasma cannon for sandflies? This one will be done quickly. I reckon the trades will get that one pretty quickly. Be worth handing in for. She's mine. Love doesn't discriminate between the sins and the saints. It takes and it takes and it takes, and we keep loving anyway. Life and we cry and we break and we make our mistakes, and if there's a reason, I'm willing to wait for it. I'm willing to wait for it. Take a deep breath, chap. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Delicious. Big sneeze. Left no instructions, just a legacy to protect. The sinners and the saints takes it. Yeah, the big sniffer, chat. That's what you gotta do. You gotta do that every time you fly through one of those. You gotta take a big sniff. It's the law. You can't waste the spice. Spice. I'm willing to wait for it. I'm an original. I'll have these, thank you. These are for me. Thank you. Oh, they're only 90s. How do you function with a 90? Nice. So yeah, 90 versus a casual 102. Oh. Yeah, wasteful now. Willing to wait for it. I'm willing to wait for it. If I waste some and Grandpa gets me, it's good content. Done. We win either way. although it's not removing the spice layer, which is making it a bit difficult to function. We'll see if I can do it again. If I do it at the same time in the same place. Did I? No, 14. See, it's just a visual error. I'm now going to have to remember where I've been with the spice harvesting. That's going to get more challenging. I'm not sure how well throttle and stick works in Space Sims. I've heard mixed things, but I'm excited to do Hosas again at some point. That worm will come back here. Oh, there you go. Finally, it's updated and just showed me where all the spice had been harvested. Okay. The grandpa worm. So this ring mouth of this crater that we're in is just actually, it's the waiting mouth of a very large, hungry worm called the grandfather worm. Fuck off. Yeah, Beckador, unfortunately, I think I'm going to save up and get a good one. I think that's the plan. No, don't come this way. Oh. Normally when they disappear like that, I've seen it do that right before the grandfather worm arrives. We'll see if it's a bait worm. We'll know in a couple of seconds. Could be the worm despawning. It's your head cannon at the sand. I don't think I want Nurgle worshipping sandworms, please. Please stop manifesting that mentally. No, I'm sorry to hear that, Becca. I dislike it when that happens. So. You know, I'm a bit concerned, to be honest, that Grandpa's being a bit lazy. I'm not really sure what he's doing. I'm not sure Zinch and sandworms is a good blend. Doesn't seem to make sense to me. There'll be a worm here in a second, I know it. I can just tell. It might be that Grandpa's having a nap, yeah. You never know. What do you mean, Demnut? Demnut, you do know, by the way, that there's like another, I think, 3 full assault ornithopters full of spice sand in the deep desert base that I need to fly back still. I genuinely do not know if you can trigger the grandfather worm. I've never tried, considered, or wanted to summon him before. MayBC, thank you very much for the raid of 8 viewers. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. What were you playing? Yeah. Creepy little worm. I could see you. You have triggered him. That's why you're surprised. What? Is there a ship somewhere around here? That would make so much sense why the worm's being really strange. I don't trust it. Okay, I'm gonna wait. With how close the grandfather one was, I wasn't willing to wait and see, yeah. I wasn't sure if that red marker was grandfather waking up, and I didn't want to try. I didn't want to assume it wasn't. Assume the worm is out to get you. Is always my my advice there. You're just chatting. You haven't been to stream regularly for some time now. Oh well, welcome on in. Sorry to hear that you weren't able to stream, but I'm glad that you were able to, you know, have picked up a stream today. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. That's the ship that's just got nommed, so that one will be on his way back. We'll keep an eye on him. Hello, welcome on in, mate. How are you doing? You have a good stream? Radical Skull, thank you for the raid of 2 viewers as well. You are awesome. Welcome on in as well. Great seeing so many of you coming in. Welcome on in. Welcome to the Chromunity. I'm still workshopping that one. Not final. Welcome on in, bud. What were you playing, Radical? I think that worm's having issues of some kind. I'm not going, Aaron. I'm still here. I got time. It could be someone throwing thumpers, or it could be that the worm's struggling with the wreck. They do that sometimes. Oh, Elden Ring, exciting. Enjoyable. The Conclave, that would be quite good. Habeas Papum. He could be trying to summon his grandfather. He could be doing the grandfather dance. Oh, oh. You're the cause of the buggy Jeff used to do with the scout only to watch. Well, oh, that makes sense. Well, I appreciate it because it's keeping the worm away from me, meaning I can harvest more spice. Wow, I don't think you can call us the chronosomes. That sounds... I think you're going to get me cancelled. Which means I've speedrun Twitch. Nice. Twitch 2 is getting a FromSoft exclusive. Bloodborne again. Okay. Shut up. I'm not flying into you. It's not happening. The cronies of the Conclave. I don't know. Karis, only you can answer that question. I'm just joking about the speedrun for Twitch. Barely anything left in that now. Your server's been seeing some wild worm activity at rings. Sky Halud, worms popping up the center of the ring every 15 seconds. The worm popping up every 15 seconds is likely an aggro bug, but Sky Halud, I have no idea. That sounds problematic as fuck. That's what you get for. That thing hasn't popped yet. Well, about the that's true, but I guess getting cancelled is like, I don't know, more extreme than getting banned. Sky Halud is when the worms start floating, yeah. We saw a bit of a weird arch one earlier, but not to the full extent of a full Sky Halud. Thanks, Aaron, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. complete the speedrun. Get cancelled, move to kick, make a crypto, flip it, get arrested, you know, the full works. I mean, skill issue shiners, that depends on how far above the ground your current ground level is, because like right now we're 500 up, but like down here is only 400 up. So like this is 450 here, you're still getting eaten. To be honest with you, a worm could probably still get you higher up than this. A worm could still get you probably up near here, 500 here. But it depends on where you're at. If I make NFTs, they're going to be non-fungicide toasties. So they're going to be toasted sandwiches. That's what it's going to be, without fungicide in them. That's what it means by non-fungicide. It's in the name. The rest of y'all are fine eating other food that's not, you know, marked as non-fungicide. No, it's non-fung, so it's not got fungicide in it. I'm not going to feed you guys fungicide, that would be bad. Narcotics for toddlers is a bad idea. I mean, that's not what NFTs are short for. Ah, you're alright, Aaron. I love a good toasted sandwich. That is true. I could be resetting I could be setting the worm aggro, yeah, by flying back. The issue is a lack of publication around how those systems really work, so it's hard for us to know. I know that there's no fun without fungus. Yeah, that makes sense. Before it might be a notification of foreign travel. It's a non-fungible token, and it's the you know, it's one of those crypto things. Wow, that's a good t-shirt, to be fair. Enjoy that. I don't know. There's one run there, and then so there's basically another 400 sand in those, and then there's probably some more down below as well. Oopsie. I said whoopsie, not hoopsie, but that's pretty good. I'm going to use that in future. But he doesn't see right through me. How to swim. Nurgle is not life. No, can't believe it. It's typhoon with all the force of a raging fire. The moon is racing toward us. The thing I like about Mulan is that there are no songs after the really horrific, brutal scene, and like it's like it shocks out of them. It's like they weren't taking the fact that they're soldiers in a war seriously right up until they see the devastation and death of that scene. Like that's it's just a really nice bit of I don't know, artistic choice, I guess, that like adds to the film in quite a lot of ways. Yeah, man. Yeah, man, with all the strength of a raging fire. I love it. I love me a Disney film. Like, you know, animated kids film, I'm in. Like, love it. Love those. Mystery Raven, I'm going to be honest with you. I think I've been doing the same gameplay loop for the last 3 hours for that. So no, I haven't been to any of the testing stations yet. How do you call it in English if you're getting the nationality where you're living? I don't know. Wait, what? I don't understand the question. Tomorrow you try and become German. Okay. Good luck. Oh, naturalization. Okay. I didn't realize you meant in like a legal state. I know, right, Snowy Sparkle. It just hits. Like, whoop. Divine Fox, you've actually invalidated yourself from your own poll. If I recall correctly, Sinbad was in fact a DreamWorks film, not a Disney recommendation. I can't believe that you would do this. You would call for Disney recommendations and recommend a non-Disney film. But I'm only about 50% certain on that one, to be fair. I'm fairly sure Sinbad is the same studio that made The Road to El Dorado, because the art style is so similar. I'm not 100% certain, but I believe that is the case. Look it up and let me know, because now I'm questioning myself. That said, the fact that you know of Sinbad as a film is by itself 10 points in your favor, because that's a very, very good film. One of the best DreamWorks films. I think it's a very underrated film from DreamWorks. Oh, Vice. Guess we'll have... no, we've got plenty of that. I don't need those blueprints either. The live-action movie of Mulan, I did not enjoy. Where was where was the dragon? Where was Mushu? Like, come on. The dragon was the best bit. Atlantis, also great film, but Treasure Planet, I think, wins. I think Treasure Planet, for me, Disney, is a... Yeah, Sinbad is DreamWorks, is it? Nice. What the fuck? Loot of 1,000 words. Flint's Trove, chat. What we're here for. Oh, here we go, chat. The entire ground heaves. Like, you hit, like... The size difference? Grandfather worm? Bubba worm. There we go. Go back in time. We like that. 2 ships in such a close area is weird as well. The answers. Been harvested. Oh, I've got a clip. Fairly sure I'll put it in. There is the grandfather worm clip grabbed. For David Blue, thank you very much for the raid of 39. You are awesome. Welcome on in. How you doing? Welcome, raiders. That was one giant sandworm. You are correct, chat. Yep. Welcome on in, everybody. My name is Kronos. We've just been playing Dune. You've unfortunately you've just missed the sandworm consuming our spice field. But never fear. There's a link in chat above you. If you want it, we can resend it. Welcome on in though. What were you guys playing? Were you playing Dune? My day's going well, thank you, Schlurpy. How is yours, bud? Would we go and harvest more spice? Someone's after our spice chat. I'm not gonna do it. We've already got 4 full loads of spice still in our deep desert base. Welcome on in, everybody. I hope you're doing really well. Building a new deep desert base the week. Very nice. I made our deep desert base this week. I'm not normally allowed to make bases, for David. So, you know, because apparently, and I quote, I make shit boxes. Look, I'll show you guys the base, and you chatters can let me know whether you think that this base that's 4 kilometers away is a shit box. I personally think it's very useful. Luther makes great bases. To be fair, Luther makes very, very good bases. Would you just make a VTube model of your profile image for a stream? Possibly, Draz. Potentially. Mine. Oh, nice. This one's a good location. Look at that. Thank you, Wings. Yes. Yoinking all of this. Nice. Not hanging around. I'm in the PvP area and I want to keep this. That is true. Yeah, I do remember that I lost a follower when I announced that agility was my first 99. Yeah, apparently someone just couldn't handle the level of masochism in my life, I reckon. The deep desert has, and you know, I have to be very careful saying this, the deep desert has been most profitable this week. You know, very profitable. Okay, well, I think we're safe. Plenty of profit, lots of spice. I'd talk. He's looking for spice. Press Latinum, chat. Yeah, look, the Ferengi. Look, this this is my base. See, it's not a shitbox. It's delightful. It's well supported. It's got, you know, plenty of space inside. Don't worry about the tail of the ornithopter. That's not relevant. It's got storage. It's got multiple floors. It's got power. It's got a nice aesthetic rock. If you were Australian, this would make you feel right at home, because this is basically what your country is like. It's flat and then a massive orange rock. I'm catering to Australians, and you're being racist if you don't like the space. What you gonna do about it? Tell me I'm wrong? Like, look at it. This is Australia. Oh, okay, and also in relation to our playlist about songs about fire, this song is literally called Firestorm. So this would go on our fire playlist. Hey, look, I've got windows. They're not very clean, but that's not relevant. Flash and the blast wave. Firestorm. Emotional support boulder. Oh no, just you're the right way up, Adrian. That's why it doesn't look upside down to you. Nothing's trying to kill you. Well, we're on the edge of the PvP zone. There you go. How about now? Nothing's trying to kill us now? It is a bit of a shitbox. I will, you know, I will say that freely. Like, it's not the most advanced base I would ever make. It was thrown together to be somewhere I could land the ornithopter and deposit some spice. It fulfills a function. Because the fact that I gave it 2 floors is already impressive as far as I'm concerned. I didn't say the Australians were rocks. I just said that they would probably appreciate the fact that there were, you know, there was a nice kind of statue like Ayers Rock in the middle. Or Uluru, if you want to use its, you know, correct name. You can't judge me for it. Look, I've got a halo. Oh, honestly. As soon as the stream gets over about 10 hours, it starts getting a little bit loopy here, chat. I'm going to warn you. Like, that's what happens. I'm sorry about it, but... Degrees centigrade. This is a firestorm. It's probably, to be honest, it's probably the fact that every time we fly through one of those big spice eruptions, we take a massive sniff. It's probably the sniff. We should probably stop huffing spice while we fly. You know what? You're right, chat. To be honest, I agree with you. I think it's probably time that you do an upgrade, bud. Yeah, that's the party rock in the house tonight. Exactly. Good reference. I like that. Oh, yeah, if I go beyond 70 minutes... Well, if I go beyond 70 minutes, I'll be late for my meeting and I won't have any dinner. Jirayo, yeah, but Sabu is more concerned about his efficiency because he's worked out how... He's basically 11 kilometers per run less efficient than I am in terms of distance traveled, which is actually quite a lot. I'm glad to hear it, Aaron. You got just below 1,000 spices run. Nice. Yeah, Grandpa spoiled that spice run, but hey, at least you managed to get some, Spook. And now you'll know that you'll know how to do it for future. So like when there's another spice blow, which there should be relatively soon, like, you know, they are reasonably regular, you'll be able to go and harvest another one, and you'll know what you're doing. You've got experience in the game now in the deep desert of harvesting spice on the mass level, which is awesome. Good for you, bud. You've done what like 65% of people in the deep desert have never done. Like in the game, yeah, 65% of people in the game have never done. Go to the deep desert. Is it worth skipping Mark II biking onto buggies instead? To be honest, I did, Bearful. Buggies are great. Buggies are a game changer. Yeah, we had 3 breaches in a row while Grandpa was waking up. It was wild. It's because that ship's nearby. It's really messed with it. But hey, we farmed a lot of spice out of that field. Probably one of the most complete fields I've seen on our server in a long time. And most of it was me, Sab, with a couple of other people, like. It's just a good community. We just trust each other. That's how this works. We just, you know, we're all here to be positive. Like, no one wants to bring each other down here because we're all invested in, you know, everyone having a good time, working together. That's all it is. Collaboration, not competition. The competition is the Landsrad. The PvP in the game isn't competition right now. The PvP sucks. So we'll collaborate in PvE and we'll compete on the Landsrad. It's just a bad day, not a bad life. This is the song we listen to if we ever lose another ornithopter. Thanks, Cobra. Good job, bud. The world is on your shoulders. Hi, Bailey. Hey. Little cat. So for those of you who have raided in, this is Bailey. He is my grumpy son. This is the cat cam. He's very cute. He likes to rub his face on the desk a lot. Hi, little baby. What are you up to? You wanting some attention? Or are you asking for food? You asking for your food bowl to be checked on? I'll probably go check that in a second. But I know that it's full, because I know that it was refilled a minute ago. He's just standing here. Wow, I know you're shouting at me. You're so cute. Yeah? Okay. Yeah. He's such a baby. Look at him. Look at you. You're so adorable, aren't you? Yeah, this is Bailey. He's 15. He's technically belongs to my neighbor, but he's my grumpy son. He lives here. Because he moved out when they got a dog, and he decided that this was his house before I moved in. Most of his information is on this Wikipedia page that you can see in chat over here. And Nat, and he's in charge. He's the real streamer here. That's how this works. He is the most adorable. He's just asking for a chin rub. That's what he really wants. Is Dune worth playing, Lord Del? Well, you know, I've got 400 hours in the game. It's good, but if you're solo, it depends on your gameplay experience and what you're looking for, really. Because if you're a solo player and you've only got a few hours to play each day, I can't recommend it, to be honest with you. If you only have like 2 hours a day to play, it'll take you a long time to get anywhere in the game if you're by yourself. So it depends on what you like as a player, because it might not be worth it by yourself, like I say. Yeah. You're gonna check your food bowl. Okay. You wanted some love, and now you're gonna check your food. Okay. Such a cat. Yeah, I can't say it's not worth playing, but I also can't guarantee that it is for everyone. Because some people like the solo grind, but some people really don't, and the majority of people who don't have quit quite early on. Some people really love that, though, so it depends on what it is that you enjoy from a game. Oh, Aaron the Best, I didn't see that come through. Thank you very much for the resub, bud. Awesome, thank you. 3 months at tier 1. You are incredible, very kind of you, and I appreciate you. Sorry I didn't see that before. I was pretty distracted by the cat. It's just me being distracted, don't worry. I'm sorry, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you for pointing it out. Also, thank you for the community gift sub. You are awesome. Yeah, ultimately, it depends on what you've enjoyed in other games. Yeah, Blammo sound exactly. I think that's quite a common experience that people have had across the board, yeah. Alright, I'd also like to point out that what you've just brought us to the perfectly round 1,000 subscribers with your gift sub. So thank you very much, buddy. You're awesome. Very round number. One second. Whoop. Hi. You showing off your tail to chat. Look at it. It's so floofy. Are you coming back? I would believe that it's part of distraction. It's all part of the cunning plan. He's very cunning. Book, if you run Sentinel City underneath the Godzilla statue, there is a machine in there that will give you between like 5 and 20 spice sand, I believe. Yeah, to be honest with you, that's the way it should be, though. That's part of the game. While there are currently some places where you can farm flower sand more safely, they are removing those. So, like, what you're experiencing is meant to be part of the core gameplay loop, part of the environmental threat. Now, harvesting flower sand in the deep desert will actually be quite likely safer, because the Haga Basin worms are mean. Like, I wouldn't want to grapple with the Haga Basin worms over the deep desert worms. The desert worms take ages to come, especially the ones at the base of the shield wall. You can just fly down and up. It's not that much quicker than flying around the Haga Basin. Yeah, you're such a sweetie pie, aren't you? I look after him quite a lot. We've been I had to fix his diet quite a bit. You had some problems before, didn't you? When you were being fed by too many people because you were a chubby little chunk. Little chunky cat. You were a little heavyweight kitten. Hello. Yeah, you don't get a lot of time in Haga to harvest on the sand, whereas in Deep Desert you'll get a bit more. But yes, the safe areas you're talking about, Neoburn, are currently they're removed on the PTR, and I believe they will remove them fully. So a lot of people have done a lot of harvesting of that in the short term just to kind of get it done while that's still a thing. Exactly, Aaron. Balthazar is right. It's very much appreciated, bud. You're awesome. Any support is huge, honestly. Completely unexpected. Oh wow, we got to those quite quickly. Jeez, good job, everyone. Hard Light Industries doing fucking work. Yes, the perfectly organized notes that had absolutely no problems at all in them and didn't say the same items like 3 or 4 times in a row. Oh no. Oh, I think Demna already shipped some of my spice. Nice. No, not since our bug that we had. Oh wait, mate. Maybe Luther did it, to be fair. Yeah, the patch notes weren't the one, to be honest with you. I wasn't massively impressed. Burn on top of you. I mean, I don't know why I would be confused. I know that you guys have access and that I had a bunch saved up. And I know that you are online. Well, I knew that you were here at least. And, like, I assumed it would be you or Demna. Demna said it wasn't him, so there's only one option. It's going to be the German. Being very efficient. We were all collecting the spice. I have spice maxed a lot today, it seems. Burn on top of you. Breathe again beneath the flames. They need to provide some kind of water storage, I agree. Like, water transfer is currently awful to do via liter johns. It just sucks to transport water. There should be a better way of transporting water. You having a clean bee? Yeah, but then you still got to carry the tanker, so like that's still kind of a pain. You need to have something that can go into an ornithopter to carry it ultimately. I mean, Nate, that sounds like you've basically kind of peaked. You've got all these. You've got a huge stockpile. You've got everything you need. You've got T6 gear. You've got blueprint gear, and there's not much to do. It sounds like you're done with the gameplay loops for now, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being done with the game after 100, 200, 300, 400 hours, how long it's taken you. Like, the game is not meant or designed to last forever. That's the whole point. You can make your fun if you really want to. Like, you know, you can make your own fun and find things that you will enjoy on that basis, but like, it's not gonna, you know, it's not gonna fundamentally change it. Yeah, there you go. Luther's got a good summary of how you build a base, or you do kind of your progression. Yeah, good 200 hours. There you go. Yeah, so 200 hours is a great amount of time to get out of this. To be honest with you, like that's a good amount of time to play a game. And if you have reached the cap on the content, so be it. Don't force yourself to keep playing it out of any kind of obligation if you don't feel like you want to play it. Give yourself some time to go find something else. Read a book. Sacrifice, you know, things to Thor and Odin and Freya. Go do some Viking burials, like, you know, create a longship. Eat, you know, go pet a cat. Anything. Doesn't have to be a game. Do anything. Free. You're not stuck in Arrakis. You can leave. You're not stuck here. No, it's a secret. Don't tell everyone. Create a longship for the cat. There you go. Perfect. 250 hours out of the game, pretty happy. Exactly, Ventario. And that's true of a lot of people. A lot of people are just very happy to, you know, keep doing things. Don't use the amount of time you have put into something to justify playing more time that you're enjoying. Exactly, yeah. Don't. It's not some kind of sunk cost fallacy. It's not because you've spent, you know, 100 hours in the game, you have to keep playing the game. Yeah, I agree with you, Bethel. You can't expect it to be this isn't an MMO. It is not. Fundamentally, this is an online survival game. I would not call it an MMO. Not really. It meets the requirements of it, but when you're talking about an MMO that kind of evokes specific ideas and concepts which this game doesn't necessarily have in the same way. Oh. I mean, I think we're all addicted to spice. That's perfectly fair. Yeah, see, you know, as an E player, I had quite a lot of hope for what the deep desert would be like, you know. I was hoping it'd be a bit more like the dark zone in Division. It did not end up being like nullsec. It did not end up being like wormholes. It didn't end up being like the dark zone. Ended up being nerfed quite heavily. Like the 50% increase to the zones, to the PvE zone was a dire change, to be honest. I have no idea when that's getting walked back, but I'm so hopeful. You take a bus to leave Arrakis. You just go to the bus stop. It's just what you do. Yeah, on a bus. You get a bus. You go to the bus stop and you sit there and you wait for the number 11 off of Arrakis. Yeah, I think that's I think the PvP side of the game was let down. I think realistically lean into the PvE element at this point. Allow competition through the lands, Rad, and get rid of PvP for a bit. Allow the people to catch up, because the Deep Desert, like, you know, hasn't allowed people to catch up if they've been in public servers, which means they're bleeding off and never going to get to the end game or come back. Yeah, I know, Sabu. It's really weird. Yeah, he was a good kitten. Yeah. Yeah, hi. Oh, I know. Hello. Your dew claw is, your hind claws are big. He's such a cute cat. Bork is watching Bailey. He's such a cute kitten. Oh, you're making me do a big reach, B. It's a lovely baby. You're a lovely baby. Yeah, you are. You are. Yeah, I think the battle tanks were removed from the game largely, I think, out of need and out of the fact that like it didn't really fit with the gameplay loops, as far as I understand it. But I think they would have been cool to have. I've enjoyed battle tanks. Who doesn't enjoy tanks? Okay, so that's another 2. So, all in all, probably made about 2,000 melange today. Which I don't think is half bad. Excuse me. Demnar, I forgot where the melange lives. Badge. Why can't you put these inside the rocket launcher so you can have homing missiles that track or like straight line? You could another spice. Okay, so that's just a metric fuckload. Like that's... What's this going into? Circuit 4. Okay. I hate that. But fine. There is a layout. I'm just still learning it because it's been moved around a little bit. We just need to flesh out some more of our storage things. But like, this is all going to be storage that's, you know, repository for like everything that we're going to have. The aim is to have basically just everything. Have all of the stuff. Okay. Down where Luther is the melange. Where's Luther? Okay. Whee! This one corner one. Okay, we've got... We're not doing too badly for melange. Given that there's going to be like another 1,000 coming in. I think we're doing good, right, chat? We are casual melange enjoyers here. That's how we do, you know. I mean, I didn't build this. Luther built it and Demnar organized it. I've had to learn both. I said, hey, hey, hey. Oh, more spice sand. Luther, you still hate the base. Oh, bad. You're free to change it. But do whatever you want with it. You want FunCon 3? I'm hoping that we'll get some more on the 8th or the 7th when the next one ends. Have no fear. I will say though, we've been live for 11 hours and 18 minutes. I've got an hour until my meeting, so I'm going to go and get some dinner before I get told off. What we are going to do is we are going to go and raid the furry noodles. I'm going to send you all over there. Thank you all very much for being here today. I've really appreciated having you here. I've had a great time. We're going to be going to raid ferret software, so you're going to go see the snuggly little fur noodles, probably chilling, you know, having some cute animal time. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate all the support and the love that you guys show. And ultimately, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys. So thank you very much. Those of you who raided in, you know, welcome. Thank you for coming. And hopefully I'll see you all soon. I'll be back tomorrow at normal time. Take it easy. And thanks for being here. Have a good one. YouTube, I will